The situation in Ukraine continues to deteriorate. Children are being killed, wounded, and forced to flee from their homes. So we are now calling on the chess community, our partners, and all of you, our viewers, to come together and help those in desperate need by donating to UNICEF, who is providing life-saving support to the people in and around Ukraine. This is the first day of the Charity Cup, and we're also going to allow ourselves to be excited about chess and the great moves made by our 16 players. Magnus Carlsen is back, and we're also going to follow some new exciting names to the tour. So welcome, everyone, to the first day in another event in the 2022 Meltwater Champions Chess Tour.
Wow, what has just happened there?
Whoa!
He's completely hallucinated into the action.
Whoa! Look at the bar!
Checkmate is just coming.
What a game! Wow.
There's no way to stop it. Plus 100 for black.
He's taking it.
He's done it.
Mind of the computer, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
Rook is under fire. 2 seconds again by Eric. Oh, he made the move.
Why doesn't it work?
What
Rook takes bishop. Rook takes bishop. Play quickly.
Magnus Carlsen showing his genius in this final.
Incredible day of chess.
Magnus Carlsen won the Air Things Masters, commented, of course, by Grandmaster David Howell, who is back to also commentate on the Charity Cup. Feeling confident after winning some tournament yourself, David?
That's right, Kaja. I recently jetted back to London. I played against Niels Grandelius in a 10-game match, and I managed to win. So I'm feeling good, but it was just nice to get back to the chessboard. It was nice to firstly remember that I know how the pieces move.
I'm not surprised.
And yeah, there we see it. The match was actually played at the residence of the Swedish ambassador in London, one of the nicest, grandest venues I've ever played chess.
Yeah, fantastic. Winning by 1 point. Sweden against England, our very own David Howell. Very proud of you, David.
Thanks, Kaja.
Very, very, very proud. And as expected, you also gave the fans some very long fighting games, and we also saw that in the Air Things Masters. 75% of the games ended up with a winner. How groundbreaking is that in chess?
It's huge. It's almost unheard of at this top level. I think maybe it's a mixture of the format. We now have 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, encouraging the players to go for that fighting chess. But also, we've got to give credit to the players, especially the blend of youth we have. They are fighting for every point. They're taking risks. They're giving us the type of chess we love to see.
Definitely. And the Champions Chess Tour, it is a full season of chess to decide the best online player in the world, with a total prize fund of $1.6 million. The season consists of 9 regulars with 16 players in each of them, and 3 majors with only the top 8 players in the tour. And let's take a look at the tour standings after the first tournament. And remember, with the Charity Cup being the last chance to qualify for the first major, Magnus Carlsen, he is on top after winning the first event. But players did prove it is possible to beat the world champion.
It is possible, definitely. In the prelim stage, Magnus Carlsen really struggled. Yes, he had COVID, he was suffering the effects of that, but players such as Eric Hansen, who's here in the Charity Cup, such as Pragnananda, 16-year-old Pragnananda, they managed to take down the world champion. So he can't rest on his laurels. He needs to keep fighting. And the young guns, they definitely have ambitious intentions here.
Definitely. And the tour standings is determined by prize money, and there is money to play for in every single game, especially in the preliminaries, which is a 16-player round robin, all play all, 3 points and $750 for a win, only 1 point and $250 for a draw. Top 8 will qualify for knockouts with quarterfinal matches, semi-final matches, and a 2-day final to decide the tournament winner. And David, who do you hold as a favorite besides Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, obviously Magnus is the guy to beat, but Richard Rapport, now the world number 7, he's on a hot streak. He recently won the FIDE Grand Prix. I can't wait to see his games. He's also got one of the most exciting brands of chess in the whole world.
All right. Well, the Charity Cup will not only be about chess. The tournament is dedicated to the victims of the war going on in Ukraine. And over the next 8, we will ask you, all our viewers, our partners, to donate to UNICEF, who is helping the people in and around Ukraine. are hard images to watch, and we're going to bring you up to speed about what's going on in Ukraine throughout this tournament. And as always in the studio, international master Jan-Krzysztof. And for the first day of the Charity Cup, we also have Anastasia Karlovich, Ukrainian chess player and also chess commentator, journalist. And Anastasia, what has the past weeks been like for you being from Ukraine?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to the studio. It's been my dream always to come here. Unfortunately, now it's very difficult times for my country. And of course, as for any Ukrainian, it has been a nightmare since 24 of February. So last 3 weeks were really tough. Let's say I'm a Ukrainian, but I live in Greece for the last 6 years. But of course, my family, my relatives, my friends, they live in Ukraine. And when all this started, of course, I mean, it was not just possible to do anything else except watching the news, following what's happening, trying to help as much as you could in this situation.
And you told me, so you live in Greece, but you mentioned your family, many of your family members live in Ukraine. You were able to get your mother out before it started.
Yeah, actually, I don't know why, but I had the feeling that it's coming, that something like this should happen, because, okay, it happened once already in 2014, it could have happened second time. So I was following all this news, and I was really in a panic, like 10 days before it started. And I decided that I should try to at least bring my people, my relatives to Greece.
Of course.
So I was calling them, asking them to come. I was ready to buy tickets, whatever. And I was telling them that at least if everything is fine, just come for vacations. Because of course you cannot understand that it will happen or not, but you can see the news. And let's say from outside, it looked really scary. And actually what was very surprising that nobody in Ukraine, like most of the people in Ukraine, they didn't really expect it will happen. It was really like a huge surprise, unfortunate surprise, of course, for many people. So what happened is that I managed to bring my mom first to Greece. Unfortunately, the others didn't come, but after all this started, I tried my best, and let's say they tried their best to find a way to get out from Ukraine, and some people managed to do so, like my father, my small sister, and my father's wife, my stepmother, and of course still many relatives and friends, they remain in Ukraine, including of course chess players who couldn't do that or decided to stay in Ukraine. So this is, I mean, we live with this for 3 weeks, and of course it's not easy at all.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're so thankful to have you in the studio today, Anastasia. We're going to talk much more about Ukraine and also, of course, commentate on the chess. But well, Jan, we are asking the chess community to come together and donate to UNICEF to help the people in Ukraine. And how can they donate?
Yeah, our hearts go out to the Ukrainian people. And if you do want to donate, you should go to chess24.com/donate. Or alternatively, you can get your phone out, scan the QR code, and that will take you to the link. Remember, every little help is very, very much appreciated.
And also one way to join the fundraiser is to join our charity auction. Today, Sweet David is giving up his beautiful chess tie.
I know, it's a sad day, Kaja. This is the final day I will ever wear this tie, but it's for a good cause, and hopefully the tie goes to a good home.
Yeah. cctauction.com is the place, you guys, to go in and bid for this chess tie. We also have some other items, but this chess tie will be given out today, so you have a few hours to make your bid. All right, now should we take a look at the 16 players in the Charity Cup? Here they are. We do have, look at that, 3 players sitting at night in China and playing in the early morning in Canada. Eric Hansen, David, you mentioned Richard Rapport, Magnus Carlsen. Who else are you eager to follow?
Kaja, it's got to be my fellow Englishman, Gawain Jones. He played on the Champions Chess Tour last season. Maybe wasn't his best result, but he's back now. And he's a childhood friend, a childhood rival. I'm fascinated to see how Gawain does.
And Jan, 2 Chinese female players, yay! What can we expect from them?
I'm incredibly excited about that. First of all, we have the 3-time Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun and Lei Tingji, who is a woman very much in form. Both dynamic players, great at calculation, and the best thing that they can do is trust their instincts. Otherwise, that clock is going to tick.
All right, well, let's take a look at round 1 coming up in a few minutes, you guys. Eric Hansen's going to start out against Hans Niemann, Canada, versus the US. 16-year-old Pragnananda, we will keep a close eye on him, and he's going to be up against David and Jovanka's fellow Englishman, Gawain Jones, in the first one. But we're going to follow the game between Magnus Carlsen and, I'm going to call him Magnus Carlsen's nemesis, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. There will be a total of 4 rounds of chess today. We will follow a lot of exciting encounters and take a look at that. After the first game today, we're going to launch the Play Magnus Charity Challenge. You don't want to miss that. But first, as mentioned, we're going to follow Magnus Carlsen against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Duda, he came into the tournament only 2 days ago when Wojtaszek, his fellow Polish player, had to pull out due to COVID. And Duda, he blames much of his success in chess to being lucky. How would you describe your style on the chessboard?
Yeah, I'm clearly an intuitive player, but it's actually difficult to label me into one category, because sometimes I like playing, aggressive chess, but sometimes I like playing technical chess. I consider myself to be like universal player who can play like in any type of position quite well. Yeah, I mean, it's probably, it depends on the mood, I guess. Yeah. Because sometimes I just also don't understand my my way of thinking. Like, yeah, sometimes we just, wake up and decide to play like torture your opponent and play for 6 hours, and squeeze like very, very minimal edge. But the other day you just want to crush and win miniature. So yeah, probably I'm lucky.
Yeah.
Being lucky is very important in every aspect in life, basically. Yeah, but I'm also kind of stubborn, and that's okay. One can call it luck, but also being stubborn makes your opponent like playing worse, I guess, in general, and making mistakes. So yeah, that might be my greatest strength. I don't think I have particularly, one very, very weak spot. Like, I'm kind of, how to say, all-around player, and of course there are some strengths and weaknesses, but I don't think they, differ that much. I mean, it's difficult to say because it's also kind of depends on the mood, and yeah, as said, sometimes if I want to play something crazy, then of course I will try some sharper opening. If not, just yeah, Italian is probably my most.
What openings have you used in all the games that you won against Magnus over the last few years? Do you remember?
Yeah, it were different openings. In Champions Chess Tour I played c4 in the first move, and there was some chaotic position early on. In Stavanger I played e4, and there was Caro-Kann. It was also kind of crazy position, very tactical. Yeah, but it was Magnus' choice back then in Stavanger. Yeah, just to play good chess, try new things. Just playing against strong position is like the key to development, and yeah, I'm just happy to have the chance to play against them. And I will definitely freestyle a little bit. Cool. Also in terms of openings. Yeah, but we'll just see.
And back in the corner, Askild is here to bring us stats and insights about the players. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he has entered a very exciting year in his chess career.
Yeah, absolutely. He won the World Cup last year, also beating Magnus Carlsen on the way to that prestigious title. And yeah, been playing some really good chess lately, so I'm excited to see how he will do in this tournament.
Definitely, and I did call him a nemesis to Magnus Carlsen. If we take a look at the head-to-head scores in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, it doesn't really look like that, maybe.
No, I mean, he did end Magnus's incredible 125-game streak without a loss, and as I mentioned, he beat him in the World Cup. But on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, he's been struggling a lot. Magnus has 8 wins and 6 draws. And as Duda said himself, maybe he needs to be lucky today if he's going to beat the world champion.
Definitely. And what is it Jan-Krzysztof maybe then has struggled with in this format?
He's actually lost a few games early on. Magnus only spent 20 moves beating him in the previous tournament. Great attacking game. And he does make a few blunders now and then, so he needs to focus, be sharp, and also a bit lucky.
All right. He said it. That's what he said himself. He blames much of his success in chess to being lucky. The Charity Cup is about to start, you guys. Round 1 coming up. We are waiting for the players to get ready. And David, can you remind us the time control in these tournaments?
So the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour takes place online, and it's all about rapid chess. That means the players have only 15 minutes for the whole game, but they do gain 10 seconds after every move. So 15 minutes might sound like a lot, but it ticks away very quickly that time.
And here we go. Players getting ready. Erik Hansen, we know he is sitting in Canada. He had huge success in the Air Things Masters. Dingley Ren is ready. David Navarra is ready. We are waiting for Magnus Carlsen. Richard Rapport, he is making his debut in the tour, and we do have 2 female players in this tournament. Pragnananda, 16-year-old, he was able to beat Magnus Carlsen in the previous tournament. And there are 16 exciting players to follow. Liam Le is looking focused. What are these minutes and seconds before it all starts like, David?
They're nerve-wracking, especially before the first day, especially before round 1. After today, players will start to find their rhythm, they'll get in the groove, but you see some players still making their last-minute preparations there. Harikrishna, maybe, just trying to find out what's happening. But yeah, I've been there plenty of times myself. Always round 1 is the most nervy.
It's almost like an athlete waiting for that starting sign to go off. You really do feel the tension, and you are trying to desperately remember your preparation and also get yourself in the right frame of mind, because mindset is everything.
And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he only now had 2 days to prepare for this event. Could that actually be maybe an advantage after struggling in the Air Things Masters?
Definitely, and there's a track record in sports of last-minute entrants actually coming in and doing well. I'm thinking of Denmark in the 1992 European Championship. I'm thinking Glenn Flynn in 1986 with a chess tournament, just a last-minute entrant. He was actually getting married during the tournament. No pressure on him. He ended up beating all the best players in the world. So you never know. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, maybe there's less pressure on him. Maybe he's coming in fresh, while the other players have been a bit tense in their preparations.
And Magnus Carlsen will have the white pieces in this first game. What do you expect in the opening, Anastasia?
I don't know what will be in the opening, but it definitely will be a very interesting game, and because we know they're fighting all the time until the end.
Yeah.
Those players are real fighters.
Were you there, Anastasia, in Stavanger when Jan-Krzysztof ended Magnus Carlsen's long run?
I was not there, but I was following that game, yes, when he stopped this track of Magnus. They're really good rivals, and of course Magnus wants to win this game, definitely.
Yeah. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he of course also beat Magnus Carlsen on his way to winning the World Cup, which made him qualify for the candidates coming up this summer.
And that's one thing about Magnus. Magnus, he holds grudges. He doesn't revenge. He doesn't want revenge just once or twice. He wants revenge forever as soon as a player beats him once. And okay, the game has started. It's the Reti opening. Magnus opening the game with his knight, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda pushing a pawn. So very standard stuff. Actually, in later years, this has been my favourite move with white. Just bringing the knight out, staying flexible, not committing the pawns yet. And again, Magnus not committing anything in the centre. Just pushing a pawn, getting ready to fianchetto his bishop onto the long diagonal with white.
Is that what you played in the 2 games that you won against Nils?
It wasn't. Actually, I shouldn't confess this, but in my match against Nils Grandelius, I had no idea what to play. And a friend, I won't name him, suggested I roll a dice to choose my first move. And I rolled that it would be 1d4. So I played 1d4 throughout the entire match. Which took some pressure off the preparation. But, OK, Magnus, he's also a player who can play anything. He can play lots of different types of openings. And here we go, Black's bishop coming out.
Yeah, I like this move very much. I used to play that for Black. So, but I think White still can get advantage in this variation quite easily.
But Black's super solid, right? Black brings the bishop out before committing the pawns. Maybe Black will put all the pawns on the light squares now that that bishop's out on an active square.
Yeah, definitely. And look, maybe we'll hinge on where the black knight on the right side of the board will develop. Will it step on the F line, or will it perhaps wait and step to the square in front of the king? I actually play this as well with the black pieces, so I love it when the grandmasters follow our openings and we get to learn a little bit. I must admit, I'm always a little bit disappointed when they lose with the openings that I play. But when they win, a part of me thinks, yes, got a lesson there.
And very logical play by both sides so far. Magnus there, just distracted for a minute, clearly just trying to get into the groove. He just brought his bishop out, and Black, as expected, is just going to build a wall of pawns on the light squares. And yeah, it's fascinating. I play this only with the white side, so I'm going to learn from what Magnus does. And you two play it from the black side, so I guess we'll see what Duda does. And either way, the reason I love these positions so much is because the price of each move is actually a lot lower than in some mainstream openings. Normally in, for example, open Sicilians, where it's really direct, you have to attack, otherwise your whole position falls apart. Here with white, Magnus was thinking for a long time, he could have castled his king, he could push this pawn, he could have pushed other pawns. You're super flexible, and there's less pressure at this early stage. The tension tends to arise later in the middle game. Ivanka?
Yeah, and I was going to say, well, Magnus definitely increasing the stakes as he pushes a pawn to challenge in the centre. And there you saw a nice little triangle from black, from the light squares. But after pawn takes pawn, this is going to be an interesting moment, because will Jan-Krzysztof Duda actually play bishop takes knight, or will he actually recapture the pawn? And he's gone for the solid choice, and that is to go bishop takes knight, bishop takes bishop, and now capture with the c-pawn.
Yeah, so we did see a couple of trades. Ivanka briefly mentioned the triangle formation. That's actually a really popular formation for black. But now, after a trade of knight for bishop, the pawn structure is going to become very symmetrical. So technically, white should have a small advantage because white has the bishop pair. Black has more knights, but white's bishops have the potential to become very strong. But look at the pawn structure. It's very blocked at the moment. And those white bishops, especially that white bishop that has just moved, it's going to be locked in behind its own pawns for a while still. So this position, I've even had it myself, and actually until this last move. But either way, it's just solid start from both sides. Anastasia?
David, I think why actually black gave up his good bishop, let's say, on d4? It's a question maybe which our spectators are asking.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Maybe if we jump into the position just to show earlier, just if we rewind a few moves, there's a really interesting moment. Black has two choices. You can take this way or this way. You actually want to capture towards the centre. This pawn isn't quite in the centre. You want to capture towards the centre, but this would end up in a nasty check and a double attack. So that's why black parted with his bishop first. He traded off for the knight, and then he's erected this really strong wall of pawns. So if we catch up with the current game position, look at this wall of pawns. They're still here. And these pawns are blunting out white's light-squared bishop. This light-squared bishop struggling to get into the game because it's simply staring at black's stronghold here. So white now has brought the queen out. Both sides have occupied this potential open line with their rooks. And if Jan-Krzysztof Duda is solid and patient, then he might be able to trade off all the rooks on this line later on, and then the position will kind of slowly steer itself towards a draw. But if Magnus can open things up, for example, later explode open the centre with some pawns, then maybe the bishop pair will become more useful than black's knights. So it's really tense. It's all about strategy now. It's not about calculation. It's not about any attack. Look how safe both kings are right now. Both kings, I mean, they won't face any danger for the rest of the game, but it's all about small strategic ideas and building up those tiny advantages for later.
Yeah, it's all about fine-tuning those small moments, as David mentions, and definitely an exciting game. And one thing that we do want to stress throughout this this Charity Cup is that we do want to get excited about the chess, and so we really still want to see your tweets, your suggestions, your questions, and also your selfies. And remember, you can do that by tweeting us using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
Definitely.
There we go, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. What's he drinking? Is that coffee? Is that Coca-Cola? Every different player has a different favourite drink.
Yeah, and he's very thirsty.
But he looks relaxed, huh?
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Well, after you said that, David, about, maybe this puts pressure off him, that he just came into the tournament very late. I'm excited to see how Jan-Krzysztof Duda will do in this tournament. He was knocked out in the preliminaries in the Air Things Masters. And it's going to be interesting to see if he can make it through to the quarterfinals in this one. Here we go.
Yeah, and actually I'm really surprised by the pace that both players have started playing so early in the game. Neither player spending that much time so far, both still with over 14 minutes. And still, there's some big decisions being made. Magnus there retreating with his knight. He's just opening up the line for his rook, maybe trying to maneuver that knight to a more promising circuit later on. Still, yeah, I mean, I personally prefer white's position, but I'm just surprised that neither player's slowed down to really form a long-term plan.
Somehow I started to look for some jumps of this knight from C file, maybe like 95, 94, but at the moment the queen is not defended, right, on D7. So, but it's something in the air.
Yeah, no, these are the small moments that we were talking about, those small little things. Black would love to move the knight, but can't do that. And the white knight, on the other hand, can go on a big jumping circuit.
Yeah, and Anastasia mentioned this black queen is not defended. For example, you wanted to jump out the way, hit the white queen, maybe also hit some pieces. This was actually possible because now the white queen is undefended. There's tension between the queens, and after queen takes queen, black could have stepped back and recaptured. This would just be a queen trade. So I think Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's set up now an idea that you mentioned. He has defended that black queen, and he doesn't want to defend it with the knight. The knight wants to do maybe some damage in white's position, so he's just stepped his rook forward, a dual-purpose move. Firstly, always double up your rooks if you can. The two rooks are going to team up on this open file. And secondly, he's defended his queen. So now if white is really careless, for example, and pushes this pawn forward, gets aggressive, trying to push forward to destabilize the black knight, there would be tricks such as knight takes pawn, jumping out of the way, and this is your idea, Anastasia, hitting the white queen, but also now after the white queen takes the black queen, you don't need to recapture, you can flick in a check, winning a piece first, and then next move, recapturing the white queen. So Magnus, of course, is not going to fall for that trap, but a really sneaky idea there from Duda. And meanwhile, a couple of moves, Magnus bring his king up, so now no more checks from the black knight, defending his loose bishop on this square, and black now jumping forward, and the white knight continuing to jump as well. So both sides have their ideas. I really like this black knight on this square. It can jump in at some point to white's half of the board. White's knight wants to do the same, though. It wants to dance back and then forward to attack the black queen. It's just a maneuvering battle, but there's always hidden tactical tricks in the position, and that was one of them.
And it really seems like center is in play in this game. So many of the pieces just, cramped up in the center there.
Do you think the black queen feels claustrophobic, just all of its pieces around? But yeah, this is just good strategy, right? Just centralize your pieces if in doubt, and not too much can go wrong if everything protects each other as well. It's just really instructive how white's king stepped up to defend the white light squared bishop, stopping any potential checks. Then the black rook also stepped up, defending the black queen. Everything's protected, and still, I think that's why the evaluation bar says 0.1, 0.0. It's just dead level. Both sides just playing very sensible chess.
Yes, they play very well, and Magnus also, with move king g2, moving his king forward, managed to show us one prophylactical move, right? King g2 is...
What is that? Prophylactical move. I hear that sometimes. What is that?
Yes, a prophylactic move, it's such a move which actually stops all ideas of your opponent. And it's actually a very annoying thing because you would like to do something, but you cannot because your opponent understood what are you going to play, and he decided to protect against that. So you don't like this kind of moves from your opponent because it ruins your plan.
Yeah.
You have to think of something else sometimes. Okay, but this one was a very typical, quite easy one move.
Prophylactical move.
Yes, prophylactical move.
It's instructive for everyone because when we're young, we're just focused purely on our own plans. It's all about checkmating the king. We don't care what our opponent wants to do. But yeah, as we get older, we realize, okay, this is our opponent's plan. We'll stop it 3 moves in advance, frustrate the opponent, and only then pursue our own plans. And as Anastasia says, it's super frustrating when you come up with this really genius idea and your opponent stops it before it's even close to being on the board.
It's even been said that some of the top players are so good, they will stop your plan before you've even thought about it.
There's some famous world champions like Petrosian, who was famous for doing this. And yeah, it's just impossible to have fun against these players because they stop you having fun before the fun becomes an idea. And
talk about fun.
Yeah, look at this move. Aggression now from Jan-Krzysztof Duda, pushing a pawn, hitting the white queen. And Ivanka, I'm trying to work this out. Is that a sacrifice? Can white just grab that pawn? It's undefended. And a big question now for Magnus Carlsen. If he has to run away with the white queen, then Duda's move has been justified. But if he can take this pawn safely...
Yeah, the proof is in the pudding, right? We have to bring up the board and check out why white can't just capture that pawn. And queen takes pawn.
Queen takes pawn, it looks like a free pawn. I guess the idea is that black's rook wants to slide across to hit the white queen. And now when the white queen sidesteps, I'm guessing she returns back where she came from, or a similar square, then now black can capture this pawn. And because he's opened up a line for his rook, this knight is now defended. So this would just result in a series of trades, for example, capture here and a capture here, and level number of pawns again. I'm still not sure who to favour, to be honest. I quite like this black rook eyeing up the white king indirectly. But then again, it does feel a bit loose for black. This knight has some pressure on it from the white rook, from the white queen. Either way, if we backtrack in the current position, this pawn push, pushing the b pawn forward, hitting the white queen from Duda, the fact that he played it so quickly and so confidently means that he's calculated this out. And he's pretty confident that if, as mentioned, queen takes pawn, the rook can just slide across and black is doing OK. That being said, the evaluation bar does not like what Duda has done. So Magnus, he is trying to make him prove it. He has captured this pawn. This is the current position. The white queen under attack from the black rook. Queen stepping back. And now, will Duda recapture this pawn, or does he have something even more sneaky up his sleeve? I think he just has to take this pawn.
I think so too.
Yeah, he has to hope that his position just holds together for the next few moves. The evaluation bar, meanwhile, correcting itself, maybe seeing that black's idea is just about okay. Risky, but it's okay. And
We like risky.
Yeah, we like risk.
We do like risk, but on the other hand, I wasn't, like David, I wasn't entirely convinced by the resulting position. And this is often something that we say when you finish your calculations. Take a deep breath, stop, and evaluate evaluate the position that you have. And you've kind of been there, you've seen everything up close. Now you need to sit there, take a step backwards, and just see whether the action is good for you. Because over here, I'm not entirely sure, because Magnus has retreated his knight in order to attack the rook. But look at the knight. The knight can actually jump to a dark square. It has a nice post there. The light square bishop that is sitting next to the king on the right doesn't quite look like it's doing anything, looking at a wall. But if we think ahead, it can mobilize itself and do some crafty maneuverings, and it will be start looking at the knight on the light squares on c6 square. I don't know. I'm thinking that white still has what we call in chess a nibble.
A tiny little advantage.
Nibble?
A little thing to bite on. Yeah.
It's the type of advantage that it's not big, so we don't really want to talk about it, but we have to give it a name. So a nibble.
A nibble. I like it.
Yeah, you chew away at your opponent's position until something cracks.
All right.
And yeah, right now it's the type of advantage that is temporary, because if Magnus can jump in with his knight, if at the moment he's attacking the black rook, if he can do something over the next 3 or 4 moves, he will have an advantage. But if Duda defends well, it could just fizzle out. Pieces could be traded, and it's also opposite colour bishops. So if the queens and rooks disappear, the knights disappear, it's just going to be a draw. So Duda has to be accurate, but it's within the realms of a defendable position right now. Anastasia, who do you prefer?
Yeah, I think white is doing well, but actually at the beginning I thought it's so nice to have the rook on the second row. This is what we used to know, that if you manage to bring your rook to the second row, to the 7th rank, it's good for you. But unfortunately for this rook, I don't think it's that black should really keep it there, yes, on the 2nd rank, because you can even maybe lose this rook. I mean, it looks scary. For example, if you try to attack this knight, right, with putting the rook on d2, then I don't know, I'm not sure. Maybe this rook will not manage to get out.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, probably
It can simply get stuck, basically?
Yes, it can get trapped, there.
Look how lonely this rook feels. I mean, all of black's army are the other half of the board, so far away, and this rook, as you mentioned, might get trapped. The queen will just step back and maybe step across and try and win it. So, OK, the rook was not brave enough to stay on this ideal 2nd rank. It has indeed stepped back where it came from. And Magnus has 1 move to try and cause some damage. Jovanka, you mentioned trying to get this bishop back. I like that idea as well. Ideally, you want to kind of step it back and then jump over your own knight and start pinning the enemy pieces. But at the moment, it's hard to get this piece into the action. We could see a scenario maybe where white tries to get this rook, which is doing nothing in the corner, into the game. But if you slide it across, it just gets traded off for black's rook. Maybe you could try and step up your rook at some point, up to this square or this square, and then double up. But yeah, it's small nibbles here. It's not a huge advantage. And Magnus, if he can get one of these 2 pieces into the game, he'll be very happy. But Duda is rock solid, everything defended, everything protecting each other right now.
Yeah, definitely. It's very small, isn't it? It's very small things, and it could, like you say, could equally fizzle out. If Magnus were feeling super enterprising while we still have the board up, I mean, but it takes incredible risk, you can actually push the pawn forward.
In the centre.
Yeah, and bulldoze open that line. However, it is incredibly risky, and you have to have a real good feel for the dynamics to even think about making a move like that, because you can't undo pawn moves, and it will create a big weakness.
Yeah, and for example, after a pawn trade in the centre there, white has an isolated pawn, and could definitely backfire. So, yeah, if we look at the pawn structure right now, it's almost completely symmetrical. That's why we would be thinking of moves such as breaking forward in the centre, trying to create some action. Symmetrical pawn structures very rarely give either side a big advantage.
Well, Magnus Carlsen is definitely thinking about the next move. Will he take that risk? We do have the first result in the Charity Cup. Erik Hansen and Hans Niemann have played a draw. in their first game. So a long break for them before game 2. We also see Richard report the bar all the way over to his side against Ju Wenjun. And looking good also for Liam Le against Lai Ting-ji.
Yeah, and actually, that's a really interesting battle. Hans against Hansen. Hansen against Niemann there. And I just took a look over at that game. And actually, last week in my match against Niels Grandelius, I was doing some opening preparation. I had studied the exact position that they finished on in that game. So a battle in the Italian game. It was a battle of kind of memory work. And clearly, both sides had studied it very deeply. So a draw, a fair result.
Interesting. And, well, everyone, look at David. He's wearing his beautiful chest tie. And this tie is now being put up for auction as a fundraiser for UNICEF. And you can make a bid for that fantastic chest tie. So kind of you, David, to put it up for auction. And it's on cctauction.com. And this auction will finish today. So you only have a few hours to put in your bid. And if you go into that site, you can also see a bunch of other stuff that is put up for auction for the Charity Cup. Some very cool pieces on there.
Yeah, and I think I've actually worn this tie for most of the final days throughout last season's Champions Chess Tour. So, yeah, it's going to be emotional. But either way, yeah, I hope it does go to a good home.
Yes.
And obviously for a good cause, so please donate.
Yes.
Is it a lucky tie, David?
Oh, good question, Johanna. So, actually, I was telling Kaja just before the show, I used to be famous for wearing a checkered wristband on my wrist, I think, for more than 10 years, 10, 15 years.
Wow.
Every tournament, every chess game I played, I had to wear a checkered wristband. And a group of kids would follow me around. They would call them Howlers, and they would wear the wristband as well. But then one tournament, I just forgot to bring it. I didn't pack it. And then I decided, OK, I needed something else that's checkered. And while I was abroad, I went to a shop and I found this tie. So it was just a replacement as kind of a secondary lucky charm. And I can't complain. It brought me some luck. It brought me here to Oslo.
Exactly.
And OK, meanwhile, a move by Magnus Carlsen. He has jumped in with his knight. And I think one of you mentioned this, right? So attacking the black queen, but this knight can get traded off for the black bishop. And there we go. The knight eliminated. It was just too strong on that outpost. Had to be traded, and now Magnus recapturing with his rook. He's created a path for that rook in the corner to get into the game. So we might well see Magnus try and stack up his rooks. And still some pressure. I'm not sure I like the white bishop here compared to the black knight, but there are some immediate threats.
I thought about this bishop and knight competition here. Who is better, who is worse?
Which do you normally prefer, Anastasia?
I don't know. I mean, I look at this bishop, I don't like it, but if it starts moving... Yes, but still the pieces of white are quite active, right, at this moment, this rook. I mean, he can also take the c-file, so...
Yeah, and there are pawns on both sides of the board, so bishops do have some potential. Meanwhile, there were a couple of moves. Black's knight ran out of the way from some potential attacks, and the queens got traded. So we're in the endgame now, and Magnus doing Magnus things. Every game I see him play, he pushes his a-pawn forward 2 squares. And this is actually, again, something that Niels Grandelius did against me. Every game we played, when he had white, his pawn flew up the board. It must be from his work with Magnus. And, yeah, this a-pawn push doesn't really do too much, but it just looks like it's slowly inching towards its promotion square. And the rook's back to where you wanted it, Anastasia, the 2nd rank. That's an interesting play. Both rooks getting active. And, OK, pawn structure still symmetrical. It's going to be hard for Magnus to try and create something tangible. But then again, it's possible. There's still enough material left and enough imbalance now with the bishop versus knight to try and create winning chances.
Now h4.
h4, yeah.
From
When in
both
doubt, push
sides.
those pawns.
Simon's favourite move. It can never be a bad move, he says. And it's a good life philosophy.
Yeah.
90%.
And it must be nice. I mean, so many times when I'm playing chess, I'm just, what should I do? And the clock's ticking, and I just have no idea. It must be so nice to always have that move to go to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
most of the time. I understand, you know.
Most of the time, yeah, I have to say that. I mean, it's a good luxury move.
Yeah.
Or if you're feeling really, really aggressive and your opponent has put his pawns in one particular way, then you can feel entitled to push that h-pawn. And here, it's a nice move just to kind of say, hey, I'm potentially going to expand on the right side of the board, push up the fellow g-pawn, maybe even an f-pawn once the king steps out of the rook's eye line. In the meantime, Black needs to think also about just activating the knight and activating the king, because he would love to move the knight and move it to the f5 square. Unfortunately, there's something called a back rank mate in the air, and that knight is tied down to the defense of the bottom row.
Yeah, if the knight moves, then, as Jovanka mentions, the rook will come up, and this king is trapped. No way out. That would end in checkmate, so that's why black gives his king some breathing space, and now there's a safe square. So we call this Luft, which just means air, giving the king a square. And Magnus, wow, OK, Magnus pushing forward, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda,
H5.
I'm shocked by this. He's pushed his
Oh,
pawn
cannot
forward.
believe it.
Again, another pawn sacrifice. We saw it earlier in the middle game with another pawn on the other side of the board. Now he's given up a pawn here, but his whole idea is that after the pawn recaptures, I think he's just going to jump forward with the black knight. And now he's actually eyeing up 2 pawns. So white's a pawn up temporarily, but black is trying to hit this pawn with a check, but also hitting this pawn with a check, because this pawn in the center is not actually guarded by its fellow here, which is pinned along the second rank. So, for example, after pawn takes pawn, Jan-Krzysztof has a choice, but he could just play knight takes pawn with a check, and after the king moves, he could drop back and recapture. And he's just trying to eliminate everything on this right side of the board. Magnus says, I believe you, I'm not having any of that. And, OK, he has just ignored this, bringing his rook across instead. So Duda successfully being able to trade a set of pawns.
Yeah, what a nice move, H5, actually.
Really
yes,
nice move.
I mean, really cool.
Fighting for space as well. This, to be honest, would not have been on my radar. That's why someone like Duda is so special, so talented, and one of the best players in the world.
Yeah. No, I'm impressed by that move, but I also would like to add a little word of caution here because, you know, it's sometimes recklessly pushing pawns forward in endgames. I mean, you really do have to consider whether they will be a weakness in the long term or an asset because, say, for instance, white is allowed to capture the pawns, then maybe that pawn is a weakness. And this is why you see Duda exchange pawns. And, well, the big question is whether white's pawn on H4 will become a strength or will it become a weakness?
Yeah, Magnus might well try and push it forward just to trade it off at some point because it is isolated. And I know we joke about Harry, and often Harry ends up winning games by kind of using itself as a battering ram or pushing through in the endgame. But here it is isolated and it's unlikely to be able to push further without getting traded. To be honest, I don't see any danger for Duda. For example, if he just waits, maybe there are more productive moves. But even if he just brings his king up 1 square to a dart square away from any checks, for example, Magnus, he might try and infiltrate on the 7th rank, trying to break through. This is where rooks love to be. As Anastasia mentioned, the 2nd rank for black rooks, the counterpart is the 7th for white. So, but after not trading, because this would allow an attack and a double attack, after black's rook instead maybe just drops back, covers the 7th rank, we would just see a trade of 1 set of rooks. White's rook has to decide, has to capture one of the black rooks. And, for example, now black just maintains full control. Black just doesn't have any weaknesses. That's Magnus's problem. This rook now defends everything, defends this side of the board. The king defends all of these pawns. They defend each other. And, yeah, there we go. The king has moved. No real worries for Duda.
Actually, it's a perfect position you described when everybody defends each other. Yes, like chess pieces, they're like a team, and if they defend each other, you cannot miss something, you cannot lose a hanging piece. So it's a good idea to protect your pieces by using all of them. Yeah, so exactly, no weaknesses.
No weaknesses. So, for example, yeah, if the rook comes up, just defend everything, bring your rook back, and things will get traded off. And this is the type of chess I play these days. Old man chess. Defend everything and just wait for your opportunity. Wait for your opponent to get impatient. And Magnus, OK, he doesn't want to see the rooks leave the board. He wants to keep as many pieces on for later. So he pushes forward. And when in doubt, push pawns on the flanks. That's what we've learnt so far.
But, you know, I have a feeling that Magnus has a very sneaky plan, and it's to do with pushing Alice, how can I forget the name? Alice, the A-pawn, all the way to the 6th square, and David highlighting it, and then, and only then, to move forward with the rook to the 7th row. OK, he's done it in one go. He's moved the rook to the 7th row, 7th heaven. 7th
heaven. I guess, Jovanka, unfortunately, this pawn, I mean, it would love to step forward with this idea of marching forward with the rook, but
I like the idea, actually.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, right now, it's not possible because the rook would just gobble up this pawn. There's actually no way of defending this pawn anymore safely for white. You'd love to retreat your bishop, for example, bring it back to defend this pawn. But remember, this rook has its eyes on 2 sides of the board, and this bishop would be undefended. So, OK, Magnus instantly bringing his rook up to challenge the black rook.
Yeah, but still, Black has got some questions to answer, and it's all going to be along the 7th row, because if you do sit tight and try to hold that 7th row, then your rook might be out of squares, and the light square bishop can show her long-range possibility, and David's probably going to highlight the diagonal she wants to go to.
This one.
Yes.
And over to this side later. But meanwhile, OK, Duda has just traded a set of rooks, and this is really clever. He's brought his rook across. I think we're going to see a result soon, because he's hitting this pawn, and if white goes and grabs this black pawn, the knight is just going to come to the side, attacking the rook, attacking this pawn, and when the rook moves, we would just see everything getting traded off. The whole left side of the board has disappeared, all of the pawns getting traded, and once that happens, if play is only on one side of the board, it's bound to be a draw. Just no imbalances, really.
Yeah, actually, pay attention. It was another prophylactical move by Duda in this game. When he moved his king towards the center, he actually defended against the idea bishop take the pawn. So maybe, let's say it's another prophylactical move in this game.
Yeah, for example, if, as expected, rook takes pawn happens, the knight moves, say the rook moves, after knight takes pawn, if the king was back on the 7th rank, due to this pin, white could win a pawn. But really clever play from Duda there. He's just eliminating everything. And look at Magnus's body language. Let's go back to the players, because he is not happy. He knows he's been neutralized. Duda, very calm, very relaxed, defending this game really well. White's remaining pawn, Alice, is just about to drop off, and it's going to end in a draw.
Yeah. And I guess Jan-Krzysztof Duda will be happy with that result against world champion Magnus Carlsen. Remember, it could be these two that we see in the next world championship match. Jan-Krzysztof Duda is ready to play in the candidates. And, well, Anastasia, you've been a commentator, you've been leading the press conferences at so many world championship matches. How many has it been?
I'm trying to remember, because I've been also to women's world championships too. So I think 3 world championships and probably like 2 or 3 for women. Really lost the track. And yeah, I mean, we could see Duda next time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really possible. I mean, he's one of the participants in the candidates tournament. And also, Kaja, we were together in Sochi. I mean, for the world championship when Magnus played against Visha Anand. I remember you were playing chess too at that time. So how do you feel?
I was learning. Yes. I haven't gotten much better either. But I am learning sitting in the studio here.
This is what I wanted to ask you. How is it going? I mean, we have to check today.
I can promise you, most of our viewers would still beat me if playing online against me. I'm just not very patient, but I am trying to learn. And I'm getting very good at capturing center in the start of the games, at least. Yeah.
That's a good start.
Yeah, it's a good start. All right, we have another move, but still heading towards that draw, I suppose, David.
Yeah, Magnus still trying to set some small problems for Duda to solve. We saw that white pawn did indeed disappear, but after the black knight went to capture it, white's rook has gone back to where it came from, and this is what we call a pin. That black knight cannot move out the way, because then the black rook would drop behind it. So Magnus just causing some discomfort. Duda at some point will maybe move his rook to a square. It can be protected by the black knight later. For example, if the black rook steps up the board at this point or in the next few moves, one square, and then the black knight can move and just defend its own rook. So you can break the pin. It's not a type of eternal pin that we sometimes see in games that do decide results. Duda here, yeah, he just needs to find the right square for the black rook. There's not that much choice either. The black king can't move, the black knight can't move, so you have to move the black rook.
Yes,
you can
what
move
a
any
nice
pawns
move.
either. Yeah, nice move.
He found the way how to get out from the spin.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah. There is still one tiny problem left on the board, but I don't think it's a very difficult challenge. You know, there's Harry still left, and it can advance forward and push itself. And after all, if that bishop and the rook manage to coordinate together to attack those, OK, it's on the board.
One final trap, yep. If pawn takes pawn, this pawn looks a bit scary, only 3 squares away from promotion. If pawn takes pawn, then the bishop recaptures, and I'm still not sure it's going to decide the game, but at least white will win a pawn on the next move. This pawn is attacked by the rook and by the bishop. So I'm expecting Duda here to just play it safe and bring his knight out of the pin. And the reason he put his rook on this square is because the knight now defends this rook. And white, unfortunately, doesn't have time to push this pawn through because his rook is under fire. And Duda does indeed play this. If the rooks come off, for example, rook takes rook, this is just a dead draw. White's pawn, OK, the rooks have come off. White's pawn is not going to break through and become a queen, because even if it does push forward, for example, the knight retreats and pushes forward again, the black king can just step back and easily stop this pawn. I think Magnus here, he's going to accept the fact it's just a draw, and he's going to play pawn takes pawn And look at the structure here. Complete symmetry. 3 pawns here for white and 3 pawns here for black. It's just a draw. Bishop and knight here, they're just completely balanced.
All right, so this will probably be a draw, but Richard Report has gotten a great start to his Champions Chess Tour career, his very first tournament in the tour. It's a win for him against Ju Wenjun and 3 points for Richard Report. And I always wondered, Anastasia, during these World Championship matches, when you're running these press conferences, how hard is it when a player, and maybe especially Magnus, has lost the game?
Okay, it's always hard. I mean, especially when somebody loses the game, somebody wins. I mean, the mood is not so great of the one who just lost the game. And yeah, I mean, I'm trying to be, first of all, a person who understands. First of all, I'm a chess player myself, so I can understand what players feel at this moment, and I'm not pushing them too much. If I have chance to speak with them, if they don't run away from the press conference. So I'm trying to be nice. But of course, I mean, it's everybody understands what's happening at this moment. And yeah, I mean, I remember those situations with Vishy Anand in Chennai. It was really hard to handle the press conference, and to, also it was very hard for the players as well. I mean, there were sometimes very tricky questions from other journalists, and so on. You can imagine. I mean, David, your uncle also. I mean, all of us, we know what does it feel to lose a game. I don't know if somebody would come at this moment and ask me a question, I don't know what I would answer.
Exactly.
Actually.
Very angry. Well, I've been there myself. Magnus Carlsen once, he just logged off the interview after losing a game here in the Champions Chess Tour as well. It can be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, I think we got 11 words out of him before.
You counted.
My opponent played very well. Goodbye.
Yeah, my opponent played very good. Goodbye. Yeah, that's what he said. So it can be hard, but it is something about chess. Losing in chess.
Yeah, it also depends how do you lose. Also, it's like, it's all about it. Yes, if it was a really nice game, let's say at the end something, let's say, happened after a long fight, it's one story. If you blundered something, it's another story. So it's like, it's so tricky. Always you try to find the right words, but it's hard to find the right words for someone who really lost right now. So, I mean, okay, it's just part of our job, I guess, to handle the situation and try not to make suffering even more, as much as we can.
Yeah, I saw a really interesting interview with Grishuk and his opponent, who I can't quite remember who it was, and he was asked how long does it take for him to recover from a loss, and his answer was 1 hour, which really
was clear.
It was very time specific, but I think 1 hour is about right, at least.
How much time it takes for you, David, to recover?
Until my next game, I think. Yeah, I'm a bad loser, I got to admit. I actually played mini golf yesterday, and oh my God, I was furious. I came last. So. Okay, meanwhile, a trade of pawns, and you can see on both players' body language, neither of them has big winning chances here. The white bishop stepped back. I'm slightly surprised the black knight didn't try and re-centralize itself, maybe jump in and back. And,
hang on a second, the knight...
The knight now is actually trapped in a way. It can jump back at the right moment, protected by a pawn. But what do we call this, Ivanka? Simon Williams had a name for this, the knight stable.
The knight stable, that's right.
Just keeping that black knight in its stable, not allowed to jump back out. And this is a really common pattern when a bishop or a pawn is kind of there's 2 squares in between, and there's a knight. The knight is often dominated, but here I don't think it's enough. Maybe you could bring the black knight back right now. And there we go. I think a trade here, white capturing that black knight, might even backfire on white if he's not careful. Black would then just get a passed pawn and use that as a distraction. So well calculated by Duda, and the black knight now can jump back to safety, and no more domination of the black knight. It's just going to be a draw. It's a matter of time.
Can you remind me, please, the rules? I mean, can you offer a draw during the game, or you have to do the repetition, or what is the rule?
Yeah, the players can't offer a draw. I think it's before move 30, and very rarely do we see a draw offer, actually. Normally the players play it out, or a drawn position like this, often they'll find a way to repeat moves, and or just exchange everything off the board. And here we go.
Yeah.
Bishop against king. Black even sacrificed the knight, but a bishop alone cannot deliver checkmate. It's a draw.
It's a draw.
All right, a draw, and we see a few other results as well. Players playing quite fast in this first round in the Charity Cup. It was a draw, this one. A good result for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He's had a few bad experiences against Magnus Carlsen in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Should we take a look at the game? There were a few nice moments in it, David.
Yeah, a couple of really interesting moments. I just want to highlight one that guaranteed the draw for Duda because it wasn't obvious. I'm not sure I would have found it, and Duda had spotted it a few moves in advance. And it was in this position. White now brought his rook up to the 7th rank, and originally I was saying, OK, Black needs to go passive. Black needs to bring this rook back to defend and maybe bring it back to the 7th rank, for example, after a trade. OK, at least White's rooks have been kicked away. But then again, Black is passive with his remaining rook here. Instead, though, Duda found a really forcing way to secure the draw. After White's rook had landed on the 7th rank, he just took it off. He just traded, and with a couple of forcing moves, sliding his rook across, attacking this white pawn, and then bringing his knight across for a double attack, he just managed to neutralize the queenside completely. He traded off all the pawns, and after the white rook moved, we saw it was destined to be a draw from here. Just not enough imbalance, pawn structure almost symmetrical, and well defended by Duda.
In about 18 minutes, round 2 in the Charity Cup, and already we're going to have the all-female battle between Ju Wenjun and Lei Ting-jae. And, well, Jovanka, who's going to be the favourite?
I'm going to have to say I think Ju Wenjun is the slight favourite. She is, after all, the 3-time Women's World Champion. She's also been Women's World Rapid Champion. But having said that, Lei Ting-jae is a very formidable opponent. I mean, she's been on form. You know, recently she won the Women's Grand Swiss in Riga very convincingly. And of course, she was the only female to challenge in the Julius Baer Challengers Chess Tour. So definitely a formidable opponent for Ju Wenjun.
Yeah, and Anastasia, being the 2 only female players in this tournament, do you think it's going to feel prestigious for them?
Of course. I mean, of course, if you have a chance to play against the strongest chess players in the world, I mean, what else you can dream about if you're a chess player? No matter if you're a woman or man, actually, you just would like to face so great opponents.
Yeah.
And play in such a great event also, which you can also collect donations to UNICEF. So I think from both sides, it's a great, let's say, opportunity for them to show their strengths.
Definitely. It's coming up in 17 minutes, this all-female battle, but a total of 4 rounds of chess today. We are also going to follow Magnus Carlsen against Erik Hansen coming up in round 3, and the all-Indian battle, Vidit against Prague in round 4. But after the break coming up now, we're going to launch the Play Magnus Charity Challenge. So stay with us. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Unreasonable. It's how you have to be if you want to change things. Relentless. Tenacious. The world's children need people like that. People who see impossible as incentive to try harder. Who find one good reason to keep going in the face of 1,000 reasons to stop. So, shout out to the hardcore. Because big problems need big solutions from big game players. You know the type. The determined, the persistent, the unreasonable. UNICEF, in more than 190 countries and territories. We never give up until the rights of every child are protected. Are you with us? UNICEF, for every child.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Charity Cup. I'm joined in the corner now by Lage from UNICEF Norway, and you're going to play the Play Magnus Charity Challenge in a few minutes. But first, Lage, I want to ask you a few questions about what's going on in Ukraine. What is the extent of this crisis?
So the escalating war in Ukraine is causing the fastest growing refugee crisis in Europe since World War II. As of yesterday, 3.2 million people, over 3.2 million people, have fled Ukraine, and a further 6.5 million are internally displaced within the country. And among the refugees, over 1.5 million of them are children. So that means that since the war started, February 24th, every single second a child has become a refugee in Ukraine. And of course, not everyone are able to flee. Thousands of children, many with disabilities, are forced to seek shelter underground in basements, in bomb shelters, and in subway stations where conditions are dire. And this war is causing children to be killed, it is causing children to be wounded, and children are being deeply traumatized. And UNICEF and our partners, we are working tirelessly day and night to try and respond. But the only way that this situation avoids deteriorating further is for hostilities to cease.
And UNICEF has first responders in the neighboring countries and inside Ukraine. What kind of stories are you hearing from your colleagues?
We're hearing heart-wrenching stories. In Lviv, pediatricians are having to prioritize treatment of large numbers of children coming into hospitals with wounds of war, and they're using stickers to prioritize. So if you put a green sticker, that means you can leave the child for now, and a yellow sticker, it means the child needs immediate medical attention. A red sticker, the condition is critical, and a black sticker means that the child is beyond saving. And of course, war and conflict is causing mass displacement, and families are having their livelihoods disrupted. Many are not able now to give a proper support to their children. Hospitals and health facilities are being disrupted. Schools are closed. Many are damaged, some destroyed, and robbing their children from their right to an education. And of course, children on the move in conflict are at heightened risk from exploitation, from violence, from family separation, and from trafficking. This needs to end.
Definitely. And children in all of this, UNICEF, of course, focusing on children and their families experiencing bombs, fleeing from their homes. How is UNICEF making sure, and how important is it for kids to also be allowed to just be kids?
Sure. I mean, kids in a conflict, sometimes they just need a break.
Yeah.
You know, their world around them is falling apart, and it's so important to ensure that there are safe spaces where they can play, where they can recuperate, where they can process their experiences and express themselves creatively. And UNICEF, together with UNHCR and our partners, we are setting up blue dot centers around in the neighboring countries, and we have mobile teams in Ukraine providing psychosocial support. And all this is extremely important. Children, according to the Convention of the Rights of the Child, Article 31, they have a right. They have a right to rest, to relax, to play, and to be creative. And we have a moral and a legal duty to ensure that that right is upheld, even when there's a war, even when there's conflict, and that children are simply allowed to be children.
And we're now going to play chess. Hopefully some of them are able to play chess in all of this as a fundraiser for UNICEF. So, Lago, what is your experience with chess? What is your chess level?
Well, I have been playing a little online since Christmas, got the bug, but I'm not yet at the level where I think I can compete even with Magnus, 10 years old. So.
But how much of a motivation is it, though, that you know that every single move you make will donate $100 to UNICEF?
Sure, that is a motivation, but I hope that that my skill in chess will not stop anyone from donating.
Definitely. Now, the Play Magnus charity challenge that we will now launch is as a fundraiser for UNICEF. So Lage here, he's going to have 2 minutes on the clock against Magnus Carlsen at 10 years old in the Play Magnus app. And we know Magnus Carlsen at 10 years old, he was very good. And 2 minutes to survive the game, either losing probably then, because Magnus was extremely good at 10 years old, on the clock or on the board. And the fundraising and the charity twist here is that for every move that Laget lasts against Magnus 10, an anonymous donor has given money to Play Magnus Group to donate $100 per move that you last. So hopefully Laget will last many moves. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Well, here we go. The Play Magnus Charity Challenge about to be launched. And go ahead, make your first move.
All right, let's go. Oh, it's already.
And yeah, David.
Okay, a solid opening. Black has won a pawn though at this early stage, but okay, good speed there, Laget. Keep this up.
I'm trying.
This is good though, taking center, developing the pieces.
That's what I've learned so far that you should do.
Okay, now Black had a sneaky attack there. White's bishop falling, but that's a check. Laget delivering the first check of the game.
Nice.
Okay, Black did block it. Magnus spotting that threat. Okay, and the Black king has castled away, but okay, building up an attack. I like this. A rook on the open file. Okay, taking a knight there. Black recapturing. Okay, lots and lots of moves already. This is, I mean, the anonymous donor loving this.
Yes.
And okay, right now pushing pawns, also good. White's pieces though need to be improved in order to deliver an attack against the Black king.
But still 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Plenty of time to make a bunch of moves.
Oh, and a nice threat there. Hitting the Black bishop. Will Magnus see it? Oh, he did see that his bishop was under fire. There was a fork in the air. And
I'm not sure what to do.
It's quite hard.
got loads of time here, Laget.
Oh, I do? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay, and Kate sacrificing a knight to try and open things up. Interesting, but the Black queen getting greedy. Magnus taking all the pieces. He did this against us, Ivanka.
But however, nice move by Laget. Keep the king safe because you want, and again, to keep the king safe.
Good
It was
move.
a nasty threat in the air, and the more moves that you make, the better.
Yeah, there was a threat of checkmate in one, but Laget spotted it. He denied Magnus there. Lots of more moves coming now.
Perfect. And still more than a minute left on the clock.
Yep, and it's a good strategy to take off those queens because it means that he's less under threat from a checkmating attack.
Yep.
You're playing fantastically, Laget.
Still
Thank you.
far away from any checkmates. Loads of moves possible here. The White king under check. The White king has to move. It's 3 squares. Okay, that's the safest one. Nice move.
Oh, lucky.
The bishop, though, is trying to get through to that king. It's an indirect threat. Okay, putting some pressure on the bishop. Nice move. Okay, Magnus, he delivers a double check, so the White king has only 1 safe square.
Moves are coming out. We have 45 seconds left on the clock.
I reckon this is a lot of moves,
I think
Ivanka.
so.
Yeah.
I think he's actually beaten my score.
And nice. Okay, a double attack.
And
Laget wins a knight.
He does.
Fantastic.
The
Magnus
king is
making a mistake
relatively... What?
Unfortunately, though,
No.
there it is, the checkmate. Black finding a nasty trick to win the game.
A checkmate on the board, but some fantastic chess player playing Laget. And if you press continue, let's see how many moves this is. Wow! 33 moves. That is some of the most impressive score we've seen.
Oh, wow.
Ah, nice work, Laget.
I feel good.
Incredible. And 33 moves. That means $3,300 donated on behalf of an anonymous donor by Play Magnus Group to UNICEF. And this is the Play Magnus Challenge. You know, we had it with Simon Williams, the only player so far to be able to win against Magnus, but you're going to have a good score in the challenge. Laget, what was it like? Was it stressful?
Oh, very stressful. I didn't think half the time.
But would you say it's one of the best chess games you played? Magnus, 10 years old. He was quite incredibly good.
You know, I actually managed 76 moves against Magnus, 10 years old, on the app, but that was without the time control.
Ah, yes.
So that was the best one. But man, I mean, this was the fastest one.
Fantastic. Incredible. So $3,300 donated to UNICEF from this Play Magnus Challenge. All right, we're now, everyone, going to meet a young boy named Platon from eastern Ukraine. He is one of many children in Ukraine forced to flee from his home.
Хотел бы хороший, чтобы закончилось это все. Вот и все.
Одного ранку ми почули, як у нас вдома в такому районі, куди скинулись вже 2 бомби. Туди повертатися поки не варіант, тому що там люди просто помирають. Наше маленьке місто Ізюм просто в руїнах. Його просто стирають з карти. В школі, де вчився моя дитина, її вже просто немає.
Иногда плачу. Так. Очень грустно, что у меня нет уже школы теперь.
It is hard to watch these images and these stories from Ukraine, especially the ones about the children. But donating money to UNICEF helps you guys, and you've already been very kind. We are seeing money come in to this fundraiser for UNICEF, and you see how to donate on the bottom of the screen. chess24.com/donate. You can also use that QR code. We can also, I think, try to put that QR code in big in the screen so it's easier for you to take a picture of it. We also have the auction going on. I hear rumors. People are making some big bids for your chess tie, David.
Yeah, I promise it's not me. I'm not bidding on my own tie. But yeah, thank you everyone at home. It's really, really kind of you. We appreciate it all here, and I'm sure they do as well in Ukraine.
Definitely. What is the latest bid, Jovanka?
It's up to $225. Wow. I mean, that's a bargain for a tie worn by our very own David Howell.
That also brings luck.
Yeah, I was going to say that. So, yeah, it's bargain out there. And some, if you check out the other auction items, are also some good things to be had.
Definitely. And only 2 hours left in the auction to bid for David's chess tie. Only 2 hours left. So head into our auction site to make your donation and take a picture of this QR code to go into chess24.com donate to make your donation, and every single dollar will be helpful. So thank you to everyone for donating. And well, Anastasia, we are seeing images from UNICEF in this show, kids in Ukraine, fleeing from Ukraine. I understand that's hard for you.
Yeah. I mean, of course, I've heard the stories all these weeks. So also my nephew, who is only 2 years old, with his mom, they managed to get out from Ukraine and they're in Poland right now. But I'm trying still to find something positive in all this because I see how many people are ready to help, how many people are trying, offering their help on all this way. When even my relatives, my friends were traveling, I got so many messages from people from the chess world who were offering help in Poland, Bulgaria, Romania, countries which are Ukrainian neighbors. And they were offering help, whatever these people were needed. And I'm really pleased to see something like that. And of course, when you try to do something, it also helps you to go through these times. And this is what I'm also trying to do these weeks, and it gives me some strength as well. Yes, so let's say we created also our website, which will collect donations from people for the hospital in Ukraine, for a children's hospital in Ukraine. And it's actually chess NFTs, which we can buy and also donate to the children's hospital. So I'm trying also to do something for the same thing. And actually, I really appreciate everything what Chess24 is doing, I mean, together with UNICEF. I mean, this is something really cool. And it was nice to see the representative of UNICEF here in the studio. Yeah. He did a great job.
He did a great job. He did a great job. And yeah, those $3,300 that Lago was able to play into the fundraiser has made our donation bar, go up. So please keep on donating, everyone. Round 2 in the Charity Cup is coming up in a very short while. So we have to take a look at results from round 1. A few games ending up with a winner. Dingley Ren won his game. Richard Report won his game. Liam Le. And also Jordan van Voor's great start for Dutch, winning his game. And we're either going to now see standings or, yeah, these are now the standings after only 1 round out of 15 in the preliminaries of the Charity Cup. 4 players on top after winning. They have now 3 points. And let's take a look at the games coming up in round to the game that we are going to follow. As mentioned, is the all-female battle between Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingji. And Jivanka, yeah, we mentioned this is a prestigious one for the two female players.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're both from the same country. They're both playing at the very early hour of 2 a.m. in the morning. And of course, the two are kind of rivals, and they've known each other and played each other thousands, well, not thousands of times, being dramatic there, but you know, they played each other many, many times.
Yeah.
And
could be thousands, right?
Yeah, unlikely.
They would have been training together as part of the Chinese women's team. They take training really seriously there. A few years between them, Ju Wenjun, the slightly older player, but yeah, I do feel maybe Lei Tingji might bring a surprise just because she played on the Challengers Tour last year, maybe slightly more experienced in online chess. Ju Wenjun has been slightly less active than her younger rival here, so then again, Ju Wenjun, women's world champion, and with the white pieces.
Yeah.
What kind of styles? Are they, you know, being both from the Chinese school of chess, quite similar kind of styles or very different?
Similar in general, very dynamic. Their instincts are quite ambitious. They want to take risks. They want to play for the maximum in every position. Here we see the Nimzo Indian defense, something that I played against Niels Grandelius a lot last week. But either way, they know their opening repertoires inside out, these two. So really tense position here. I think it's just going to come down to who can get the attack, who can get the momentum on their sides, and most likely that player will be able to win. Lei Tingji, though, is a really tenacious defender. I've seen her defend some really difficult positions. I once played a 7-hour game against her at Wedge. I thought I was winning after 10 moves, and then it took me another 120 moves to win. So, yeah, she's really tenacious.
Oh, come on, David, we know that you like to play long games.
I like to torture myself just as much as they play. So. OK, meanwhile, very sensible play, white taking centre. We saw a trade of one set of pawns, both sides castling, and now actually not that common a move, this bishop dropping back. Usually there, black captures the white knight with this dark squared bishop. Black's dark squared bishop now on the side of the board. But this is still relatively known. White has a variety of moves and, OK, capturing a pawn. And now we might well see a trade of bishop for knight and then a queen trade.
Yeah, capturing the pawn is a little bit unusual, actually. It's much more common to actually step forward with queen 2 squares. And capturing the pawn, for this reason, bishop takes knight, and suddenly white's pawn structure, not ideal, hasn't really been played.
Yeah, I've actually studied this a little bit, mostly from the white side, and I didn't really like it. Black's knight now can jump into the middle of the board, and white is temporarily a pawn up, but look at white's pawns on the left half of the board. Double pawns on the c-file, and both of white's pawns on the c-file now attacked by this black knight. It's a double attack. Black is guaranteed to win one of those pawns back, and yes, white has the bishop pair, but also look at white's dark squared bishop at the bottom of the board. At the bottom of the board, that's not a good piece. It's just blocked in by all its own pawns.
You know, the bar already shifting towards Ju Wenjun.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised because when I looked at this, I thought black was just completely fine. But maybe the computer knows better. Maybe white has a way to get the bishops working, especially that dark squared bishop. And Ju Wenjun, I would have thought, having rushed into this position, having grabbed a pawn quite early in the game, she must have studied the consequences here. But then again, Lei Tingji playing really, really quickly up to this point.
I do find with Ju Wenjun is that she's very well versed in the opening up to a point. And then afterwards, you can perhaps go that one move deeper, because whenever I've played her, I've known that slightly bit more than her in the opening, and I've managed to get a more comfortable position.
Yeah.
So maybe this is something here, because I'm looking at the database and only 5 games, and not a great score for white either. Only 1 victory and 2 victories for black.
By the way, both of them, they look a little bit sleepy, I think. And maybe it can be a problem, no? That sometimes you can just mix something in the opening if you don't feel very well, or just you don't feel yourself a little bit. I remember myself being in China and facing the same troubles. All of us, we had these problems with jet lag, and maybe they have also some issues.
Yeah, they do start very late at night in China, and they will be finishing today's action, today's games, I think in the early hours of the morning, 3, 4 a.m. So it will be difficult for them to keep their energy levels high. But meanwhile, Lei Tingji looking like she's been playing quickly, maybe just still in her opening book, having studied this before. But Ju Wenjun, it is worrying that this position, even if it's rare, that she doesn't really know which white pawn to defend or how to develop white's pieces. It's a really complex position. Here could easily spend 10-15 minutes, but Zhu Wenjun, she needs to move quickly because it's rapid chess. And yeah, I'm slightly concerned, despite the evaluation bar, that white's position is maybe the more tricky to handle. It's harder to play white's position. Black's next moves are easy. Black wants to grab a pawn, maybe bring the black bishop out, and okay, Zhu Wenjun does bring her bishop off the first rank, connecting the white rooks, but look at that white bishop. It's still stuck, staring at its own pawns. And Lei Qingjie, I'm pretty sure she's going to go back and capture a pawn now with her knight. She's a pawn down temporarily, and I think it's going to be hard to delay that tempting move too long.
All right. Well, it's exciting to follow a game between two female players. It only happened once before that we had two female players in a tournament, and we talk about it quite often, Jovanka, but what would you say is the state of female chess?
It's getting better,
yeah.
I have to say, when you compare it back to the older times.
Yep.
I mean, it was really quite seriously bad. And now I see that a lot of more women are getting stronger and stronger. And we're kind of talking about stronger in depth as well.
Yeah.
You know, there's quite a few, there's I think about 5, I mean, don't quote me on this, women who've passed the 2600 level, which is very, very strong. And of course, we have Judith Polgar leading the charge. You know, she was the lady to break the 2700 mark. And especially now with the Queen's Gambit, the movie, and so much chess being played online. I mean, we see some real trailblazers, just encouraging women to play chess. I mean, we have Jennifer Shahade. She's just written a book called Chess Queen.
Yes,
but on my Kindle, I can't wait to read it. I mean, if anyone wants to go and buy it, they should. Yeah, absolutely. And it tells a story about players, chess players, and it is getting better. Slowly by slowly, the numbers are just increasing. So it is positive.
Yeah. And, well, Anastasia, you mentioned you've also been a commentator on these Women's World Championship matches as well. Are you very interested and into it to see female chess and women in chess growing as well?
Yes, yes, of course. I mean, it's my favorite topic, women chess. And of course, I was happy to be present at the World Championship matches myself. I think what we have to do, we should try just to bring more and more girls and women into chess. I mean, in all levels, from all countries. And actually, I'm trying to do something for that too. I mean, FIDE has a special project now for refugee camp. And we have a girls' club in Kenya. And every Saturday, also today, I'm giving online lessons to the girls in 3 schools in Kenya, in the Kakuma refugee camp. This program is run by, was actually, the idea to start the program was by Anastasia Sorokina from FIDE. She's a vice president of FIDE. So, and Dana Reznitsa-Ozola, another very powerful woman in chess, manager in FIDE. So she, management director in FIDE, she actually supported this idea, and the new project is running now.
Fantastic.
And so I'm really, so 150 girls hopefully will know how to play chess. I mean, and they know already how to play chess, and I hope they will stay with us. And this is my small contribution, and I hope this program will spread around the world, and we have more and more girls playing chess.
Oh, what a fantastic initiative. I have to find a way to sneak into that Zoom call to get that lesson.
Yes, you absolutely do. And just talking about FIDE, it's actually 2022 is their year of the woman in chess. And they will be running a whole sort of program throughout the year to encourage women to play and also to have conferences. And it will also be in conjunction with Chess 24.
Love it. Yeah. Yes. Music to my ears. And, well, I did hear another move coming in after quite a long pause.
Yeah, a couple of moves have happened. Black did indeed go and recapture a pawn, as we predicted. So now material is level. But Zhu Wenjun has created a bit of a threat with her last move with white. So if we just jump in to explain what both players are thinking about right now, white's last move was to push a pawn forward. And we mentioned this in the last game. When in doubt, push your corner pawns forward, push those flank pawns. But here there is a direct threat, and it's all about this bishop. I mentioned it earlier. On the last move, it was just a blocked-in piece, just staring at its own pawns. Look at this. Can't get through this diagonal, can't get through this way either. So Zhu Wenjun, by pushing a pawn forward, has initiated the threat of creating a nasty pin on this diagonal, hitting the black knight and indirectly the rook behind it. And I'm slightly surprised by this last move, I must admit. Lei Qingjie just pushing her pawn forward. Yes, she defends her knight, but I felt maybe it was more pertinent to actually block this white pawn from stepping forward, for example, by bringing the knight to the side of the board, hitting this bishop and just gaining a bit of time. But now, after Black's pawn stepped forward, I think Zhu Wenjun, there's nothing else for her to do. She has to improve this bishop. And once this happens, maybe a small advantage for White, because suddenly there is some uncomfortable pressure. If Black, for example, just develops a bishop, struggling to even find a move, then now after bishop takes knight and a recapture, White can start jumping up to the 7th rank, for example. White can maybe create some annoying threats against this bishop, and it looks roughly balanced, but it's just easier for White to play. Also, this pawn is a bit weak if the White knight can jump in later on to try and attack it. And this has happened. The bishop is now pinning this knight, and along this diagonal, some serious pressure. So maybe Zhu Wenjun, things have gone in her favour just over the last move or two.
Yeah, I like the line that you showed for Zhu Wenjun. I mean, it seems it's difficult for Lei Tingjie to actually untangle her pieces. Still a lot of excitement on the board. And talking about excitement and enthusiasm, we still want you at home to be enthusiastic about the game. So we are still asking you to send us your chess tweets, send us your questions, your comments, and also your selfies using the hashtag #ChessChamps, and we will feature them on the show.
Yes. All right, and some news about the donations as well. I hear rumors we have now passed $10,000 in our fundraiser to UNICEF. Fantastic news, you guys. Again, thank you so much to everyone donating, and keep doing it. chess24.com/donate to make your donation for UNICEF, helping the people in and around Ukraine.
$10,000.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it's so beautiful. And
goosebumps.
yeah, and I was reminded when Anastasia said that the thing that gives her hope is actually to look for the helpers. You know, when there's this time of such conflict and you feel such darkness, look for the people helping. And thank you, everyone, for your very kind support. And yeah, day one already. Yeah.
How have you been sort of affected, Anastasia, or what has it been like to see the neighboring countries of Ukraine taking in refugees, of course, and also the chess community and the way they have reacted?
Yes, of course. I mean, chess community, we can see so many things happening these days, so many events, so many initiatives all around. You know, we can see all websites, all chess players are trying to contribute. And my Facebook is full of these opportunities and possibilities. And that's great, actually. I think the whole chess community united, let's say, to help either to children in Ukraine or families or other chess players. So, and it's great that it's happening. And actually you feel that you belong to this community, and it's important in these times to feel that. Yeah, so some people whom I never met in my life, I mean, just because they know me as a commentator, they kind of send the messages, they ask how am I doing, my family, they send some help. So it's really important. Just sometimes just some nice words. It's also really important to hear.
Yeah.
Yes. So thanks for everybody who is now donating during this stream and during this show. For many days actually you can have these opportunities, and it's great.
Yeah, I agree. All right, we hear many moves coming in here, David.
Yeah, so Black brought one knight to the side of the board. I mentioned this type of idea a bit earlier, hitting the white light squared bishop, which did retreat, and now Black has developed Lei Tingjie has developed her remaining bishop, and there we go. This trade had to happen before the black rooks went to defend the white knight. So now, instead of white having a bad pawn structure and fractured pawns, isolated pawns on this left side of the board, black also has weaknesses there. And this last move, jumping in with the white knight, I quite like it. Maybe other options as well for Zhu Wenjun. I really want to see the white rook slide across one square, maybe put some pressure on the black bishop, maybe slide up to the 5th rank to attack that black knight on the side of the board. White's knight now is threatening to maybe jump in, attack a rook, attack some pawns. Black has weaknesses, and if you compare the pieces right now, White's knight in the centre is much better than Black's knight. White's rook in the centre on an open line, better than Black's rooks. The bishops, it's not clear which is best, but the knights and rooks favours White. So Zhu Wenjun in control for now. And Lei Tingjie, that's why she's burning time on the clock. That's why she's been spending a few minutes over the last few moves. She knows there's pressure coming into the black position, and it's not clear how to deal with that. It's not even short-term pressure that can be neutralised over the next 2 or 3 moves. She needs to be accurate for quite a long time now, I feel.
Okay, so it's definitely heating up this game.
Yeah, and despite the fact queens are off, despite the fact it is almost the end game, or pretty much the end game, still a draw far, far away. anything is still possible here. And, OK, challenging rooks. That's sensible, at least.
Yes.
I feel we've seen that a lot today. Well, this is only the second game we followed, but it was a lot about those rooks in the first game as well.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, now it's a typical situation when we have the open file to put the rooks there and to try to understand who is the main piece, who is the boss, white or black. Yeah. So now actually black moved his rook on the open d file and trying to trade at least one of the rooks to remove this pressure.
It's like a staring contest. The rooks are just staring at each other. Neither side wants to blink, because if black ever trades the white rook, white will dominate the open file. If white ever trades the rooks, black will dominate the open file. So, yeah, both rooks just staring at each other, neither side wanting to give way now.
Well, actually, I have a question about rooks and open files. Will that basically always be an aim you have in your games, to create an open file and put your rook on it?
Kaja, I'm so impressed with your knowledge.
I'm learning.
It's great. You see?
Yeah, can't fault that at all. If you see an open file, put a rook on it, basically.
Yeah.
It's either that or the 7th rank for white and the 2nd rank for black. Those are the kind of ideal destinations for rooks. Also, if you have a passed pawn, put the rook behind it, because rooks are great at supporting pawns storming up the board. So those, I think, are maybe just the general outlines for what you want to do with your rooks.
I was taught a very useful guideline for assessing the value of the pieces. And traditionally, when we first taught the games, we kind of taught these hard and fast rules, that the queen is worth 9 points, the rook is worth 5 points, the knight is worth 3, the bishop is worth 3, and the pawns are worth 1. And they said, well, actually, to help you understand that it's all about what pieces do rather than what they are, think of it like this. So when a rook is on an open line, it's actually worth 5.5 points. When a knight is on a post, they can't be challenged and is really effective, can be up to worth like 5 points. When a bishop is on an open line, and a useful open line, well, suddenly it can be, it can be 5 points, even more. And if your bishop is looking at its own pawn, it's not much of a piece going down. And if you think of things like a sliding scale, then it can help you even come to terms with sacrificing your own pieces. Because this is something materialists like myself really struggle with. They're like, no, it's mine, it's my queen, I don't want to give it up. But if you think of the sliding scale, it helps you let go.
Yeah, the trick is to just compare what's still on the board. So you might have sacrificed loads of pieces, but that's off the board now. You forget about that. If the quality of your pieces is much better than your opponent's regarding what remains, then often things work out, especially if it's an attack versus defense situation. You might have sacrificed a rook or a piece, but if all of your opponent's extra pieces are on the wrong side of the board, then it doesn't really matter. And often your attack will break through if your attacking pieces are likely to overwhelm the defenders. So, yeah, it's definitely a sliding scale, as Jovanka mentions. And in this endgame right now, it's Zhu and Jun's turn to think. I'm trying to kind of figure out how white can break through here, how white can improve the position. It's slightly tempting to do a bit of a dance with the white knight, but I do like the white knight and where it stands right now. I don't like that white rook in the corner. Maybe you could slide it across one square. Maybe you could bring the white bishop to a better square, but lots of choice. And that's the one bad thing about white's position. There's a lot of tempting moves. And in rapid chess, you just have to trust your instincts. You just have to choose one of them and hope for the best sometimes. So what do you ladies think?
I definitely think an improving move is in order. And I think, I also was instinctively thinking of your move, the rook in the corner, moving itself to an open line. Another idea that I was thinking of was maybe to introduce the white king into the game, step forward with the f-pawn, move up one square, and maybe the white king can think about joining the fun.
Yeah, so Jovanka, your move, maybe pushing this pawn forward one square, maybe even 2 squares, and next move just entering the action. Why not? Your pieces are better than black's at the moment, so why not improve your king as well? And the other move we mentioned there would be to just slide across one square, maybe hinting at kind of just putting some pressure on the black knight. You're not actually hitting this bishop right now because this bishop is defended by the black knight on the side of the board, so you want to destabilize the defender, this knight. And, for example, if black thinks, OK, now this rook's moved, now I can trade, then white would be happy to just spend another move with this rook because, as mentioned, white has won the staring contest. White occupies this whole open file. And, yeah, right now, this causes some problems for black. For example, even if black gets time to kick away this white knight, white's knight does have opportunities at some point to, for example, even jump forward into the position to attack this isolated pawn. And yeah,
it
really
would be
tense
nice
position.
to continue this variation with if black moves his rook on d8, what can happen in this case?
Yeah, nice. So trying to maybe create some type of pin,
Yes.
but you always have to make sure your pieces are defended, and this rook is loose. So Anastasia.
Yes, I think knight f6 can come.
Nice.
Yes,
the white
nice.
knight jumps out with a check.
The check.
That's why we say look at checks in every position first, because checks gain time and they can be super effective. And after this knight sacrifices itself, we see this rook undefended, and white definitely wins the staring contest this time. Rook takes rook, check, wins a piece. So this is a few moves down the line, but this is the type of thing that can happen if white is energetic and if black doesn't defend correctly. So the more I look at it, the more I just like this move, trying to persuade black to trade rooks on white's terms, but also creating the threat of trying to hit this black knight on the side of the board. This knight's actually on an outpost, but we do say that knights on the rim are dim, so why not try and go for it? Why not try and attack it? And using the white rook. But then again, Jovanka's move makes a lot of sense. You could maybe argue for moving this bishop, just kind of planting it on a good square, trying to force black to make concessions, loosen up his position. Zhu and Jun either way, this is not the type of position where you have to spend 6 minutes. I probably would, so I'm being a hypocrite, but yeah, in rapid chess, I think not 6 minutes.
Wow, 6
Yes,
minutes.
6
already.
minutes is too much.
You could play 3 games already, yes?
Yeah, play a couple of blitz games in that time.
I have to mention one thing. So I played Zhu Wenjun twice. First time I won in a kind of convincing way. Second time I actually won on time. And it was somehow she just went into some kind of trance, and she was considering all her options. And okay, admittedly, you know, I was slightly better, very slightly better, and she was kind of adjusting to that change. And then
And this
she
was a
froze.
classical game. or-
And this was a classical game. She
Long
just
game.
froze. Yeah.
Jovanka, wait a minute, you have 2-0 score against the world champion.
Yeah.
Really?
No,
Why?
yeah, no, I mean, I've only played 2 games. It's not-
But still, I mean, something to be proud of. I mean,
But it was before she became world champion.
Yeah.
That's also, but okay. Anyway, she's still a very strong player. But what I noticed is that she just froze. That was my kind of observation. And the clock, I felt really terrible actually, just saying you lost on time.
It rarely happens in long games these days, because you do gain a bit of time after every move, but sometimes you just forget. Players do forget about the clock. And I've always thought it's interesting, actually, the world champions, Magnus Carlsen and Zhu Wenjun, they're both 31 years old. They're both the same age. So, yeah, both at the peak of their powers. And Zhu Wenjun, though, shaking her head. Maybe she's just struggling to find a breakthrough. Often in rapid chess, at least from my experience, at some point, every player hates their position. You might get a game where things aren't going well. You just have to kind of trust your instincts. And if there's no direct threat, white can never be worse in this position. If you want to even make a draw at some point, you just trade all the rooks off and it's fine. So worst comes to worst, just improve a piece. Just stop calculating. And I've noticed Zhu Wenjun in particular, but Chinese players in general, are very, very, very good at calculating. But sometimes they rely on it too much. Sometimes it's nice to just take a step back and just generalize about the position, do what we do, just kind of, okay, this piece belongs here, this piece is better than that piece, just the kind of going back to basics. And I mean, I forget to do that sometimes in my games. It's so easy to get carried away in the position, but it really helps, especially with decision making.
Yes.
8.5 minutes now,
It's,
Zhu Wenjun.
It's a bit of a luxury.
Yeah.
And David actually mentioned the word improvement, and I just wanted to put a question to both Nastia and David and ask them Suki's question.
There comes the move after almost 9 minutes.
And it is an improving rook move that we did discuss.
Good move.
Yeah. And they ask, is it very important to study the openings, and can they help you improve your rating?
Yeah, what I can say, I mean, all my life I was struggling in the openings, and actually I was following this idea that you have to survive in the opening, and then here we go, finally the middle game, and here the fun starts. So let's say I cannot say that I was a really good student. So probably we should ask this question, David.
I feel I heard actually the exact same from David, surviving the opening.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm the best student when it comes to openings. I have gone through phases in my life where I've studied openings a lot, and it does pay off from time to time, but it's not the only thing you should study. I think that's the main point. Openings, they're a means to an end. Very rarely do you win directly out of the opening. Occasionally if your opponent makes mistakes, but it's just to give you your type of position or position you enjoy playing. So It's exactly what Anastasia's just said. For example, in my match against Niels Grandelius recently, I only studied openings in order to survive and to get through to the middle game in positions that I enjoyed. It wasn't about winning out of the opening. It wasn't about getting an advantage or even an equal position. It was just about getting positions that I like to play.
So I just had a thought. So, okay, if you are dedicated to the opening, so you should study the opening, how to win better end games.
Yeah.
Don't worry about defensive ones. And then how to win attacks. So those are the three things. And there you go. You got a nice little route of improvement. Yeah. If you don't want to study openings, you've got to study defending bad positions. Counter-attacks.
Yes, your creativity.
Exactly, creativity. And, OK, yeah, you're set.
OK, so I guess it's up to sort of finding your style then.
Basically study everything.
Yeah, just actually chess is just a fun game to play. You know, even if you don't know the openings, try to follow the principles of the openings, like take care of your center, centralize your pieces, do castling. You know, those principles. Try to survive, and then let's say move on. And yeah, so, but still, David plays in a different level, and we should still, he's a very modest person. He knows openings, I think, still in a very decent level.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, to get from one level to another level, for example, studying openings will be a good way to really improve.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the easiest things to study, but it is very, very effective, especially with the white side. You can put immediate pressure on your opponents, so I recommend studying openings for sure, but yeah, just don't let it be at expense of the other parts of your game. And okay, meanwhile, Lei Tingzhi attacking the white knight, kicking it away from the centre, and something similar to what we showed. The white knight did jump in to the black position, actually attacking a pawn now. Black's pawn on the c5 square, attacked by the white knight. And it's not so easy to defend. There's also a potential possible threat of white's rook coming up next to the black knight. And okay, Lei Tingzhi really has to calculate well. Both players have to start calculating now. It is becoming more tactical, this endgame. And yeah, what do we think?
Wow, it's interesting, actually. First of all, the knight went too far away, yes? So you have to make sure that you don't lose it anywhere. If you move your piece too far, try to make sure it will not be trapped. Yes, so now rook c8 is a very concrete move, right? The last move of black, and I don't know, I started to calculate some ideas with knight c5 or something like this. All these are in the air, taking this pawn, but I'm not sure what's going on at the moment.
Yeah, it's really interesting because white's kind of semi-threat, as we mentioned, of bringing the white rook up, okay, has actually happened on the board, so we don't need to show it, but this is going to be met by black's bishop moving. The black knight can't move because then the black bishop would fall to the white rook, so black's bishop has to counterattack by hitting the white rook. And there's two directions you can go in. You can either go to the side of the board, hit the white rook and the bishop behind it. There we go, it's happened. Or you could have gone the other direction, but we do see a trade, bishop for knight, and who's this going to favour? Look at this, white's knight is deep in black's camp. Black's bishop is a bit of an intruder here in white's camp as well. Both pieces out on a limb, and I'm expecting white's rook to shift up to one square. I'm not sure which square though. Do you step up one square, hit the black bishop? Do you step up the whole way to the 6th rank? Yeah, this is definitely heating up now at the clock times as well.
And case it stepped up to attack the bishop, but Nastya, it's because your Twitter handle is called Nastya.
You can call me whatever you want. Nastya is fine. Anastasia is fine.
Yeah, sorry. Well, your idea of the white knight getting trapped, it's certainly in the air, actually. It can't get trapped right now. Because of your ideas of knight takes pawn jack.
Yes, actually it was discussed long time ago. Yeah. Yes, this small trick. But now black cannot move his rook forward in order to threaten the knight because of the same trick. Knight takes the pawn with a check. Wow. So at the same time, if this rook will take the bishop, then the knight will be hanging, right? At the same time.
Yeah. So maybe we can just show this because right now there's kind of a threat, but it's kind of not a threat, as you mentioned. It looks like you're eyeing up this bishop, but if black just moves, for example, then if you take this bishop, the white knight falls, and all pawns here are level, and this one would just be an equal position. The one thing I want to see white do, though, at some point in this type of position, or even if we rewind a couple of moves, I want to see white create some space for this king, because you've got to be really careful. For example, in that variation, after rook takes bishop, rook takes knight, there is a threat of checkmate. And again, this type of idea will exist in lots of different types of positions until you pick up Harry or Gary, one of these H or G pawns, and you create some space for the white monarch. So yeah, right now, really, really tense position. I'm expecting maybe this bishop to just move because you can't keep it there forever. But then again, white is attacking this pawn, so maybe Zhu Wenjun will temporarily go a pawn up. One idea maybe is, for example, I'm looking for squares for this bishop. You could go back this way, and if you retreat this way, now you could make use of the fact that this is a pin by bringing your bishop back. And still some pressure. Okay, she has done this, Lei Tingjie. So white will have won a pawn, but this knight is completely pinned. And some pressure on it right now, attacked by black's rook and by black's bishop.
And the bar is reacting to that move.
Yeah, I thought it was the most natural, but it's such a difficult position. Lei Tingjie, we mentioned she was coming under pressure, and this has happened. White has won a pawn. And I'm expecting if the bishop does drop back, which it has just done, then now, before it's too late, you need to give your king some breathing space. Push one of these 3 pawns in front of your king. I'm not sure which one is best, but you have to just give your king some breathing space just in case things go wrong.
All right. Well, women world champion Zhu Wenjun, the other world champion, Magnus Carlsen, is the bar all the way over to his side in his game against Harikrishna. Ding Liren, the other Chinese player in this tournament, we have 3. The bar also all the way over to his side in the game against Erik Hansen. And this one, will it end up with a winner?
It's still in the balance. Black is fighting for the draw, though. That is the one thing. Unless we see a big, big blunder, I don't think we'll see Lei Tingjie win this game. Zhu Wenjun now creating some space for her king. I think if things go wrong for white, at the very least, you should just be able to trade off everything and go for a draw. I like this last move for white. And
finally.
Yes, finally. We were waiting for it to happen. And as both players tick down now, Zhu Wenjun to 3 minutes, Lei Tingjie to 5 minutes, I still think we'll see some surprises. It's still not the type of position that's easy to hold for black. It's still not the type of position that's easy to convert for white. So.
And right now, less than 90 minutes to go in the auction for David's lucky chest. I'm going to call it lucky chest tie now. The current bid, $300. Fantastic. But you still have, 88 minutes to make your bid for this chest tie. So head into CCT auction. Is that correct? CCTauction.com. Yes.
Yeah. Actually, I'm wondering if it's going to be the most expensive chest tie ever.
Going to be in the Guinness World Record book. You're used to that, David.
Wow, yeah. It's been a while since I've been a record holder. But no, either way, thank you, everyone at home. And yeah, those in Ukraine definitely appreciate
Absolutely.
the generosity.
Yeah. All right. Well, this game, I mean, both players are down to very little time on the clock. And I understand on you guys. It's tense. It must be hard to play this position.
Yeah. And suddenly Black's going for mass trades. Going to exchange everything off. Are you surprised about that, Anastasia? Because now lots of trades. Black's going for White's extra pawn. White's a pawn up. But White's going to win a pawn back in the process. It's going to be quite one-sided now, as in terms of winning chances, playing for 2 results. There's no risk at all for White. It's going to be hard to win this one, but rook endgames, they're tricky at the best of times. No matter what the level, there's always going to be chances when you are a pawn up.
Yeah, I agree with that. And it's also a c-pawn that White has as extra material. And that's a pawn that's actually easier for the White king to assist, should it need to be pushed. And I wasn't sure about Zhu Wenjun's last move. I wasn't sure whether it was worth pushing the central pawn up 1 square just to kind of control Black's pawns a little bit more, or should she be going for this pawn push?
I think she's just following the rule that we talked about the last game. When in doubt, just push Harry the H-pawn. Simon Williams watching at home. Shout out to Simon. Yeah, he's going to be watching this just with glee.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess it's quite useful in rook endgames as well to push pawns as far down the board as possible, just because if it comes down to a pawn race, your pawns are ready to promote later in the game. Also, if you stop your opponent's pawns from advancing, you could fix a weakness. For example, the pawn in front of the black king now cannot move 2 squares. That pawn might be, it might cause the black king to be tied down. Okay, black now gaining some space.
Yes, actually, Jovanka, you were right when you proposed the move before, I think, because now black gained some space, yes, by pushing this F pawn.
I wasn't sure whether you needed to be like super precise to maximize any winning chances. I mean, because after all, the White king can still run towards the center. I mean, this is a big idea in this position to maybe give up the pawns that you have on the right side and just bank everything on that passed c-pawn. But it has to be well timed. You can't just run with a king immediately.
Yeah, the problem is for this white king that you're cut off at the moment. You're cut off on the second rank. So you can't, as Jovanka mentioned, so you kind of want to just make a mad dash for it and help support your c-pawn forward. This is your extra pawn after all, and they say pass pawns are there to be pushed, but it's hard to do that. The black rook doing a good job of cutting the king. So maybe you want to use this route as well. You could kind of come from the side and centralize yourself. You need to get your king into the action. You can't play without that piece. Kings are so important in the endgame. But then again, Zhu Wenjun, she stepped back with her rook now. She has to deal with threats of attacks against her pawns. This pawn is a bit weak, and the white rook stuck in front of this pawn now. If you could kind of flick the two rooks around, if you could change their order, white would be winning. Rooks belong behind passed pawns. White's rook is currently trapped in front of its own pawn. So if we catch up with the current game position, both sides improving their kings now. To me, it's going to be very hard to win this game. White's rook is just stuck in front of its own pawn. It's purely defensive, passive. Black's rook doing a good job now of eyeing up this pawn, eyeing up the pawn here. And yeah, I think Lei Ting has done everything right so far to try and draw this game, but still a long way to go. Still a lot of pawns still on the board.
Well, Hans Niemann, a great win for him in round 2 here against David Anton. So 3 points for Hans Niemann. That is a great start for the American. All right, and this one, well, David's saying now, probably will be hard to win it. If anyone's going to win it, is that white?
It's only white with winning chances. Black fighting for the draw.
Okay. Well, she doesn't have that much time either, Zhu Wenjun. Only 2.5 minutes left on the clock to find that win.
Yeah, she's sped up, though.
She has sped up, and as David will tell you, this is the kind of position that he excels in because he can just make as many non-moves as possible. So, you know, watch out for that white king. It can make, I don't know, 10 moves without making any changes to the actual position. And, you know, build up time on the clock.
Yeah, the reason I like these positions, these types of positions, is because I have commitment issues, as you mentioned, Jovanka. I don't want to commit the white king. I don't want to commit the pawns. You just wait and wait and wait until your opponent makes a mistake. And here, I think winning this game will require a mistake from black. But mistakes might happen. For example, if black puts the king on the wrong square, if black retreats the king, then white could push a pawn up in the centre of the board and fix that black king into passivity forever. If the black rook ever kind of goes away and allows the white rook to get active again, maybe there's some winning chances for white. So you just have to wait and be patient. And Zhu Wenjun, she's maybe known for more dynamic chess, maybe more attacking chess in general, but I've seen her win some really kind of technical endgames like this, including in World Championship matches. So, yeah, I'm still reluctant to call this a draw, despite the fact that it's very, very hard for white to push any pawns forward without creating weaknesses. So, OK. Lei Ting thinking right now, I would just pass here for black. I would maybe just move the rook down 1 square, the black rook. I want to keep it behind white's extra pawn on the c-file. And if you just drop it down, you could threaten some checks. You could just swing across and annoy white from behind, attacking loads of pawns. Yeah, you don't want to commit anything here with black. You just want to sit. And I think both players are waiting here. White's waiting for a mistake. Black's just waiting and saying, you can't make progress. And what do we think? Odds are most likely a draw, but...
Yeah, I mean, activity of the pieces is so important in the ending, and especially the king's activity, right? So if white will manage to activate his king at a certain point, something what you mentioned, David, like maybe by pushing this pawn, central pawn, and then moving, you know, pushing this king towards the edge of the board, maybe he has, I mean, white will have some chances here. But I was surprised that Lei Ting, she went for this position so quickly, so surely. Like, she was so confident to play that, made few moves very quickly. So it's like probably she feels quite confident about this rook ending.
Yeah, maybe she studied something similar before.
Yes.
And just to show the point as well, you mentioned there, white's king would love to get active, but if it goes too far away, then the black rook might start coming behind and attacking the pawns on this side of the board. And again, if you give a check, you would love to kick the black king back, because now white's king can get active and maybe start, not go back, might start marching forward. But the problem is black's king would then be the active one, and black's king would step forward, and now the black king completely shuts off the white king's progress. So, OK, this is patient stuff from both players. As I advocated, just make slow moves, just 1 step forward. Maybe then white goes behind to try and just pretend that you can kind of swing across and maybe start marching this guy forward eventually. But either way.
There's also
difficult.
a nice idea maybe to run with the king and use the rook as a defender.
Okay, yeah.
As a defender of the pawns on the right.
For example, if black waits, you could move across, and now if the rook slides across, yeah, as you mentioned, Jovanka, you bring the white rook across and use it as a defender of the pawns. The only thing you've got to be careful of, I guess, is that maybe you get shut out of the game. And this white rook now is not coming back. But then again, at least you have free, this pawn is free to roam, so free to run up the board.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. It's still really complicated, despite the evaluation bar not being excited at all in this position. Let's go back to the players. Can Lei Ting-Jie defend this? And okay, she's down to 1 minute as well. Okay, on the defensive side, that's not good. Your nerves will be jangling a bit later on, especially if you lose control, if white does something you don't expect. Okay, and she does commit with one of the pawns. I would have been hesitant to do this because now white's rook can step up and the black king is forced back. Okay, she must have calculated this one, and she must be gambling that both kings will now be passive. Okay, really committal, that decision.
Yeah, definitely committal. I don't know, that pawn could be a weakness, could be a strength, like you say. But David, I do have a question from EW, and it pertains to your tie. They ask, will David sign the back of the tie?
And actually, you ask that, but it's already signed. So.
Great job. You thought a few moves ahead, right?
Exactly. I planned ahead. I foresaw that question.
And I do have to tell you, the current bid for your tie is $400. That's an incredible amount of generosity from everyone. So thank you.
Yeah, I feel like I should do more than just sign it now. No, nothing. Yeah. I meant thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Oh, fantastic. Your generosity out there in the world to our viewers is fantastic. So thank you so much. And we're going to keep this fundraiser going for 8 days. And we have content coming up for you to be able to donate, auctions, and many things coming up. Many moves coming out as well.
Yeah, so white's rook did indeed go up to the top of the board. So white's pawn can actually start running, this white c pawn. It might not get too far, but meanwhile, black is just harassing the white king now, giving some checks, attacking some pawns. White's king not being able to join the action, join the fun. The more I look at it, the more I think actually Lei Ting-Jie's decision to just block the pawns maybe will be justified. It's going to be hard for white to break through now. There's nothing else to do. At some point, you have to start pushing your white c-pawn, but then the black rook has even more scope to give checks. It's going to be really hard for the white king, and therefore hard for Zhu Wenjun to win.
And also, Zhu Wenjun is going to be thinking about, does she go all in, roll the dice, and run with the king towards the center of the board and bank on her pawn being the faster one, or is she just going to play it safe and maybe just accept that it's a draw?
Yeah. That's a good point, because any winning attempt here involving the white king making a run for it comes with loads of risk. If you sacrifice all of white's pawns on the right side of the board, maybe white will be even slower in that race. And you mentioned the c-pawn, Jovanka, being maybe easier to support for the white king than the a-pawn, but it's also easier for the black king to stop it than if the pawn were maybe a couple of ranks the other way, a couple of files, sorry, the other way. So, yeah, it's difficult here. And she was just weighing up the risk, Zhu Wenjun, of running with the white king towards that pawn. She says no, just stepping back with the white rook.
And I have a feeling that Zhu Wenjun will probably admit that it's just a draw. I don't think she's going to take the risk and go with a mad king dash towards the center of the board. I have to say, I once commentated in a tournament where there were very similar endgames like this on the board. And I have to say, like 50% of the players actually went all in, and they went crazy with the king, and they lost. And I remember watching, I was like, oh, this is unbelievable. But they lost it. I mean, especially when the clock is ticking down. It's okay.
She's going for it.
She's going for it.
She's not settling for any draw anytime soon. And okay, she's offering a trade of pawns, because now if black captures this pawn that has just moved, then white's king gets slightly more active. I don't think it changes too much. I think black should actually capture that pawn and then start maybe giving some checks with the black rook to force the white king back. But, OK, it's good to see she's trying.
But, I mean, it shows the fighting spirit of both girls. In general, women, they like to play until the end, and if they think they have chances, they will try to push.
Yeah, they're both very ambitious players. I mean, they always. That's why they've risen to the top of world chess, right? So
actually, you have to be so ambitious, right? In order to improve in chess all the time, you have to try to play every position until the end. We have a great example, world champion Magnus Carlsen as well, who is who can. How do you say this? Sneeze the water from the stone. Is it correct?
Yeah, I heard that
yes.
term. Yeah.
Yes. So I think it's a very important quality.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely what we saw in the World Championship match, right? When Magnus won Game 6, the longest game in World Championship history, he was definitely squeezing in that game. Yeah.
And Zhu Wenjun, she's trying to squeeze, but Lei Tingzhe is not letting her squeeze water from the stone. Black gave a check with the rook, forcing the white king back, and now look at the black rook attacking 2 pawns at the same time. Lei Tingzhe is okay, she has just won her pawn back. It's now level pawns, but more importantly, the pawns are disappearing. And this one is going to fizzle out to a draw. We could see a scenario where both rooks start going for the enemy pawns. Everything just gets traded off. And rook against rook is just going to be a draw. So, yeah, Zhu Wenjun, you can tell body language as well. She knows her chance is gone. But I don't think she had any winning chances because Lei Tingzhe just defended so well this rook endgame. Really tenacious defense.
Yeah, you can almost see the disappointment on her body language. Will it be a draw offer or will they repeat some moves?
I think they will repeat. No.
I think they will repeat.
Yeah, here we go. Move repetition coming in, and we're going to see a draw between the 2 female players in this tournament. A good game with some chances for both of them, and they were definitely fighting. But eventually, a draw between them. I think we're going to jump into some drama in another game. World champion Magnus Carlsen, the bar has been over to his side the entire game against Pentala Harikrishna. But okay, now it's down to the middle. What's happening? And time trouble as well.
Yeah, I think it's all about the clock. Look at Magnus, his body language. He's got his head in his hands now. He was shaking his head a moment ago. He's been dominant the whole game. But suddenly, look at this. White's rooks have got active. We talked about the last game. It's all about activity in endgames. White's rooks now can start jumping around. If we do a quick material count, which we should always do when finding a new game, here, black has 4 pawns, so 3 pawns more than white, but white has an extra knight. So it's actually balanced, but it's going to be hard for the pawns to break through against that white knight right now. Knights are the best blockaders. So Magnus, I still don't think there's any risk of him losing because he can just get rid of white's remaining pawn and he should be able to find safety there, but definitely not easily winning anymore. And Harikrishna, he's a really, really strong fighter and a good defender as well. So endgame's his forte. It's not going to be easy for Magnus.
But is it going to be hard also with 30 seconds on the clock for Pentala Harikrishna to defend this?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think difficult for both, yeah?
Yeah, I have to say, I do think it will be slightly more difficult for Pentala Harikrishna just because those pawns look very, very scary. And you make a wrong move and suddenly, well, maybe there's 4 pawns on the board that are bearing down. And here you go, white's king. Looks a bit shaky to me. The rook is threatening to come down to the 3rd row, give a check.
But why can't white just take this pawn, Ivanka, with the white rook? And, OK, he gave a check. Where's that white rook going? I thought that white rook was needed as a defender on the e-file. I think Harikrishna may be just going wrong with his rook now. White's rook is deflected away from the rest of its forces. White's rook and knight on this side have been abandoned. And, OK, that's a check, but black's king is actually going to the direction it wants to. That black king might dart towards the other side of the board and help its pawns advance. OK, Harikrishna now, yeah, he's realising it's not so easy. The black king finding better squares, and it was going to attack the white rook now.
Where the king goes, I mean, it looks like... he goes back.
I think he goes back, yeah. And now he's got 2 threats. He's attacking white's rook at the top of the board, but also the black rook in the middle wants to come down and check the white king. And that black rook is going to cause some real trouble. And I think he can give a check, Magnus. Bring that black rook down to the middle of the board, start checking the white king, start grabbing pawns. And, yeah, there's just too much to deal with. Black has too many pawns. They're just going to overwhelm the white... yeah, I mean, white defences soon.
Wow, and the bar definitely all the way back to Magnus Carlsen's side in time trouble. Harikrishna struggling here.
I think it's what Ivanka said. It's harder to defend this position with white with no time than it is to attack with black with no time.
Yes,
Black, you can just give checks. White has to find really accurate moves.
what was surprising that it looked like white blocked those pawns, right? But suddenly, all just falls apart.
Yeah, it's because white had to defend on both sides of the board as well. White can lock down one side and survive there, but if you have to guard weaknesses, guard pawns like this on both sides of the board, it's eventually your defense is will just be overworked. And okay, pushing a pawn, threatening a really nasty fork, double attack with that pawn advancing one more square. Oof, that could be the final touch by Magnus. How do you stop that pawn advancing with a nasty check? Black's rooks are also going to team up and take away the white remaining pawn.
Yeah, and I suspect that the white king might be trapped in a little mating net. It's not easy, actually, like you say. The rook has to stay on the second row because otherwise the black rook will step forward and give a deadly check on the second line. And so there he has to play this, but look at it. Rook and king in each other's way.
And Magnus has now got 4 extra pawns. White's knight not making a great impression. Still some big threats. Actually, Black's most simple threat is to drop the rook down 1 square to the second rank, give a check, trade off a set of rooks, and then use the other rook on the second rank. Okay, so White's knight now at least finding a way to defend itself. And this is over. It's actually checkmate next move. Once the white king moves, the black rook on the third rank is going to slide across, and Magnus takes the win. There we go. We have a result.
All right, we have a result. The first win for Magnus Carlsen in the Charity Cup. We came into the game very late, David, but how was Magnus able to win this?
Yeah, so it was actually a mistake by Harikrishna. It was a bit self-inflicted. He defended like a lion really strongly, but it was just going a bit wrong with his own rook and underestimating the danger to his position. We saw White bring the rook up. This is a good start, but after the rook slid across, I think Harikrishna can defend. He needed to calculate, but this requires time. If he took this pawn, he would have survived, but he only had 20 seconds, and this check cost him the game. This check now meant that the white rook was offside, and if we just fast forward to the final position, here, Black's rook's just breaking through, and White's king only has 1 square. This would have ended the game in checkmate. Magnus getting there in the end.
Coming up in round 3, already one of the highlights in the preliminaries, Erik Hansen against Magnus Carlsen. Erik Hansen was able to beat Magnus Carlsen in the Air Things Masters. And, well, Erik, he was one of the lowest ranked players in that tournament, but with some fantastic fighting chess, he was really able to impress everyone and made it all the way to the knockouts.
There's now an attack against the white queen. How will Erik deal with this? Okay, the queen just drops back 1 square.
Now the queen gonna be outplayed by knight e4, I believe.
Yeah, very surprising move from both sides there. That white pawn, once it falls, the game will be a draw.
Look at Erik Hansen. He is super disappointed. He was about to win this game against, world number 3 now, Ding Liren.
I thought I was going to have a very bad day because in the first round I had such a winning position against Ding, and I don't know how I managed to find a way not to win that, but usually I don't recover very well after I lose a winning position. So can't complain about the play, not at all, but it's been a surprise. That's all I can say. I kind of had no expectations coming in.
What's happening? Wow, what has just happened there? Magnus played bishop takes pawn.
Whoa!
He's completely hallucinated. Magnus just lost a piece for free. And has he given up?
He has given up. Wow. He has resigned.
That you will never see that from a world champion. Magnus just took a pawn, but now Black will play bishop takes bishop, and Black will be a piece up for free.
It was a very easy position to play. I think just Magnus made a couple. I mean, he's obviously not in his best shape right now, and he just made a couple lazy moves in the opening with White, and it got bad real fast. But I was pretty happy with the position I had, and that's the first time I've beaten him in a serious tournament.
Wow, what's that mean to you?
It's awesome. I definitely didn't expect it.
I have to say I'm quite impressed with how Erik is handling this stage, because he knows he's lost the momentum, but still he's posing threats.
Look at Erik. He's got the opportunity. If he brings his rook back where it came from to the E1 square, it's a draw. That's the 3rd time we've seen the position. If he doesn't, that will involve some risk. And Erik looking off to the side, Esipenko still full of adrenaline.
Yeah, look at him.
It's a draw, though. Erik does bail out. What? I mean, so many twists and turns in that game, but it is a draw.
Big congratulations, Erik.
Thank you. I'm not sure I would say I'm ready for the quarterfinals, but I'm happy to be there.
Well, he has to take the decision quickly.
Okay, he's done another prey move.
Okay, he hit the black rook, but the black rook
Oh
just moved.
no, is that a blunder?
Right now, white has lost control.
Yep.
Black's central pawn can just push forward. Black can just swing the rook across. This one, I would just push the central pawn forward as black now. White's queen is not doing great. This one is strong as well. This is good.
Yeah, and probably Yasipenko's going to find it in the next move because I think...
Yes, there's also
Eric
a rook
is-
check. Once the white queen moves out the way, black's rook is going to come down
Yeah.
with a check. It's going to be checkmate. White's king 2 open.
The quarterfinals are over. Andrei Yasipenko makes it through to the semifinals. What a performance it's been in the tournament by Erik Hansen, but it stops here in the quarterfinals. He is knocked out by Yasipenko. Erik Hansen, one of the players in the Airthings Master, making that tournament super exciting. 35% draw rate. That was fantastic. Tour director Arne Horveis joining me in the studio. And would you say the new format, inviting these young, exciting players, was it a success?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. It's been really exciting chess both for the players and for the viewers. Absolutely a good thing.
Yeah. Now, in the Airthings Masters, in the semifinals, we did have 3 Russian players that were supposed to, well, they were qualified to play in this event as well. What is the reason there is no Russian players in the Charity Cup?
Based on the developments and the horrific situation in Ukraine, we had a lot of debate about this. It's not been an easy decision, but we found it the right thing now for everybody involved was not to invite Russian players for this tournament.
And what is the reason the Meltwater Champions Chesser has decided to make this the Charity Cup?
Well, also based on the situation in the world. You know that, as we know, for every tournament, we normally have a topic and a theme. And the way things are developing now, we saw that it was not our place to go very commercial, but how we could participate is to make this a charity cup and then partner up with UNICEF and make this a fundraiser for the important work that UNICEF is doing inside and around Ukraine.
And what is the goal?
The goal is a really good question because we have never done this before. So we don't know how much money the viewers will participate with, but we really hope that everybody out there will donate and help us to bring a lot of money to the work UNICEF does. We have already reached over $12,000.
Wow.
So what we will end up with, I'm going out there and saying $150,000.
Okay, $150,000. That's from tour director Arno. Look at the bar right now, more than $12,000. It's meaningful to follow this, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, UNICEF, which we are donating all of the money to, is doing life-saving work in and around Ukraine for the many children and their families affected by the crisis in Ukraine. Thank you to everyone that keeps donating for this cause and to UNICEF. And now another one of those abrupt shifts that we will have in this tournament, starting now to look forward to round 3 in the Charity Cup. These are the results from round 2. A bunch of games ending up with a winner. Hans Niemann, Jürgen van Forest, Liam Le, Vidit won his game, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Dingley Ren, and also Magnus Carlsen. So the standings now after 2 rounds, we're going to have a bunch of players up there on 6 and 4 points. Do you think Magnus now is happy with the start? He has 1 draw, he has 1 win.
Yeah, I mean, one draw, one win is quite a good start, I would say. Exciting round 2 game against Harikrishna, and he managed to win in the end. And now he's playing with the white pieces, I believe, versus Erik Hansen. So he should have a decent chance to get another win in this round.
Coming up here in round 3, these are the games. Another round with some exciting matchups. We will follow the game, of course, between Erik Hansen and Magnus Carlsen. It was a big shock, Askild, when Erik was able to beat Magnus in the Airthings Masters.
Yeah, absolutely. And Erik is a chess streamer. He's not a professional chess player in that sense. He's not, you know, traveling around the world playing many chess tournaments. So for him to play, you know, versus the very best in the world and actually beating them must be a great experience for him. And I think he's enjoying participating on the tour.
Yeah. Now let's take a look at the head-to-head score between these two as well. What are we seeing here, Askild?
So we can have a look at the tour rating. Magnus is now up to 2850, which is close to his FIDE rating. And Erik Hansen gained a lot of rating points in the previous tournament, the Airthings Masters, and he's at 2667. But actually, Magnus has, they only played once on the tour, I believe, and Erik won that game. So now it's time for revenge for the world champion.
Yeah. David, is that what it is about for Magnus Carlsen in this game? Revenge against Erik Hansen?
Definitely about revenge. Magnus, as we mentioned, he bears grudges. He remembers every defeat he's ever been inflicted on, and he wants to win against that opponent to show who is the boss. And last time in the Airthings Masters, we actually saw Magnus again with white. There he opened with his king's pawn, 1e4. He's gone away from that, and now he's opened with the English opening. And okay, Erik, maybe not expecting this. How will he react in the opening? Erik, great player, of course, did great in the Airthings Masters, but he is known to suffer from time trouble. He's very slow in certain positions, and maybe Magnus just wants to give him a lot of choice at this early stage. Erik deciding upon what to play and just occupying the center with a pawn. This is what we call the 4 knights variation, and Magnus just, again, pushing a pawn to fianchetto his bishop.
Oh, wow, that is very nice.
Symmetry with the knights.
New to me, I think, at this level, to see those 4 knights out there.
Yeah, there are various different types of 4 knights openings. There's one in king's pawn openings. This is one of them. But yeah, it's not necessarily the most common variation, and that's why Magnus has chosen it, I think. He just wants Erik to be thinking for himself at an early stage. If we rewind 1 month, when Erik beat Magnus, that was a really theoretical battle. I think Erik was able to get the first 15, 20 moves down on the board almost instantly. And later he was able to calculate his way to trick Magnus and eventually win the game. So Magnus just maybe learning from that defeat, he's trying a different strategy here.
They kind of look like, you know, like 4 like pillars in the entrance into the position.
Yeah. And one of them's moved though, Kaja, unfortunately. We do see a trade of pawns, and now after this, white's going to castle, black's going to get his bishop out, he's going to do the same, and yeah, we call this the reverse dragon. There's lots of different names.
What a cool game already. Come on.
Exactly. This is actually a Sicilian defense now, just with reverse colors, and it would be the dragon variation of the Sicilian. I'm not sure why it's called the dragon, maybe because it breathes fire, but either way, this is still well known theoretically. I remember a win by Magnus Carlsen in 2009 against Vladimir Kramnik in this opening. He's got fond memories. So yeah, he's just hoping to outplay Erik.
So just the name of the opening is?
The reversed dragon Sicilian.
The reverse. So this is the opening that I'm gonna study. I love it already. Super cool.
I used to play this.
Yeah.
I used
to play this variation actually, but for blitz games I was moving my knight not to this side, to
E6.
the queen side, to b6, but I was moving it to e7, let's say, where the bishop is standing now.
So a different branch maybe
Yes,
this opening.
I had some tricks there, and I played it quite successfully in blitz games. You know, even I remember against Motilov.
Okay,
some good funny memories.
I was also just seriously impressed by David plucking out a game from over 13 years ago and saying, hey, this is between Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik, and check my database. Lo and behold, 2009, London Classic.
Yeah, I mean,
I know
it might
you were
sound
there.
impressive, but I was sitting next to them on the stage. So I remember.
Because you were playing?
I was playing in those days.
Okay, so you were playing and you remember the game going on next to you. Not impressive at all, David.
That's only because I think maybe it was my best ever result. I came third in the tournament behind Carlsen and Kramnik. So,
nice.
Yeah, those were the glory days.
You do have quite a few good results in London.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah.
No, Kaja, I was also impressed today when you said the game number 6 of the match.
Yeah, actually kind of proud of it, yeah.
Some habits, I think you take them also.
But I think, so I remember Game 6s because we talked a lot about Game 6. That's when the drama starts to happen in the World Championship matches.
Yeah, historically, I think there's been a kind of disproportionate number of decisive results, right, in Game 6. If you go back to the 19th century, already many World Championship matches decided by those kind of critical moments in the middle of the match. So
it was a pity I just left Dubai at this moment and the sixth game. Yes, and I was given a short interview to Chess24 with Askild, and actually. They asked my opinion, and they said it's going to be the 5-6 game should be one of the most important games of the match. And then I left. Yes, it was such a pity.
It changed the whole momentum of the match. I mean, that was quite interesting because before that, and I think David and myself had both had requests from the BBC and Newsnight to kind of appear on their shows and discuss how computers were just ruining the game and the players were playing too perfectly and there was just no margin for actual chess and for human error. And lo and behold, Game 6 happened and the gates opened and we saw Nepomniachtchi actually collapse. And actually we saw Magnus use a very human approach to avoid all this computer preparation. So everything that had been said before, well, it was quickly forgotten.
He is known for that, right, Magnus Carlsen, the human approach to the game.
Exactly. He's, I think, one of the biggest students of the game. He studied all the former world champions. He would have been aware that Game 6 is kind of a historical match. And just in terms of general chess style as well, he picks up little tips here and there. He knows how to put psychological pressure on his opponents. And, OK, meanwhile, getting back to this game, it has differed from that Carlsen against Kramnik game that I mentioned earlier. But White has started pushing pawns, trying to gain space on the queen side, on this left side of the board. Black just organising his pieces. It looks like Black's been retreating a bit, especially the black dark squared bishop going back next to his king. But this is very common type of technique. And now Magnus jumped forward with the white bishop, attacking the black queen. We saw that blocked. And it's really interesting. Magnus actually just gave up a move with this bishop maneuver. He jumped forward, allowed Black to gain time by blocking, and then retreated. He's hoping that the black king is vulnerable on this light square diagonal. If we look at the black king on the white squares, some possibility maybe of an attack later in the game. So, OK, Eric, meanwhile, reacting very quickly, pushing a pawn, trying to force White to commit on this queen side. Do you step forward with if you're Magnus? Do you trade a set of pawns? I'm expecting to see him step forward with a pawn here, but then Eric's going to jump into the centre with a black knight. And this is still very thematic. Both players clearly have studied something similar to this before.
Yeah. And I just wanted to mention something, that Magnus's bishop manoeuvre, actually attacking the queen, provoking that pawn weakness, has been played before, but wasn't the most popular line, actually. And this is something that we've seen from Magnus time and time again. He goes into these main lines and then picks a sideline and takes his opponent into these kind of unfamiliar territories.
Yeah, he did this in the World Championship match, right? He went into the main lines, but then chose the 5th most popular move. So it's unlikely the opponent would have studied that. Then the next game, he'll choose the 4th most popular move. And he just confuses his opponents because they've studied something very similar, but not exactly that. And that's how he's able to kind of stay unpredictable, just dancing around in the opening. So earlier we had this question, right? Like, should you focus on studying the openings? But there are special time-consuming or time-efficient ways, to study the openings where you can surprise your opponents and it can be really effective. Meanwhile, though, Eric doing a great job of staying up on the clock because that has been his Achilles heel, his only weakness, really, in the Athens Masters last month.
15 minutes left on the clock, and we see Eric sitting there with his sweater with the chess bra logo. He is a big chess streamer, as most of you probably know, and a move. 2 moves.
Yeah, wow, really committal as well from Magnus Carlsen. So he's traded off White's dark squared bishop, which tends to be quite a good piece, actually, in these positions. He's traded off for a knight, but look at Black's pawns over there on the B file. Black has 2 double pawns over there. And Magnus is going to hope
He's going to play the long game. He's going to hope that's a strategic weakness later on. But black does have the bishop pair, so this is really, really complex now. I'm not sure who I prefer in these types of positions. White has a great light squared bishop to compensate for maybe his lack of fight on the dark squares later on. But then again, if black can get organised, if black can get all his pieces off the back rank at some point, then Erik will be happy. And Erik's bobbing his head. He looks confident.
Yeah. All right. Wow. And he has a lot of time on the clock. Now, are you a big fan of chess streaming, Anastasia? Do you watch it a lot?
I don't watch it a lot, but of course I'm following from time to time.
Yeah.
Of course, I know the names of the most famous streamers. Yes, I also have my Twitch account, but I must say that I'm a bit lazy, person. And so I appear from time to time for commentaries on different websites, and also sometimes traveling for chess events. So, but streaming, yes, it's cool, and we all know that Erik Hansen is a really popular and good streamer these days, and still he's able to fight on the very decent level, which is great.
Yeah, isn't that impressive? It's basically a full-time job for him, right? To be a chess streamer, to be here with the best players in the world, competing at the very top.
Yes, I agree. And when I think of Chess Bar, I'm always reminded of the time when I first moved into my house and we didn't have any internet. So my husband sorted out some kind of, I don't know, satellite broadband where we had a fixed capacity. And he thought that he'd bought a lot, except I went on Chess Bar and I watched their streams. And I think 2 days later, my husband was like, well, hang on a second.
No more internet.
No more internet. What happened there? And I was like, oh, does streaming take up that much internet? And he goes, yeah, okay, yeah. So I tell this story to Erik and he goes, yeah, sorry, I ate up your broadband.
So you stopped watching the streams after that.
I did. It was very enjoyable.
Meanwhile, we've seen a huge move by Magnus Carlsen because he sacrificed a pawn, and it's not 100% clear what his plan is if Erik doesn't trust him and takes it. But OK, Erik did not call the bluff. Magnus, I think he had a special idea up his sleeve, and I just have to show this because it's so beautiful. Here in this position, Magnus has just brought his knight back, actually blocking the queen's connection to this pawn in front of it. And now black could have got greedy and could have captured this pawn. And I was trying to work out there, just while you were discussing Chess Bar, I was trying to work out what the idea was. But maybe the idea is actually to bring the white knight forward to this square, and black's queen actually has a selection of knights to capture here. If we see a trade of queens, yes, white's a pawn down, but white is doing well because there are weaknesses to attack. But no matter which knight the black queen captured, it would have got trapped. If you take this knight, the black queen is trapped here. There's no escape squares, and you lose the queen. If you took the other knight, then suddenly a fork and a double attack. This is just beautiful. I've nearly never seen this type of pattern before in my life. So Magnus Carlsen there, setting a trap, but Erik didn't fall into it. I'm just curious whether Erik saw it, or whether he just trusted Magnus and didn't even want to calculate, didn't even want to waste time working out the consequences there. Instead, he brought his rook across, and white's knight has indeed jumped over. And just to kind of sum up the position here, remember, white has a better pawn structure. Black's pawns here are doubled, they're ugly, they're weak, but black has the bishop pair. So these two bishops are the kind of the soul of black's position. If black can develop these pieces, for example, the bishop coming out now, and maybe even developing his bishop out later in the game, this guy can come out to a decent square. If he can do that, Erik's doing well, but if not, Magnus has weaknesses to probe at, and he loves those types of things. OK, the bishop has indeed come out to cover the light squares around the black king. That's a good start. So it's all about the bishops and whether white can prove that these are weaknesses. Magnus is going for them. He's brought his knight to the side of the board. Double attack now against this pawn. And it's just a really complex positional strategic fight. Erik dropping back with his knight. He's counterattacking against the white pawns now. And Erik, I've never seen him play this fast, I must admit. Wow. This is a clear strategy from him. He's clearly learned his lesson from the last tournament, where time did eventually see him time struggles eventually saw him eliminated in the quarterfinals.
I wonder, was it possible to take this knight on, which was actually threatening the pawn on b6? I mean, instead of moving the knight.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not sure.
I think it would have been possible for black's light square bishop to go and capture a knight, but maybe he was just worried about heading towards an endgame, and Magnus is a specialist there. Erik maybe just trying to keep more tension in the position. I mean, I say I'm impressed that he's playing so fast. I'm just surprised because some huge decisions for him. As you mentioned, Anastasia, he had options. many options on every turn. But Erik is just ramping up the speed.
Yeah. And now when it comes to Erik increasing his pace, I'm kind of reminded of an article that I think I read in the Newer Chess magazine, where he talks about his experiences in his debut, the US AIM Chess Rapid of last season. And there he just said that he was too slow. And he got all these promising positions and he just kept squandering them with one-move blunders. And so he promised himself in the second debut that in the Air Things Masters he was not going to be doing that, but he still found himself in time trouble. And so I think now it's like, okay, I'm going to learn my lesson and I'm going to play as confidently as I can.
Yeah, it must have been a confidence boost for him to do so well in the last tournament, beating Magnus and getting through to the knockouts. Okay, meanwhile, a set of pawns have been exchanged on this left side of the board, on the queen side. And in general, if we just stop calculating, this should favour black, because black has traded off a very strong white pawn for one of black's doubled pawns. But then again, black's knight is undefended temporarily. White's knights look very nice. You can imagine the white queen jumping out, gaining a bit of time. Okay, she has done this, attacking the black knight and the pawn next to it. So it's become a bit more concrete. It is about calculation now. And I know Erik has played fast and we've been praising him for it, but he needs to slow down around now because things are getting a bit critical. If you're too passive with black, you might just lose a pawn and not get any compensation for it. So now is the time, now is a really critical moment. Invest 3 or 4 minutes, try and work out what's happening over the next few moves. And
that's a great advice, actually, from you, David. You know, it's very important to feel the moment when you really need to spend time. I think many players in the internet also used to play 1-minute games, like 3-minute games, and like nobody's used to think properly about something which is really important. I mean, we have some critical moments in every game, and it's really important to go through different variations and find the best way how to continue. So, of course, such a good player as Erik Hansen knows it, and he will definitely spend some time, but I mean, this is a very time management is a very important skill.
Yeah.
Yes.
Definitely. And you go.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say that I actually checked the computer to see whether Erik was actually walking a tightrope, and he is. There's actually only one good knight move, and that's actually to go forward with the knight.
To jump into white's half.
Exactly.
Wow, that's brave.
That is brave, because my instinct was actually just to step backwards with the black knight, challenge its counterpart.
Same. So the most natural move, maybe going back with the black knight, at least the safest, most logical move, is a mistake.
It is a mistake.
Wow, okay. And yeah, actually, you mentioned that time management there, Anastasia, and I think especially for streamers, that's why it's so impressive that Erik's done well when he's come back to longer forms of chess and against the best in the world, because streamers mostly play blitz, they mostly play bullet. It's hard to get a rhythm once you have more time to think. And yeah, he's been mightily impressive. And I think that's why, okay, I joke about my time management, lots of people joke about it, but I do spend a lot of time in order to kind of formulate a long-term plan. I try to pick the critical moments, and that's what the top players do. From practice, from learning, kind of studying, they realise when to spend their time.
I have a question for you, David, because I was watching your games, and you and Niels would often settle into very long things. Mm-hmm. And I have to ask, how did you maintain your concentration? Because, how did you kind of not spend like 5 minutes and then your brain goes, how about this tune or something? How did you just focus? Did you have any tips there?
I'm not sure I was that focused. I mean, most of the time I was able to think, and most of the time my moves were okay after those long thinks, but there was one case where I spent nearly 40 minutes and I came up with the wrong plan, and I kind of didn't trust my first instinct. So there are pros and cons, definitely. But I guess it helped that we were in this grand library, this amazing venue, and there was literally nothing else apart from a chessboard. So you had to focus. Yeah. And I also make a rule of never listening to music before games or on the day of games, just because I don't want anything in my head apart from the chess. So.
And do you structure your thoughts? Like, for instance, first of all, you start off with a bigger picture, and then you're like, okay, these are the moves I need to calculate, or does your mind...
Oh, that's an
like
interesting
my mind is a bit chaotic, jumps here, and then suddenly there might be this eureka moment where I'm like, woohoo, well, hang on a second, there's this.
I must admit, before I started commentary work, it was just a mess in my head. But ever since I started commentating, I do occasionally take a step back and talk to myself. And actually, especially when I'm in time trouble, I take a step back and I think, okay, my opponent's going to play this, this, or this. Okay, I have a forced move against this one. I don't have to worry about that one. I have a forced move here. This one I need to calculate, so I'll focus on this one. And it's easier to structure now. I can take a step back. But yeah, instincts are rusty, but I think the logical thinking is improved. So yeah,
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to improve in chess, you have to become a commentator. Now I know the trick.
That's why we're so good.
Yeah. And if you have any questions, any comments, send us your selfies, just get enthusiastic about the actual chess that's happening, then don't forget you can tweet us using the hashtag chess champs. I needed to catch my breath there. A little bit of a long sentence. And we will try and feature them on the show.
Definitely. Hashtag chess champs on Twitter, the way to reach us. And also the auction for David's chess tie. Only 40 minutes left now. Exactly 40 minutes to go to make your bid for the lucky chess tie. And the current bid, $450.
Wow.
That's impressive.
I'm almost speechless. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, it's touching, isn't it, that people support the show that much that they're able and willing to buy a chess tie, buy the chess auctions, and also to support the cause. And it really is like you were mentioning, Anastasia, that everyone is coming together, helping out, and being part of this big, wonderful community.
Absolutely. This tournament is all about Charity Cup and donating to UNICEF, who is doing life-saving work in and around Ukraine for the children and their families in need there. So, keep donating. We're so much appreciating every single dollar you're contributing with. And we're also allowing ourselves to be entertained by the chess in this tournament. Magnus Carlsen out for revenge against Erik Hansen here. Erik, for the very first time in his life, was able to win against Magnus Carlsen in a tournament in the Air Things Masters. I have to say, Magnus is looking focused. He is not going to lose this game.
Yeah, he's looking confident as well. Just body language. He thinks, okay, White has control. Remember, White has a couple of threats. White is hitting the Black Knight with the White Queen, but the White Queen is also attacking the pawn in front of it. And also, as Ivanka revealed, there's only really one move for Black to stay in this game, to keep things balanced. And it's not an easy one. It's not an obvious one. Erik's done the right thing. He's paused now. He's realised it is a critical moment, that kind of the path has narrowed. The stakes are higher than ever. He finds the best move, though. So that's... Yeah, I mean, that's mightily impressive. He paused at the right moment. And the whole idea is that if White's queen went up and grabbed a pawn, Black's queen would have been able to come down and take a pawn as well. So White's queen was forced to retreat. And now the Black Knight also stepping back. But the Black Knight, it's done a bit of a dance. It's found itself on a safe square, just offering some exchanges. And yeah, OK, White has an advantage here, according to the evaluation bar, but it's not easy, at least for Magnus. And Erik's done a good job of staying in the game. And, OK, Magnus, I just want to point out, really nice move, improving the White rooks. They were doing nothing, and now he's defending his knights with his rooks. All of the pieces entering the action, and, OK, surprised by Erik Hansen, just taking the time out to shuffle his king to the corner. Maybe he'd seen this position in advance, actually, when he was having that longer think a few moves ago. The Black king much safer on a dark square in the corner, but then again, long term, it could get trapped there. There could be some back rank checks. It is also costing one valuable move. So pros and cons to that one.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking, should the game reach an endgame, which is what Magnus is famous for, that king in the corner was going to take a bit of a time and journey to get back into the game.
I was also thinking maybe he just gives a chance for the bishop to go to the same square where the king was before. Maybe in some situations, maybe this idea also he had in mind. If he will try to find some useful moves, maybe this move would be one of them. Because Magnus improves his position and Black has to do something. So maybe he can remove his bishop at a certain point.
Yeah, maybe we can show this idea, Anastasia, just because also I must admit in that match that we've been talking about quite a lot today, as Black, I planted my bishop on the g8 square. The first time I did it because it was the only move, and then a few games later I did it just because I thought it would be funny to play the same move I played a few moves ago, and it was a mistake. So, yeah, as you mentioned...
Erik saw your games and maybe was inspired.
He shouldn't be inspired by this bishop retreat. For example, one thing Magnus could do here, I'm actually expecting him maybe to make an exchange, but one thing he could do, when in doubt, remember, pick up a pawn, push it forward, and Black's bishop could actually step back. And the reason this is actually quite attractive for Black is because this king is super safe now. And yes, it's a retreating move, but bishops are long-range pieces, and the bishop still has influence on this diagonal, but it also gets out of the way of the black rook on this line. It keeps the king nice and safe, and yeah, maybe one idea behind his move. If we go back, I mentioned I'm expecting Magnus to make a trade. I think it would take extraordinary self-control to just push a pawn and just kind of maintain the status quo. But I'm expecting just knight takes knight, and a similar idea that Zhu Wenjun used in the previous game, lifting the white rook up the board to the 5th rank, slightly into the black half of the board, but also eyeing up weaknesses, hitting this pawn, also trying to force black to make a decision with this bishop. Now it's attacked twice by the rook and bishop, and if we see a trade, we will see what we call a good knight against a bad bishop. And this is a bad bishop because a lot of its pawns are on dark squares as well, especially its central pawns. So it's actually going to get blocked in by its own pawns. And it's also got no targets. Whereas this is a really good knight because how is black ever going to remove it? It's also got targets. So yeah, this does look slightly in white's favour. Still, bishops are good defenders. Even the worst bishop, even this one, as Ivanka likes to remind me. And okay, Magnus, I joked about it, but he's played the move that we've seen already in every game today. He's played h4, picked up this pawn, and he's given his king some breathing space, instructive, but also just hinting to Eric that this pawn might destabilise the black king position later in the game. Okay, Magnus has indeed just maintained the status quo. I said this would take extraordinary self-control. Magnus is that type of player, super patient, just doing nothing, but in a useful way. And that's one skill that the top players really have.
Yeah, it's really hard to have such a skill, just to stay peaceful and don't make your position worse than it is now.
Is it a brave move by Magnus?
Yeah, in a way, he's not really weakened himself, but at the same time...
Showing that maybe he can do something later.
Exactly, he's just putting the fear of ghosts into the opponent in a way. So now, at the back of his mind, Eric always has to just wonder about that white H-pawn pushing up the board. And personally, as someone who plays a lot of blitz and a lot of bullet chess online, it's so annoying when my opponent just pushes a pawn and just kind of leaves it there, just hanging, thinking every move I have to spend half a second thinking, is that pawn going to continue advancing? And yeah, just something for Eric at the back of his mind.
Wow, the psychology of chess.
I know, and it's also, this pawn move doesn't come with too much risk because look at that chain of pawns. You want your pawns to be in chains, and that sounded a bit strange. But anyway, the rook is lined up with its queen, and now there's a threat in the air. Eric is threatening to play queen takes pawn.
Yeah, and again, really calm by Eric. A nice move there. I think Magnus was maybe a bit too relaxed because if you look at the white knight, it looks like that white knight is dominating the black rooks. The black rooks can't use the open c-file because that white knight is so strong. But the black rook now with its queen, it's eyeing up the only real weak pawn in white's position in the centre there on the d-file. And how do you defend that pawn with white? It's not actually easy. The white rook in the corner wants to slide across and defend it, but then there's another weakness. That white rook in the corner is guarding another pawn. Maybe Eric's caught Magnus a bit off guard here. Magnus is a bit off balance. He wants this position, but with another move, maybe his h-pawn move was just a bit too much of a luxury.
Maybe a4 was better, you know, at least to remove this a3 pawn from being
potential
threatened.
Attack. Yes. Yeah, suddenly Magnus, maybe he has to take a time out with the white bishop. Okay, he puts it in the centre of the board. That is provocative. I thought he maybe would drop it back next to his king, keep it safe. But now, what happens if Eric pushes a pawn to kick that bishop away?
That's a good question. Like he plays really actively.
Yeah, I guess.
Aggressively. Interesting. After f5, what he'll do?
I think he's going to block the d-file with his bishop. But Magnus, he's trying to force Eric to push this pawn forward. He actually gave up a move earlier to let Eric push the f-pawn forward for free. Now he's trying to do it again, but Eric pushes this pawn. Look at the black king, that's a bit loose.
That is totally loose, but I'm looking at that pawn move and I'm thinking this is just waving a red flag to push the Harry one square forward and just soften up the king side, that extra bit. Because as David pointed out, white has a really nice response to black attacking the bishop with his pawn.
Yeah, so if black had attacked the bishop, the white bishop, would have jumped into the middle of the board. And I still think this was maybe the lesser evil. Black could have traded a set here, and at least now black has kicked the white knight away so the black rooks can start to get active. But instead, pushing this pawn. The reason I don't like this is because it is rapid chess. And again, it's the psychology, it's that word psychology that Kaja mentioned. This king now is slightly looser. just because you have pushed pawns in front of your king. And Magnus has a timeout. Maybe it's time to just combine all the plans we've been discussing. Anastasia mentioned this pawn being loose and a bit of a target on this diagonal. Maybe it's time to push this up one square, put everything on white squares so that the black dark squared bishop has nothing to hit on. And yeah, now I think white is safe. Again, if pawn pushes forward, then you just block this file for the black queen and black rook. It's just really frustrating for black. Again, we might see a situation with good knight against a bishop that's not that great. And yeah, just small advantage for Magnus, but it could be, as the evaluation bar shows, it could be the type of advantage that grows move by move now. So I feel Erik's last move, a pawn push, weakening and just a bit too slow. Yeah. He needed to be a bit more concrete, a bit more aggressive, maybe attacking the opponent's bishop. And Magnus, okay, meanwhile, bring his queen to the side of the board.
It has been there already. No?
Yeah, surprising. It's been there already, as you mentioned. It was here 5-6 moves ago, and at least he's going for a pawn. Really surprising. I think Erik now has to push this pawn forward, otherwise he's just too passive, he's too late. Look at all his pieces on the back rank. You need to activate somehow. You need to just start getting aggressive and hit this bishop, kick it away from its dream square in the middle of the board.
Yeah, and earlier you mentioned the word psychology, and I'm just going to ask you Daniel Nolan's questions, who asks us, do chess players at the top level ever get overconfident when playing players of lower ratings?
Yes. Normally they're good enough to control positions, but I've been there myself. I've underestimated players lower rated. If they're a couple of 100 points lower, I just sometimes think, okay, if everything's okay, on a normal day I would beat them. But then there's no such thing as a weak player nowadays. Everyone's so good. So I've taken risks and they have backfired. I know that some top players, occasionally in the first round of open tournaments, it's normally top half plays bottom half. You see surprises from time to time. And you end up playing moves that you wouldn't normally play just because you underestimate the opponent.
Yeah, so. I have a confession to make. I'm going to condition my answer and say I'm ageist. So, sorry. So if my opponent is younger than me, like significantly younger, like teenager, then I will say no. I'm never overconfident.
Because they're so fast, they're fresh.
Yeah, when they're older than me, and say if I'm going to say 60s, 50s and 60s, totally overconfident. I think there's no way that they can beat me, and I take big risks. So, I mean, it's really the wrong approach, actually, too. But, yeah, and I've fallen foul of this many times.
Definitely, that's a good approach, because when you see the small kid, or young boy or girl sitting in front of you, you should worry a little bit. You never know, and the rating sometimes doesn't really show the strengths of young, let's say, generation. We can see here Pragnananda, who is only 16, and he has similar rating with all these top players. So we shouldn't underestimate chess players only because they're younger. Actually, it goes the other way around.
Absolutely. Now, but how big of a difference is 100 rating points? For example, here we have Magnus on a 2,800 kind of rating. We do have a few players on 2,500 rating. I mean, in 10 games, how many times will Magnus win against 2,500 rated players?
Yeah, that's a good question, actually, because the FIDE ratings, they have specific percentage scores that you're expected against an average opponent. That's how you calculate ratings. For example, in my recent match against Niels, we basically have the same rating, so we're expected 50% against each other. If I win a game, I get kind of 5 rating points because I get kind of 0.5 more. And Magnus against a 2,500 player, I guess he'd be expected 80-something%.
Wow, yeah.
So if he draws, he would lose 3 or 4 rating points. But if he wins, he only gains 1 or 2. So I think you can probably see on FIDE website all these calculations. There's always a specific expected score.
Yeah, I had a bit of a thought experiment the other day where I was thinking, if someone, let's say, rated 1,800, which is a reasonably strong player, played against, say, someone of David's level, 2,700, and they played a 100-game match, and assuming that they have the same kind of endurance level, could that 1,800 score a point, like a half a point? As soon as they scored a half point, then the 1,800 would win. Do you think that's possible, or is that...
It's really interesting. Maybe we need to make it happen as an experiment sometime.
The 100-game match is a bit much.
We do. I have a dilemma actually following up on that, but just this move first, David.
Yeah, it's actually the two moves we expected. So I mentioned Eric had to just push pawns forward. He had to take risks because sitting still, being passive, never helps in chess, especially when you're defending. And Magnus met that attack on his bishop, met that pawn push by blocking the d-file with his bishop. Okay, so still very, very tense, and the clocks are ticking down. So excitement is guaranteed in this one, I think.
All right.
A draw still far, well, it's the most unlikely result, I reckon, here. Okay, a trade of bishops, and it's that strong knight in the middle of the board against that black bishop, which doesn't look good right now, but could come to life later.
All right, I'll hurry up to take my dilemma then, because I heard this one on Norwegian radio a few years ago. Would you rather be in prison for 10 years or be in prison until you have beaten Magnus Carlsen in a game of chess? I'm always optimistic, so I'm like, oh, I'm going to practice every day. One time I must be able to beat him. I understand that's not realistic. How much of a rating would you need to have to answer that you would stay in prison until you have beaten Magnus Carlsen in chess?
And you play 1 game per day?
1 game per day. I mean, Anastasia, what would you take? 10 years in prison or staying in prison until you have won 1 game against Magnus?
Maybe 10 years would be better. More realistic. Yes.
But you would be able to, right?
I think David still has chances, and Joanka too.
But there would be 365 games of chess, and you would get
maybe
better.
you'll improve.
Exactly.
Yeah, yes.
All you do, you're in prison, all you do is play chess, practice chess.
So you'd have 3,650 games in those 10 years to try and win 1.
Yep.
Yes.
I mean, David, you would
take my chances.
Yes, definitely.
The other thing is that maybe you are ready to stay in the prison in order just to play so many games with Magnus Carlsen. You know?
Maybe he doesn't want to come to the prison.
That is the answer of a chess player.
Maybe at one point also he will just lose the game in order, to stop this challenge.
It's some nice, that's creative answers, thinking outside the box. Okay, well, you said this game is definitely heating up, David. What's happening?
Yeah, I think it was heating up a bit too much for Magnus Carlsen's liking, so he's trying to get the queens off. He's trying to head for his favourite endgame. And the white queen sliding across, defending her knight, defending her rook. If the black queen trades, white would recapture, and I still think white has the better chances because white's minor piece is better, the knight superior to the bishop. Eric, though, allowing the queen exchange, but he's trying to make it happen on his terms. And right now, there is a trap. If white's queen captures the black queen, this will be recaptured by a pawn. Maybe we can show this. And that would actually end badly for Magnus. So Eric here, rather than playing queen takes queen, where this pawn supports everything, supports especially the knight in the middle of the board, this would be maybe OK for black, but still slightly better for white. Eric, instead, offering the queen trade, but setting a trap. And this is one thing for everyone at home to remember. Don't necessarily go for the trade unless it really helps you, unless you can do it on your terms, gaining time, setting traps, because now, after pawn recaptures, this is a double attack, a fork. So Magnus can't actually take the queens off yet. He needs to find a clever way to do that. I'm wondering what he does here. I mean, you could maybe just move the queen away from the attack. Maybe you could move the knight forward. I don't know, it feels a bit loose. It feels like black's rooks are really coming to life. For example, after a trade here, the black rook will just move out the way. I'm not sure where. And at least black has some active pieces later in the game. So I like what Eric's doing. I think he's really dealing well with the pressure on his position. This is the current position. Magnus cannot trade queens. Magnus has to find something else. But look at the clock times as well. 1 minute. OK, he does go for that move. I feel maybe the safest move in the position. Bring his knight to the side and hitting this black rook.
Yeah, I have to say I didn't see a good alternative, actually, for Magnus. I think this is the best chance that he has. And I have to say that I really do like the way that Eric has been handling this position with a lot of grit and resilience.
Yeah, I think maybe now is the time to trade queens. I don't really see what else. If you move the rook that is attacked as black, then suddenly you have to worry about these pawns falling at some point. White can't take them yet, but some attacks here. White can maybe now dodge the trade of queens. And I don't think that helps too much for black. So I think maybe just take the queens off the board. For example, pawn takes, and then just move the rook. You can even challenge white's rook. And suddenly Magnus's advantage is not so great because the knight's no longer on its ideal square in the middle. And also, we mentioned this earlier, a long time ago. Long term, this pawn is actually on a dark square, so black's bishop, not as bad as it looks. It does have one target in the position later.
I was just thinking that when I was looking at this ending, and I was thinking, I bet Magnus is thinking, why didn't I not just move my A pawn, push Alice one square, have her on a light square, the end.
Yeah. But actually, it's not a good idea to think about what happened in the game while the game is still not over, you know? That's another story. Of course, it's very hard to be organized and not to let your thoughts go and back and think, why didn't I do this move or that move? This is what happens to anybody, I think. But one, I think, tip for our spectators, for our followers, that it's good to finish the game and only after that to start thinking, what did you do wrong?
Yeah, exactly. And we always see the players analyse the games as soon as they finish. But during the games, especially someone like Magnus, he's good at just forgetting and just living in the moment.
Yeah.
So,
it's
advice.
the only moment when it's good to forget things, actually, right? Just forget everything until the game is over.
Yeah. No regrets, huh?
So everybody says that chess players need to have a good memory. So sometimes it's the other way around. You should also be able to forget things.
Selective memory. Okay, meanwhile, the position we actually predicted did arise. The queens got exchanged. Black's rook came to the 5th rank, actually defending everything. Black's bishop also kind of protecting that rook. And Magnus just teaming up his rooks together. And Eric now has a choice. Does he trade those rooks? Again, he's got to decide whether it's on his terms. He does, allowing White's rook into the game.
I felt that was a bit too accommodating, actually, because the only White benefited from that trade. I think it would have been much better to activate the other rook.
Maintain the tension.
Yep.
And now Black's bishop does have an opportunity to go and take that pawn. It has happened. We highlighted that pawn as a weakness, but Black's pawn falls as well. So still level material, but a double attack. White's rook hitting the bishop, of course, first, but also the pawn, the black pawn in the centre of the board. Still, Eric has some problems to deal with.
Look at the time, it's
already 17 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Gosh, I hadn't realised.
Talking about time trouble, less than 20 minutes left in the auction for David's chess tie. Less than 20 minutes, the current bid, $500. So head into cctauction.com and make your bid. All right, time trouble for Eric Hansen as well.
Time trouble, and that's when mistakes happen, and already we see the evaluation bar shoot off to White's side. Black's bishop now is passive. It's gone to a bad square. That bishop can be hit by the white rook, by the white pawn. It does feel like Magnus now has a couple of moves to create pressure before Black is able to get organised. What do we think? Is there a way to win a pawn here for White? Can White's rook go up the board to try and gobble up a pawn? Again, it all comes back to that move 20 moves ago. Black's king in the corner just looks like a terrible piece in an endgame. And somehow Black's pawn's in the centre of the board, also a bit loose. We talk about advancing pawns. Sometimes they can be great, but you do leave weaknesses behind. And even in endgames now, these pawns don't necessarily defend each other. And Magnus going after Black's B pawn. Okay, we're actually going to see a similar scenario to the game between Zhu Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. Black has given up a pawn, but he's going to try and seek solace in a rook endgame. You have to get rid of that white knight over the next couple of moves. That white knight cannot be allowed to survive, because then it will help White's extra C pawn forward. So White's a pawn up. Can Magnus convert it? Zhu Wenjun didn't manage to convert her extra C pawn in the last round. And
we'll see if Magnus will be able to do so.
Yeah, but Magnus has a much better version of it, because his rook can perhaps cut off the black king. And I think Eric is choosing a different... He's maybe choosing to keep the rook... take the rooks off and keep the minor pieces on, which I'm not sure about, actually.
Okay, this is all about timing, because if Black's king can get across fast enough, the white knight is almost trapped. And the black king can even go for White's extra pawn, the white extra pawn blockaded by Black's bishop. But if the white knight is able to destabilise that black bishop, if the white king can get in, if the white pawn can push, it's just going to be game over. So, okay, really interesting. Maybe Eric's calculated this. Maybe he's okay. But it does feel like if Magnus is accurate, there must be something.
But the white knight has one safe escape route. It can relocate itself to, I was going to say, the C6 square and get out via the A line, but he's chosen a different way.
Yeah, so he hit the black bishop and the black pawn in the middle of the board. At least now the white knight, very minimum, as you mentioned, Ivanka, it does have an escape route. It can jump back to the B6 square and then back towards the centre. But, OK, I would be slightly reluctant to allow Black's pawns all onto light squares as well, because if you look at the king side, the right side of the board, White's pawns are all on dark squares. That will mean the white king is tied down later if the black bishop tries to sneak in and attack those pawns. I think you have to maybe try and push some pawns to light squares at some point. But Magnus, okay, this is his home territory, the endgame, right? And it would be a surprise if he doesn't win this one somehow. That being said, Erik fighting hard.
Yes, and actually if he pushes his pawn forward, maybe the king can come closer at this moment, yes?
Yeah, so if the black e-pawn can push forward...
I mean, if white pushes the pawn
okay.
to c5 now.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe
the king, after. So now he chooses to move his king, but otherwise c5 would probably lose a pawn.
Yeah. Okay, so white didn't take the risk of pushing the extra pawn forward because it might become weak, as you mentioned. Instead, trying to activate the white king. But now I'm expecting Erik to lock things down. There we go. And the pawn structure on the king side now actually maybe favours black, just because white's pawns are always going to be targets for the black bishop. Suddenly it feels to me like Erik's made some progress and Magnus hasn't really. Magnus has lost a lot of time with his knight.
And I like what Erik's doing. You know, he's centralizing the bishop, but even more importantly, he's getting ready to run with the king to the c5 square and start looking up at the c4 pawn. So this is why Magnus plays a crafty move, you know, puts his knight on the edge of the board. He says, no, you're not going to go for that plan. But it's not the most active knight I've ever seen.
Yeah, white's knight is definitely not the most centralized, not the most happy. But white's king is slowly going to snake its way over to support the white knight, maybe retreating. And there we go, both kings doing a bit of a dance.
But maybe black has enough of counterplay. Maybe he can start pushing his pawns on the king's sides, like very fast.
I think he should at some point. I would ideally want to put my pawns on light squares and do that. So, for example, black could maybe push his h-pawn forward 2 squares, blockade on the light squares, and use his bishop to trade pawns. But, okay, he's actually trying to sneak around a different way. The black bishop has gone back. It wants to go to the a5 square to the side of the board and wants to sneak behind. If you could pick up that black bishop and put it behind white's pawns on the diagonal, on the dark square diagonal, all of white's pawns are going to drop. So that's really, really clever by Erik. He's going to use his bishop to tie down white's king and knight to the protection of their kingside pawns. Yeah, I don't think Magnus is going to win this anymore.
No, it's a beautiful idea from Erik. Really, it's very key, actually, to maintaining the defensive possibilities alive. I agree with you, David. I just don't see a way.
Yeah,
don't see a way forward.
We have to show this because Erik's found a really, really nice idea. He's dropped his bishop back. It was on a great central square, but he's just trying to bring it to the side of the board, then in and behind, and look at all of white's pawns. They're just right for the picking, all of these pawns on dark squares. If the bishop does get behind, it's just going to be, if anything, winning for black. So white's king now has had to step back. But if the bishop just leaves itself on this side of the board, on this diagonal, hinting at later coming in, then the white king has to stay guarding this square. The white knight has to stop the black king coming in. And how can white make progress? Maybe you can't.
You can't. No.
White is just completely frozen. This knight stopping the black king from coming forward. And yeah, it just looks like an easy draw now for Erik. I think we're finding an answer. Which are better? Earlier I said good knight against bad bishop. This time it's the opposite. The bishop dominating the white knight. Let's go back to the players. We might see a result shortly. If Erik can maybe hold his nerve and also make sure he plays quickly enough.
Yes, he plays with 10 seconds all the time.
Yeah. As I was talking, I looked at the clock and slightly panicked. 10 seconds or 15 seconds every time Erik moves now.
I don't know why he uses so much time.
He just needs to make a good bishop move, and he has a whole board to make them. So, okay, so he's just centralizing the bishop. Okay, so Magnus, he's been sneaky, you know. He's saying, well, maybe I'm going to do something with my king on the right side, you know, push a pawn forward. And Erik says, no, he's not going to go for that.
Yep.
Lock it down.
Really nice strategy. Just pawns on the opposite colour of your bishop. The black bishop controls the dark squares, the pawns control the light squares. Just one to remember at home. And the king coming back where it came from. it found no joy on this side of the board. Magnus has all the time in the world. Erik doesn't have all the time in the world. 2 seconds. Oof. But yeah, unfortunately, still nothing for Erik. No way for Magnus to come through, and not much to do for Erik either. He can just sit and wait. There we go. The bishop just kind of yo-yoing back and forth between this square, the centre, and Magnus can't really break through. If he starts pushing pawns, for example, white can push the f-pawn forward, he only creates more weaknesses in his own camp. And Magnus has to maintain this kind of blockade, this type of fortress with the white knight and pawn.
And I think Eric is
result.
just going to shuffle the bishop between those two squares. And no, but Magnus is going for it. He's making a pawn break.
Okay, so he is trying. Anastasia mentioned it earlier. You've got to play endgames out to the end, right?
Yes.
Right to the final move, to king versus king.
Yeah, but also he notices that his opponent is playing not so fast, let's say, and only with seconds on his clock. So maybe he will be able to surprise his opponent at a certain point, and then he can have chances.
Yeah, and okay, a trade of pawns. Magnus making a bit of a face, though. Now Black's bishop can come to the centre of the board. White's knight actually has no squares at all.
I think his plan is to trade also g-pawn.
Yeah, so Magnus has only one plan. He's got to push his pawns forward. Literally nothing else to do.
He's a dog with his bone, you know.
But we know that all these trades are good for the weak side, right? I mean, let's exchange all the pawns and then we're fine.
But even if you do exchange the pawns, so for instance, Black holds the white king at bay. So for instance, here you don't take pawns and invite the king to step to the fourth row, you just hold the tension. What is Eric going to do?
What is Magnus going to do?
Sorry, Magnus, my apologies.
Magnus has nothing to do. He just has to wait. But then again, okay, I'm shocked by the evaluation bar. What is the idea behind this one? He's blocked things up completely. Now Eric has to just wait. Can White somehow get the king back into the game? Remember, White's knight has no safe squares. You can't push your extra pawn either forward, because then the black king comes towards the white knight. Okay, the white king tries to get in. It's denied. That's a check. It's kicked back.
I think it was one trick. If Eric would move his bishop out of this diagonal, then knight could jump to c3 because e4 became a weakness. So actually, there was an idea.
I think that's the plan anyway, because White's king is just going to sidestep now to the d2 square. White knight's going to step back, and as you mentioned, Black's central pawn is actually isolated now.
So maybe king moves to d2, and then he supports the knight, who will jump to the square, to the only square, c3.
Yeah, so White's knight is going to get back to the game maybe eventually. I don't think that's going to change too much, because as soon as the white knight steps away, the black king will come down and pick off the white c-pawn. But Magnus is trying.
Yeah.
He's at least trying to force Eric down under 10 seconds again. That's when blunders might happen.
Yeah.
What a tense game, actually. Yeah.
It is quite tense, especially because Magnus will be taking a decision. Eric will have to be calculating at super speed in order to see what's the best defence for him. And, you know, he's considering, should he put his bishop in the middle of the board? Should he try to go for something else? And so he's gone for the king move.
Okay. Wow. Okay, so White might continue with the plan, but White's knight also has the opportunity at some point now to try and jump out of its cage from on the edge of the board. It can jump forward. I don't think that really helps at the moment.
That's the first move I would calculate, actually, you know, because it's a consequence of Black's last move.
Okay, he does it.
Jump in with the knight, and if that knight starts attacking some pawns on the right, they're going to fall.
Actually, maybe Magnus has a route to try and win Black's central pawn. I was worried here about Black's king stepping forward in front of White's extra pawn. Oh. There we go. And now White's knight can actually give a check. I don't think you want to go to any other square. You might get trapped, or it can step back. Actually, wait, it's stepping towards the black g-pawn. Maybe Magnus is winning suddenly.
Yeah.
Wow, we've seen a turnaround.
Wow.
Eric has just let the white knight back into the game. He played that move with less than 1 second left.
Oh.
And he's losing his pawns. Those pawns now, the black g6 pawn, it's fallen.
Yeah.
And those pawns are way more important than the pawns on the other side of the board. Black's kings are just not participating now. It's in no man's land.
And now he's got the best type of pawn. It's a pass pawn. And
he will win the bishop.
He will win the bishop.
Wow, we talked about squeezing water out of a stone. That has happened in this game. It was just a dead draw. Eric had it almost within his grasp. And here we go. Black's bishop has to stop the white pawn, but after this capture, that white pawn is going to cost Black his bishop, and Eric resigns. Magnus squeezed out the win.
Oh, wow. Both players shaking their heads. A little bit of a payback for Magnus Carlsen. He lost in the Air Things Masters. In this one, he was able to win against Eric Hansen. What on earth happened in that time trouble, David?
It was just one move that cost Eric the game. He let the white knight back in, out of its cage, and it was actually in this position, just one move, one moment of carelessness caused by the time trouble, as you mentioned there, Kaja, that let white win. Here, I think Black should still hold the draw. Just wait with this bishop. You can put it anywhere in the board. You can put it in the middle. You can even put it in the corner. Which corner? You can take your pick somewhere on this diagonal, and it's a draw. But Eric moved his king out, and this allowed the white knight into the game again. This White Knight has stayed there doing nothing, and as we saw, eventually the White Knight picked off all of the black pawns and White won the game. Magnus working his endgame magic.
Magnus Carlsen squeezing. It was a long game, so in only 7 minutes, round 4, and we're going to follow the game between the two Indians. 16-year-old Pragnananda against India's number 2 Vidit. That's going to be a very fun game to follow in only a few minutes. Before that, we're going to have a quick commercial break.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Look closely. Really closely. Deep into the eyes of a child. See their hope. And ours too. Whoever she is, wherever he lives, every child deserves a childhood. That's why UNICEF is there, for each and every child. Working day in, day out, in 190 countries and territories, reaching the hardest to reach, the furthest from help. It's why we stay to the end and never give up. Will you stand with us?
Stand with us. Stand with us. Stand with us.
For every child.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Charity Cup. And according to UNICEF, more than 1.5 million children have been forced to flee from Ukraine. And that is why it's so important that we come together now and donate to UNICEF to help them help the people of Ukraine. And this is so far the status in our fundraiser. After only a few hours, I'm so impressed. More than $13,000 coming in. And well, Anastasia, being from Ukraine, is it giving you some sort of hope, at least? I mean, the situation must be so difficult for you. Your thoughts always, of course, with your friends and family in Ukraine.
Yes, of course. I mean, it's exactly what is happening. My thoughts are always circulating there. But actually, chess is a great tool to think about chess, actually.
Yeah.
You cannot think about anything else when you watch the games, and that's a great thing about it. And probably UNICEF will also think about some programs for kids in Ukraine, which will involve chess as well. And of course, I mean, we're very grateful for all donations which are happening right now and for all future donations. As a Ukrainian citizen, as a Ukrainian, I feel, of course, sorry for what's happening in our country, and I really hope the peace will come soon.
Yeah.
This is something very important, and my project Chess for Peace actually is all about it as well. So, I mean, we're trying also to help kids. We're trying to unite chess and NFTs in order to help kids in Ukraine. So far, so good. I hope we will try to do something, our contribution to the peace in Ukraine.
Fantastic. And well, the auction also for David's chess tie is about to end. 1 minute and 14 seconds left. The current bid, I think, is it $700?
It's $700.
Wow.
It's a golden tie.
The golden tie.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, everyone. Whoever wins it, I hope it brings you a lot of luck on the chessboard, and thank you as well for your generosity for Ukraine.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right. Well, round 4 today is coming up. Let's quickly take a look at the results from round 3 in the Charity Cup. Hans Niemann, another win from him against world number 3, Ding Liren. Amazing from the American. Vidit is coming from a win, and so is Pragnananda. Magnus Carlsen, as we saw, won against Erik Hansen, and David Anton winning. So we do still have, it's still, only 3 games into the preliminaries, 15 rounds in total. We have 5 players on 7 points, and Vidit is one of those players. We're now going to follow Vidit again, 16-year-old Prag in round 4. And, well, David, Vidit, number 2 in India after Vishy Anand. Will this be prestigious for him? We know that 16-year-old Pragnananda is coming.
That's right. I know from my experience, anytime I play a young pretender, a young guy trying to take my throne, trying to take my place, you get extra motivated in a way. And of course, Pragnananda can beat anyone on his day. He beat Magnus Carlsen, of course, last month. But Vidit must still be the favourite. He's still the most experienced player of the 2, and he'll be hoping that he can maybe use that extra experience when it counts.
And I was impressed to see the fighting index score for young Pragnananda there, over 70. That is amazing. So hopefully this is going to be an entertaining games with both players fighting for that win. Vidit will have the white pieces. What do we expect, Anastasia? What do you expect from these 2 players and knowing their styles?
I really expect some interesting sacrifices. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that maybe in this game we're going to see some nice tactics. Indian players, I think they like to calculate interesting variations. So this is what I'm hoping for, but what will happen in the end, we don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in terms of styles, I mean, Vidit, very, very well prepared in the opening, especially dangerous with white. But lately, he's even sharpened up his play more. Of course, he can do the strategic stuff. I think he struggles slightly in simplified positions. But yeah, as Anastasia mentions, if he gets the chance to sacrifice, go on the attack, he will try and seize it with white. Pragnananda may be more classical. We've seen him just slowly outplay his opponents before in the past. He would love to just survive the opening, get a playable position. And yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see the clash of styles.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth, David.
Sorry,
that's what I was predicting as well. A sharp battle in the opening, and Pragnananda, I think he'll be fearsome on the counter-attack.
Okay, so we saw the Queen's Gambit. The Queen's Gambit was declined until now. It's the Catalan opening. And okay, still very theoretical. This is well-known theory, heavy theory here. If Vidit wants a safer game, he'll capture a black pawn now. There we go. The queens are likely to come off.
Oh, so
and
pity.
no attack, no big sacrifices. This one's still very well known, one of my favourite lines of the Catalan opening. But Vidit, it shows he just wants, maybe against a younger player, to take it into quieter waters, maybe just take the sting and he'd risk danger out of the play. And here, White's knight normally goes over to attack this black bishop, and White now has a couple of moves. I think Vidit has patented pushing his A-pawn forward in this position, but White's C-pawn could push forward, White's bishop, the dark square bishop could move. Lots of choice here. Just to mention what happened, we saw a quick trade of pawns. It's level material. Okay, one of the main moves now. It's level material. White's pawn structure, a bit shattered on this queen side. White has 2 isolated pawns on the left side, but White's piece is very, very active. So this is regarded as level, but Black really needs to know what he's doing. And, okay, this move, it's one of the most annoying moves I've ever faced, I must admit, this rook move. When I first saw it, I thought, it can't be good for Black. But the more I study it,
the more it looks fine. And it does solve most of Black's problems. So let's ignore the evaluation bar for now. Just getting a bit excited. Black was actually sacrificing a bit of material, but it was well known to be okay for Black.
But what do you think of this move that Vidit has just played? Because I saw that they were following your game that you had between Daniel Friedman, a German grandmaster, and there you actually played rook to the C line.
Yeah, that's because I didn't really know what I was doing, so I think Vidit knows better. OK, we see a quick trade of pawns. It looks like both sides are really well prepared here. And, OK, the first real imbalance of the game. So White has the bishop pair now. If you look at White's two bishops, they're both on the longest possible diagonals, and that might give a small advantage. That being said, pieces are flying off the board, getting traded. Queens have come off, a set of minor pieces. Now Black, Pragnananda with his last move, trying to trade a set of knights as well. Looks like a battle of homework in this one. Yeah. Not much else to say. And, OK, knights off the board as well. Look at the black rooks. So White's bishops are supreme. They're very impressive, but those black rooks, we talked about open files, Kaja. This is why you keep those rooks on open files. They have access to the whole board.
All right, looks nice with those open files. Both players playing super fast here, up to 17 minutes on the clock. So would we say that they're in preparation still, even 22 moves into this?
Certainly looks that way. I mean, it looks like both players came very, very well prepared because you see, even when Vidit made his pawn move, Pragnananda did not flinch. He just kept on blitzing out those moves. And I think that they've worked out a path to equality. And sometimes this is what happens in top chess. You know, you play some kind of line. It's tricky, but ultimately, if your opponent handles everything correctly, then it's equal.
Yeah, and I guess it's just a battle of kind of perspectives here, opinions. White has no risk. I think White can make a draw anytime he wants, maybe even by trading off a bishop for a knight, trading a set of rooks. So Vidit knows he's got a safety net, but he also knows that the bishop pair, White's bishop pair, gives some small potential for an advantage later on. Pragnananda, meanwhile, he will have looked at this with the computer. I'm pretty sure if you look longer with a top computer, this will say 0.0, and he'll think, OK, computer trusts it, therefore I trust it, and maybe he'll have worked out a strategy to completely neutralise the bishop pair. That being said, Black is the one having to be more accurate, and it's never been my style personally to memorise 23 moves of theory to get a slightly worse position. But these days, the top players, they employ that strategy just to survive as Black, and it works very well if you do survive these types of endgames. You need good endgame skills, of course. And, OK, Vidit, I like this last move, just creating a safe square for the White king in front, where this bishop used to stand. So no backrank checkmates, no nasty surprises for Vidit to face. And yeah, it's finally, I think, both players out of their homework.
Well, we know Pragnananda, of course, what he's been doing lately. He played in the Everything's Masters. What has Vidit been up to? I suspect he also played in the FIDE Grand Prix, the two first legs.
I think, yeah, of course he did, but unfortunately he didn't reach the destination, let's say. But yeah, I mean, he's a very strong player, very well known. And I think both of the players, they work on chess like all the time, it feels like. I mean, it's all about chess. You can even, if I follow the accounts, their social media accounts, and I can see that Vidit is all the time he's on this training process.
Yeah, I actually heard a quote by someone that Vidit is one of the hardest working players in the top of chess.
Yeah, I heard that Anish was teasing him that he was maybe the second most hard-working player after Anish Giri. But yeah, Vidit, I think ever since I first met him when he was a teenager, he's been one of the biggest opening specialists in the world. And in order to become an opening specialist, you need to be a great researcher, a great student. You need to work with other people. You need to analyze deeply on your own, not just with computers. And he's done all that. So yeah, hard-working is a good phrase for him. Yeah. Meanwhile, a set of rooks are about to leave the board. We will see a rook trade. Everything's coming off the board, to be honest, here. Not too much material left.
Well, it is a good time for Indian chess, though. We know, of course, after Pragnananda beat Magnus in the Everything's Masters, huge attention. The Indian Prime Minister, it was just crazy, the attention. And also lately announced that Chennai will host the Chess Olympiad.
That's right. And it will take place, I think, the same times, July, August. Yeah. So, no, it's a big deal in Indian chess. And to have a tournament like that, I don't think the Olympiad has ever been in India. It will be the first time ever. And this is big news.
Yeah, and because we remember, right, the images from the match that Magnus played against Vichy Anand in 2013, just the crazy attention and just the love for chess.
Yes, I've been there in Chennai in 2013.
What was it like?
Oh my God, it was the craziest tournament ever. You know, like so much attention. We had so many journalists and literally photographers were jumping on players and literally like that. So there was a special corridor, police corridor, so the players could come for the press conference. Otherwise, he couldn't just get there. And I mean, it was very impressive. And I mean, I keep really interesting memories from that event. I mean, apart from the whole event, which was very exciting, it was also a very special atmosphere.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, of course, Vichy is a hero in India. Everybody knows him, respects him. And there were also some crazy stories, even that after the press conference, one time the mice disappeared, the next time the keyboard disappeared. I couldn't understand what's going on. And it was disappearing without, let's say, the other set, like without USB stick. So I couldn't understand what's going on. And then somebody explained me that if we should touch something, it becomes same like a tie of David, very important. Something very important. So probably people just wanted to keep it as for their memories.
Yeah.
So then we had police, you know, who make sure that we still have our, you know, the mice and the keyboards for the next press conference. So they have interesting memories. But Chennai, of course, it's a very interesting city, and I'm sure that everybody would love this experience.
Yeah.
And it will be fascinating because as the hosts, India will be able to field at least 2 teams. And that means they can
they're
field...
going to need that, right?
Yeah,
With all the talent.
They've got so many strong players. I think 70-something grandmasters now. I mean, imagine if Vichy plays, Vidit plays, Harikrishna, all those guys. And then imagine if they have a young guns team full of Pragnananda, Gukesh, Nihal Sarin. It's just scary. And I mean, that event is going to go down in history as one of the most exciting because India, that's where a lot of passionate chess fans live these days. So.
Yeah. Will you guys play?
I hope I will be commenting some.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. What about you, Yolanda?
I'm hoping to play.
Yeah, cool.
I'm yet to work out the details with the English Federation, but I really hope so.
Cool.
And if England want me, I'll be there at their service. Yeah, if I haven't retired by then, but I'll give it another go. It will be nice to go to India and experience that whole thing.
Retired. Your chess tie, David, is now up to $1,100. And okay, so I just learned that, you know, every time a new bid comes in, there is a little bit of time added, a few minutes, so that everyone is able to process that bid and potentially make another bid. So it's amazing, you guys.
Wow. I mean, imagine how much a tie that Vichy wore would go for. Maybe that's the next charity.
Yes, in Chennai. Yes. Actually, the attention to the match was so huge. I mean, I've never seen something like that. So I hope the same will be for the Olympiad.
Yeah.
It was broadcasted on TV. I mean, everybody in the city knew what's going on. So, I mean, it's really cool for chess.
And I'm a big fan of the team events. You know, no matter what kind of way they're played, so much fun to follow the team events. And in this one, well, Vida definitely taking some time to think. I sort of got the feeling, David, that you thought this could
fizzle out, maybe.
Yeah. Do you think Vidit is just now taking his time, looking to see is there anything he can do to keep this game going?
I think that's exactly what he was contemplating. And OK, we do have a move. Let's just show what's happening in the position, maybe to show why I think it's likely to fizzle out to a draw. Usually, I'm a huge fan of the bishop pair. I would love these types of bishops, especially on an open board. But the problem is there aren't that many targets. And actually, there aren't that many pawns remaining on this side of the board. There's only 2 pawns here. If these get traded, it's just going to be a draw. If pawns are on one side of the board, the knight can hold its own. Everything will be defended by black and not too much life left. But the problem is after Vidit goes after the black pawn, now the black rook steps across. And how do you defend this guy? It's just impossible. It's not only that you can't defend it, it's attacked by the rook, but the bishop can also come and attack it as well, and this pawn will drop no matter what. And if you can't keep this pawn alive, it's unlikely you'll be able to create a passed pawn on the other side of the board. That's the only way to win the game. And look at this, everything's about to get liquidated, eliminated. The bishop dropping back, and now after the black rook captures this pawn, I'm expecting to see rook takes pawn. These rooks will disappear, and the bishop pair are not so effective when there's only pawns on one side of the board. Actually, knights tend to be better than bishops when there's only pawns on one side of the board. And how are these 4 ever going to creep past Black's 4? It's just not going to be possible. Pawns on the same side of the board. I wouldn't be surprised if these bishops get traded at some point as well, and just not enough material left for either side. This one, it's been really interesting from a kind of academic point of view, learning about the opening theory, seeing both players doing their research and kind of testing each other's memories, but yeah, unfortunately not too exciting. It looks like a draw likely in this one, and as predicted, let's go back to the players now, because as predicted, the pawns have come off, the rooks have come off. Yeah, I think we'll see a few more moves, but not too much to say here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see the players try to get into an opposite colour bishop endgame and then just repeat moves.
Yeah, and you can tell on the body language, both players pretty relaxed about this one.
Whatever I was trying to predict actually went the other way around. So, I mean, it was just a normal, quiet game. And actually, kudos to Prague for finding all the best moves, I mean, or studying all the best moves in this position and equalizing the game with black pieces against such a strong opponent.
Yeah, and I think Vidit, the main reason he went for this, just kind of safety-first approach, is because he won 2 of his first 3 games. He's doing very well in the standings, and why take risks? Maybe Vidit thinks, OK, today has been exciting enough. He's done really well, and a draw is fine. Whereas for Prague, he's doing OK so far, 1 win, 1 loss, but with the black pieces against someone strong like Vidit, someone really well prepared, a draw is always a decent result. So we can't fault either player. Just a good result for both of them, it feels like.
And also, it's quite late in India as well. True. So, you know, it's been a tiring day. So I certainly can forgive the players for playing rather academic. I mean, the thing is, though, that's not even true because they did give it their all. It was just a perfect game.
Yeah, neither side making mistakes.
Exactly.
Yeah, and OK, we've reached move 30. It'll be interesting to see kind of how this game finishes, whether it will be just a repetition of moves where both sides kind of mutually just agree no progress to be made, or whether we'll see them kind of battle it out, just trade off everything, go for king versus king eventually.
Yeah, actually, it's going to be time difference in India too for many players, right? So it's
that's true.
It's going to be tricky as well.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember myself playing in Indonesia, and we just arrived, and we had to start the games, and there were two rounds per day, and I had to play like at 4 o'clock in the morning with Ukrainian time. And I remember myself like I couldn't understand where I am, what I'm doing, what about chess, what's going on here. So sometimes it's really, you know, challenging.
Yeah. 2 rounds a day as well.
Yeah, and yes, you couldn't really go and sleep because there was another round.
Yeah.
It's
intense, I have to say.
I need those 1 game a day, 7-hour time controls. Anything else is just too fast.
Yeah, exactly.
And OK, we're racing towards a draw. Actually here, this one isn't going to last much longer. We see a trade of bishop for knight. Now it's actually even opposite colour bishops. Now, all the life has been sucked out of this one. White's bishop just trying to give itself up. But if black captured it, then white would have been a pawn up in the endgame. But no, now it's 3 pawns versus 3 pawns and opposite colour bishops. Chess does not get more drawish than this position. So, OK, a hard fight, but just a perfect game. And they've cancelled each other out. A draw any moment now. And
they can go to sleep.
Yeah, exactly. Well-deserved break for both players.
Yeah. How easy do you think it is to sleep after playing 4 rounds of exciting chess?
It depends. Yes.
Yeah. I struggle, so I'm not the right person to ask. I can never sleep within 2 or 3 hours of a game. I need to wind down.
Me too. I also need some time to kind of change.
And here comes the big repetition.
Yeah, 3 times the position's repeated itself. It's a draw.
All right, a draw between India's number 2 and their 16-year-old up-and-coming superstar, Pragnananda, in game 4 out of 15 rounds in the preliminaries. Vidit has had a great start to the tournament, winning 2 games today and playing 2 draws. What should his ambition be in the tournament, basically, David? Could he be one of the players in contention even for the final?
Possibly. We've seen Vidit do OK in the Champions Chess Tour in the past. He has qualified for a knockout stage, but yeah, he still needs to maybe find that killer instinct against the very, very top players, such as Magnus Carlsen. But then again, he's super well prepared. He's really ambitious in general, and I think he will be aiming as high as possible. I think he's also being pragmatic in the knockout stages. He's had a good result so far. Today is the perfect start for him, and if he picks up a couple more wins, he'll be there. So, he'll just take things as he comes. Vidit's really, really just a practical player, and perfect start for him.
And how about Pragnananda, Jovanka? So in the previous tournament, super hype, he won against Magnus Carlsen. He was actually super close to qualifying. He was 1 win away from qualifying for the knockouts. Should his ambition in this tournament be to reach those knockouts?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he said it himself, he wasn't entirely happy that he had beaten Magnus Carlsen. He didn't feel that was his best game. He'd made a mistake. In fact, he was much more impressed with his victory against Levon Aronian. And that really impressed me, because it means that, he's not just satisfied with beating the world champion. He's not going to rest there. He wants to go to that next level and qualify for the knockouts, take as many victories as possible against these top guys, and just accelerate into the big league.
Definitely. And we also have another Indian player in here, Pentala Harikrishna. What can we expect from him in online rapid chess, do you think, Anastasia?
Pentala is a very experienced and a good player. I also like him as a person. He's a very nice, not a chess player, but a person. And I think he can always show very solid chess. He will not let anyone just win an easy game against him, so he will fight. This is what I think. If he will find his way, he may show a good result.
All right. We are hoping to get a comment from Vidit after a great start to the tournament. We're going to give it 1 more minute to see if he's able to join us on Skype before we probably head into a game between Ding Liren, world number 3, and world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. I can see the bar all the way over to Ding's side. I don't know if you see that, David, but could Magnus Carlsen be about to lose?
It does look like Magnus is in big trouble. I'm not quite sure what happened. Maybe it was a malfunctioning opening, but he's just what we call the exchange down. He's down a rook for a bishop. Not enough compensation. So Ding, if he's accurate, should win. Then again, Magnus, fierce defender. So, it will be fun to see the ending of that game, no matter how it goes.
Yeah, we're going to jump into that shortly. I just want to mention as well, the auction is now closed for the fantastic, beautiful chess tie, lucky chess tie, worn by David Howell for many years. And eventually it's gone for $1,100 that will all be going to UNICEF in their work for the people in and around Ukraine. So congratulations to whoever won that tie, bought that tie, and hopefully it's going to bring you some luck as well. Do you think it will, David?
I hope so.
Yeah.
It has brought me luck, and I can't think of a better cause. Congratulations, and thank you so much for your generosity.
And now we're joined by Vidit in India. Congratulations on a good first day in the tournament, Vidit.
Thank you. It's I'm not used to having good days, so it feels good.
How will you sum it up, and what are you the most happy about?
Clearly, winning against Rapport was a very pleasant feeling, especially after what he did to me in Grand Prix. So I think that was the highlight for me. 100%.
Were you thinking about that experience from the Grand Prix when sort of entry that game against Richard?
Yeah, it's hard not to think about it when you lose 2 games to someone. And I had a choice of playing a little bit like, my usual style or a bit more aggressive. And I played a bit more aggressive, and it worked out great. It was the Spanish opening, and it felt good to, kind of be on the offensive.
Definitely. And we're so happy to have you back in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, Vidit. Your entertaining chess and your cool games. What will be your ambition in the Charity Cup?
This time my approach is to have very less ambition, because usually I come in a very ambitious mood, but somehow, I've been playing for already 2 months. So I'm just trying to, take it easy and see how things roll. I realized that it does not make sense to, plan too much, because it's rapid and so many games. So it's very unpredictable. So basically the point is to take it a bit easy and see how things go. If I'm lucky, I'll make it.
All right, well, it seems like your plan is working. Now, I also want to ask you, what time is it where you're sitting right now?
It's almost 2 a.m. Because I drew the last game pretty early. Otherwise, it would have been close to 3.
What is that like, playing that late for you?
It's not very pleasant because I was feeling quite sleepy after the first game itself. So I kind of took a nap on this chair before my second round game. And yeah, I mean, I tried to stay up the past week until 2. But then it was just like I did not finish my sleep cycle. So it did not really work out. So what I do usually in this tournament is just sleep during the day as much as I can.
Wow.
And yeah, Vidit, well done for staying awake. But I've got to ask you, so the Olympiad has just been announced as being in India, in Chennai. Are you excited for that this summer?
Yeah, definitely. I always wondered why major events like, the World Cup or Olympiad or like, Grand Prix, like such big stature events don't happen in India. So I'm definitely glad that it's happening. I hope it goes through, because it's not going to be easy to plan and arrange so much stuff, especially with the pandemic. So my fingers are crossed. I hope it happens and it's a success. I think the main thing would be for the fans in India to come and watch all the stars which they admire, to, watch them live. I think that experience is hard to recreate.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And also, with Pragnananda's win against Magnus in the previous tournament, we saw the Prime Minister tweeting, Sachin Tendulkar, just so much attention. Are you feeling the excitement for chess in India growing even more?
Why do you think my game ended in a draw? I was afraid of the Prime Minister tweeting.
Is that true?
No. I mean, I tried some idea, which was like very little advantage. It was very, very much in like, a David Howell style. But I could not continue, like him. And it ended up in a draw.
All right. Well, Vidit, congratulations on a great first day. We hope you get a good night's sleep. And we wish you best of luck tomorrow as well.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for joining us. Vidit, he has won 2 games today and 2 draws. He is currently on top of the table, but quite a few games still going on. So we're going to jump into this one. World number 3, Ding Liren, the bar all the way over to his side in the late night in China against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, it looks very, very good for White right now, but there's still a lot of work ahead to convert this into a win. The first thing we always do when we jump into a new position is count the pieces. And here, White has an extra rook in return for one of Black's bishops. So a rook for 5, a bishop for 3, that's a 2-point advantage. And I guess that's why the evaluation bar is so enthusiastic about White's position. More than +2 now for White. White also has a very dangerous pawn. We've talked about it before, Harry the H-pawn. That pawn could cause some damage by marching up the board. It could pin down one of the Black bishops. But then again, it's never easy to completely control things while bishops remain on the board, and White does have some weaknesses on the other flank. The Black bishops could later try and grab some pawns. Meanwhile, Ding starting with a very safe move. That Black dark square bishop could have jumped in with some checks, so White's king just hiding on a nice, safe square. And what do we think here? Chances of Magnus holding this one? Still not easy, right?
I think there's reasonable chances of Magnus holding this. Like you mentioned, Harry, the H-pawn, looks pretty menacing, but it can be stopped. And take a look at those 2 bishops. I mean, they're kind of like got some really strong... there's a word for these type of bishops. What are they called?
A pair of bishops.
Yeah, pair of bishops. No.
Laser-like something.
Lasers. No, yeah. They're kind of like double bishops, and they're controlling a lot of squares, is what I wanted to say. And it's not easy to defend this pawn on b2.
Yeah.
And once that pawn falls, suddenly the Black pawn majority on the left side could start rolling.
Yeah, and Magnus has another threat as well of a nasty check in the centre of the board. Black's bishop, the light squared bishop that has moved, could plant itself on the e4 square, checking the White king, and that's a skewer. The White rook in the corner would drop behind it. So, OK, a couple of threats by Magnus, and
Yeah, actually, in practical terms as well, Ding has no idea where the evaluation bar is. He probably knows he's got the advantage. He knows he should be winning this game with perfect play. But stopping the opponent's counterplay, stopping the opponent's active ideas is not easy.
Yeah, and he just moved his king, and now, I don't know, after move bishop f5, he needs to move the king again.
Yeah.
So it's a good question now what to play. And yes, he still needs to do a lot of work here in order to win against Magnus. I don't know if he needs to move his king even more forward and try to push g-pawn, but that's a good question.
But it's an interesting problem for Ding, actually. Is he worried about the bishop giving a check and winning the rook? Is he worried about that? Should he be more worried about bishop takes pawn and giving black a lot of compensation and the possibility of creating his own pass pawn? Which one is the most dangerous threat?
I was actually checking this variation, and maybe if the bishop takes this pawn on b2, maybe then rook can go to b1. And yes, and actually this is what's happening.
Yep.
Okay, it's happening, and some real action on the board because Ding has just given up everything that he's ahead, and actually temporarily he's even a pawn down.
Whoa.
So Ding finding a really interesting way in this position of dealing with black's two threats. As Anastasia mentioned, maybe this one is the bigger one to stop with a check and a skewer on this diagonal. So white's king stepped forward, also supporting this pawn potentially. And after bishop takes pawn, Ding just gave back a rook for one of the bishops. These two bishops, if we go back, they're just too strong. Look at their power on these two diagonals. Just me and my arrows there, getting a bit funny. But yeah, after bishop takes pawn, giving one of them back. And after the capture, now just saying to black, yes, you've got one remaining bishop, but it's lost its buddy. It's lost a lot of power now. And once the bishop steps back, as it has done, white is able to get the pawn back. And after the king steps back, suddenly it's bishop versus knight, and it's not clear whose piece is better, but more importantly, white has pawns. This guy is very, very quick. It could be joined by the g-pawn as well. I'm not 100% sure whether white wants to allow this trade. Maybe you can run away from it. Maybe you can allow it. The only thing you have to be careful of for white here is this black pawn. Black does have a trump card of his own up his sleeve. And, okay, Ding just ignores it. He just pushes his pawns. So it's a race now, which are going to be quicker. These two guys, which are connected, or this sole black pawn. And the other question is, knight against bishop. We've had that question so many times today, every game pretty much. Which is the better piece? This bishop, which is actually supported in the center of the board, or maybe the more flexible knight? And I know which rook is better, and I know which king is better. That's the big thing for Ding. This rook, far superior to black's passive rook in the corner, and this king more centralized than its counterpart.
I think that the knight is going to end up more superior. No questions.
Yeah.
Just, I think Ding has hit on the right plan. You know, he's just going to march forward with the g-pawn and create a beautiful square for his knight in the middle of the board. And then the black king is just going to be in mortal danger.
Yeah, it's really instructive, this giving back the rook for bishop, because it's what we talked about earlier, being materialistic, because, I mean, I'm guilty of that. I think everyone's guilty of that at some point, but just seeing that the bishops were too strong, just forgetting about the material advantage you did have and turning it into a different type of advantage where it's just easier to play, you can control the game, no more risk. No, really nice play by Ding, really sharp stuff.
That's a good point about converting the advantage, one of the advantage to another one. So let's say he had this advantage, but he was not really comfortable of how to proceed. And then he found this actually concrete way to get better pieces and still kept his pass pawn. I think, yes, he did a really good job here. Because, okay, I mean, trading pieces in the right way.
Yeah. And, okay, Magnus putting his rook behind the black pass pawn, the black c-pawn. But I think white's winning this race. White's two pawns here, marching up the board. And, yeah, that's the thing with transforming advantages. The one thing I've learned about the top players facing them so many times is they're not scared of changing the advantage. They know that you very rarely pick up one advantage on move 10 and then guide it, that one advantage through to the end of the game. They'll change it, they'll give up their extra pawn for an attack, or they'll change it into a position that's simple and easy to play, or a slightly better endgame. Yeah, they're so flexible. They're happy to change.
Wow, that's a very interesting point, actually. Something interesting to learn, of course, for everybody. That, let's say, sometimes we're so stuck with the advantage we got, you know, that we want to keep it until the end, yes, and win the game in the perfect style, but it doesn't work this way.
Unfortunately not. You need to definitely keep your opponent on their toes.
And not that many people actually comfortable with chaos on the board. Most of us crave simplicity and clarity, and we just want an easy position to play. Well, we have a plan. And
is there any top players known for loving chaos?
Dubov.
Dubov, of course.
Dubov,
there's one in this tournament as well,
yes.
Richard Rapport.
Yes. Well, he told me he doesn't.
Yeah, but...
We had dinner together and he said, everyone thinks that I'm this chaotic person that I love. I know, I just find more unusual, unconventional ways to get the equality. And I was like, yeah. When I played you, we had chaos on the board.
Every time I've played him, it's very, very, very chaotic. I think maybe he doesn't enjoy it, but he's just has a natural talent for manoeuvring his way around and, again, finding his types of positions, his types of advantage. And, OK, the race continues. And Magnus leaning forward, surprised.
Oh, look at that.
OK, maybe we've underestimated how fast Black's extra pawn is on this left side of the board. Black's c-pawn just there is going to race down as well. How is Ding going to recapture this pawn? That's the first question. Is White's knight going to go and take this black pawn on the g6 square, or is White going to recapture with his own pawn?
Now there is danger to be had because there's a big immediate threat, as David mentions, and that is to step forward with the g-pawn. So this is why Magnus rushes over with his king. Remember, in endgames, teamwork makes the dream work. And such a critical philosophy. And, now it's not easy.
Yeah. Maybe he can push the pawn forward. And then bishop cannot take it because of this fork. Knight can jump over and create a fork. Maybe we can check this move.
Yeah.
But of course, Black has another response. He can just move the king.
Yeah, so this check does set a trap. Bishop takes pawn is met by a fork, as you mentioned there, hitting the king, hitting the bishop. And after the king moves, you just play rook takes bishop check, you win a piece. But after the king moves...
There's a knight move, isn't there?
The knight jumping to this square, or... Yeah, maybe there are other forks you could have tried, but he doesn't go for this Dingler, and he chooses instead to centralise his knight first. Not pushing the pawn, he gives a check with his knight, but suddenly this king is actually pretty safe. And how do you deal with this guy? This is only 3 squares away from promotion.
And you can't stop it on a light square either.
Can't really stop it on a light square. I mean, can you bring your rook back? That's so passive. You don't want to put your rook in front of a pawn. This rook's too good. You don't want to kind of make that piece worse just to stop a pawn. Is your king able to come across? But this looks so dangerous, allowing the pawn to march forward the whole way and stopping it on a dark square. If there's a check, if this bishop was able to give check, then Black would win immediately, because Black would make a new queen. The king would have to sidestep and stop blockading. But at the moment, bishop check would be met by a knight takes bishop. Recapture. And actually, how do you get this bishop onto this diagonal? Maybe you can't. And at the very least, White can block eventually the c-file. Oh, it looks so unnatural and so ugly for White, but maybe it's the only way to try and win this game. Because if Ding doesn't go for this, then what's he planning in the current position? It's just 3 moves away, and suddenly the tables could turn and Black could win.
The fail-safe that I see is maybe trade-off rooks.
OK, he drops back his king first.
Oh, he's taking the risk.
Wow.
Bold stuff from Ding.
Yeah, so if the black pawn marches forward, which is the most natural move in the position, I'm pretty sure Magnus is going to play it, then Ding's response is going to be using his king as a blockader. Oh, wow. This is hairy stuff for Ding. But it looks like he's still in control. Maybe not a winning advantage anymore, but White, if he can blockade that pawn, still doing pretty well.
I mean, you have to have ice water in your veins to kind of calculate that there is no check.
Nerves of steel.
Yes, like bishop b2 is not working, nothing is working.
No, exactly. The knight on e6 actually dominates the bishop. Yes. And once you've kind of realised that with a very cool head...
Yes, and also the
then you're like, okay,
b-file.
Exactly.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Anastasia, the bishop check again. If the king takes, Black makes a new queen and wins. But luckily, everything's just in the right place for White. This rook protects that square, so bishop check would just walk into rook takes bishop. And suddenly White wins. So I just don't see a good move for Black suddenly. Maybe you can... I mean, you can't get active with your rook because this would just end in checkmate. The Black king also trapped. Both sides are a bit stuck, a bit frozen, and maybe this benefits White.
But there is one plan that White has in this particular position, and say Black makes some random move. The idea is just simply to go rook to the c7 square and trade off rooks.
Yeah.
The pawn on c2 will fall.
Yeah.
But also g6 will fall.
G6 will fall, but, you know...
Yeah.
Swings and roundabouts, as we say.
At least no risk for white anymore. So there is a safety net, and that's why Ding has gone for this, marching his king across to stop this black pawn. Wow, Ding, really brave there. And Magnus will be frustrated. Let's go back to the players. Is Magnus frustrated that maybe his intended defense, his whole plan, isn't going to quite work? And okay, he's got to look for other ways to save this game.
I love that. Is he frustrated? And you look at him and your body language goes, no.
I wish I was that chilled in difficult endgames.
Well, he definitely looks focused, though. How difficult is this?
It's difficult for black. And, okay, as expected, the black pawn push forward. The white king is going to be the blockader. Yeah, look at Magnus suddenly on his face, showing a little bit of emotion.
Yeah.
The black rook simply stuck on the 8th rank. White has kind of built this mating net around the black king. We kind of thought it was all about pushing the white pawn forward, but maybe he's just trying to kind of paralyze black, just not allow him to move, really. It's not going to be Zugzwang, where every move worsens black's position, but not much else to do. Maybe you just have to sit and wait. Okay, what's he going to do? I would just give a check with the black pawn, because I don't want to be blockaded on a light square. If the white king gets time to step in front of this black pawn where it sits now, then it feels like black's never, ever going to make any progress. But he doesn't do that. All pawns on dark squares, and there we go. Ding, putting his king on in front of that pawn, and Magnus just waiting. But passive waiting is not what we advocate normally. And also, Magnus doesn't believe in fortresses. And here he's pretty much just trying to build a fortress. He's just trying to wait with the black rook and say, you can't break through. Okay, how can white continue?
But actually, if white just plays, threatens this pawn, like rook b5, for example, a move, what will you do?
You can move your bishop.
You can move your bishop,
one
but
square.
where? f6, yes.
f6,
yes.
yeah.
So maybe it should be some tricky move by white, so maybe another one, yes?
And if you move your rook one square and attack the d6 pawn and say to the bishop, hey, you can't move.
I think it's very smart
Really
idea.
clever there. So you want to move the white rook 2 squares across to the d7 square. Is that the one?
Or to the b6.
B6
to b6 even. Okay,
Because
maybe even better.
Because the king got no squares.
Okay, I said maybe it won't be Zugzwang, but I think it will be. So Zugzwang meaning that black can't make a move without worsening his own position. So black would just love to say pass and do nothing, and maybe white can't break through. But if you put the white rook on the right square, black's rook cannot leave the 8th rank without losing, and it cannot leave the A file without losing a pawn over there. So black's rook is stuck. Black's bishop has to defend 2 pawns at the same time. That is stuck. And the black king, maybe the black king can move, but that's shaky as well. So Ding can actually just do whatever he wants. He can move his rook round and round in circles for the next 50 moves. Black is completely stuck, just has to move his bishop back and forth. And, okay, what is Ding's plan?
We have predicted the moves, actually. Rook b5, rook b6, both of them have been played.
Okay, so actually we've got the same position we had earlier, but now instead of white to move, it's black to move. So Ding actually found a way to lose a move. He moved his rook 1 square back, 1 square forward, no, 2 squares back, 1 square forward, and then forward again. But
it's a triangle by the rook.
It's a triangle, but in a weird shape, in a line.
Yeah.
It's a non-triangle triangle.
Yeah, that's kind of a reference to this technique that we have in the king and pawn endings called triangulation, where the king, in order to lose a move, it does a little triangle, so that the rook is doing some kind of form of triangulation, losing the move.
Yeah, there's definitely something
chess joke.
I felt, I had to think a little bit.
You laughed along with us, thank you, Kaja. But definitely, for those viewers at home, check out triangulation. Just Google it, or in endgame books, triangulation, there's always a chapter. Really important. And Ding, meanwhile, he's a bit frustrated, I think.
It's hard to improve his position, basically.
He needs to aim for that Zugzwang, so he needs to find the perfect square for the white rook, where black is completely stuck and black cannot move. So he needs to decide where he wants his rook. At the moment, you notice the black rook is fixed in the corner. Magnus is just waiting with his bishop. So he needs to find a way for Magnus's bishop to be stuck. And, okay, he waits with his rook.
What is your intuition then? What looks like a great square for that white rook?
Somewhere on the 7th rank, but I'm not sure either. I would now maybe go to the d7 square. Okay, he moves his king. That doesn't really help. It doesn't really worsen it either. But I would go to the d7 square, because then the black bishop is completely stuck. And, okay, wow, he's going active with his king.
But is this the right plan? Could be.
Depends what the follow-up is. I think his plan is to just continue marching the king into the position. There we go.
Wow, what a game.
He's going to try and use his king to deliver checkmate. He's going to try and push his pawn up next, the white pawn, and then use the white king on the square that white g-pawn currently sits on, and then he was going to bring his rook around and try and mate the black king. The problem is, you do allow the black rook out of his cage sometimes, and wow, he's going the long way round. So calm by Ding. His king maneuvers here, I'm going to go home and study them because they're just...
Exactly. It's a fantastic game, actually. He put his rook on the c-file to control the c-pawn, so it doesn't run anywhere. And now he's doing whatever he wants. Unbelievable. He moves his king over the board like nothing happens.
This king has burnt a lot of calories in this game. And, okay, there we go. It's on the side of the board.
Yeah, it's on the side of the board. And also the black bishop just can't chase away the king by delivering a check. So... I mean, the pawn move that you mentioned is going to be on the cards next, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't see how black defends, but why is the evaluation bar only at +1? It's either winning for white or black is saving the game. It's nothing in between.
I think the evaluation bar hasn't really caught on.
I think it's just winning. Black can't move the rook off the 8th rank because white's rook will just step up 1 square, and that's checkmate. Black's rook is paralysed. Black's bishop can't deliver any checks without getting captured by the white knight. And, OK, the rook is not going to sacrifice itself for that white knight. It's just, what is the plan for Magnus? White's pawn now, g-pawn could step itself up 1 square, and the mating net is about to close around the black king. We'll show that idea. I mean, it's likely to happen on the board, but if not, we'll show it. And
OK, it's
there we go.
On the board.
The white pawn stepping forward, Magnus shaking his head. He knows that checkmate in 3 moves is threatened, basically.
Whoa.
White's king is just going to step 1 square to the side. The white rook is going to come across. We have to show this, I think, because let's keep an eye on the players because Magnus might resign any moment, but checkmate is coming. And
fantastic
how do you stop
game.
it? Yeah,
Yes.
what a game. Actually, Magnus, I thought he was about to resign. He's leaning forward, looking for one final way to defend. And...
there's not even stalemate. I was thinking maybe there's some stalemating ideas, but no.
And he resigns. Wow, world number 3, Ding Liren, in the early morning in China, winning against the world champion in game 4. What a game. You said it so many times, Anastasia. We're going to analyze what happened here later because we have to jump into another game going on here in round 4. The bar all the way over to Hans Niemann's side. He got a haircut, by the way. Nice. And is he winning against your fellow Englishman, Gwen Jones?
It's looking good, and we've talked today about rooks being behind past pawns. If you look on the A file, Gawain there making a face. If you look on the A file, white's rook is the one behind the pawn. Black's rook is paralysed. We've talked about paralysed pieces. Black's rook cannot move because then white would make a new queen. Here, Hans decides to go for the direct win, and this is just game over. Once the black king moves, white's king was also going to take a step to the side, and one of those 2 white pawns is going to make a queen. And it's just game over now. If black's rook goes and takes this white pawn, then the white rook will come to the top of the board with a check, another check, and yeah, it's game over. White's going to make a new queen, and it will cost black his rook.
And what a day for Hans Niemann. This will be his 3rd win of today, and he also played 1 draw. He's going to be on top of the table together with Liam Le, who also got 3 wins today. Impressive. One of the lowest rated players in the tournament.
Yeah, I think he's the 3rd lowest rated player. And yeah, we have a result. Hans Niemann has won.
Wow, Hans Niemann, he is the player of today, winning 3 impressive games, the American. And we got in very late in that game. So I'm thinking, David, should we analyze what happened when Ding Liren won against Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, and I just want to explain why Magnus Carlsen resigned, because it might not be obvious for some viewers at home. We were praising Ding Liren's king maneuver, especially bringing it to this square. He kind of started down here, and it just made its way slowly but surely towards the black king, and now it's just a checkmating net. Black, as we mentioned, is just completely stuck. The bishop has nowhere to go where it can't be captured by the white knight. And, for example, if black continues waiting with the black rook, as Magnus has been doing, the king is just going to slide across. If he waits again, the rook is going to slide across this time, and checkmate is coming at the top of the board. I think here you just have to give up your bishop, but it's going to end in checkmate anyway at some point. But if black moves, for example, then this is simply checkmate. And yeah, it's just beautiful play from the White King. Ding set this up 20 moves ago, but then he found the winning plan slowly but surely to finally trap Magnus's king. Really instructive endgame.
Wow, Hans Niemann, 3 wins today. One of the lowest ranked players in the tournament now in shared lead. How impressed should we be with this? One of the lowest ranked players able to, he even won his game against Ding Liren, right? Yeah.
I mean, he's also one of the most kind of confident players I've ever met.
Yeah.
I remember seeing an interview with Hans where he said he was the most talented American player since Bobby Fischer. So he's got big goals, big ambitions, and he proved it today. He can talk the talk and walk the walk.
Wow. Yeah, you're going to need that confidence, and we're waiting to get a comment from Hans after this fantastic first day. I know he has a chessable course coming out this coming week, actually, about the Joe Bava London system. Has he played that today?
I'll do a quick check. He didn't against Gawain Jones.
Okay.
I saw that one. But either way, Hans, he said he relies a lot on certain openings, and that one, I know he's a big specialist. He won a lot of games against top grandmasters in the World Rapid and Blitz Championship using the Joe Bava London system. Also, one of Ginger GM's favourite openings. So,
is it?
yeah, he hasn't used it this tournament yet, but keep an eye out for it.
Yeah. Maybe we should ask him about it. We are finished with, we're actually not finished. A couple games still going on. 3 games still going on. I can see the bar is just right in the middle in all 3 of them. We're just hoping to get a comment from Hans before we jump into the remaining games in round 4 here. Remember, a total of 15 rounds to decide the preliminaries. 8 players will go through to the knockout stage, and one of the players who is looking likely to qualify right now is Hans Niemann. Congratulations on a fantastic start.
Thank you.
Sum up this first day. I mean, a win against Ding Liren, some fantastic wins.
Yeah, it's certainly quite the opposite of how the first event went. But I think with the experience from the first, now I really don't feel any nerves at all. And I actually really didn't take the preparation for this too seriously. You know, busy making my chessable course.
Yeah.
So I guess just making a chessable course was a much better way to prepare and relax before such a event.
Yeah, and I hear rumors you also used that. So the chessable course coming out in a few days, the Joe Bava London, you used it today as well?
Of course I used it. I'm, you know, not someone who's going to make a course and not play it. In the second game against David Anton, I used it. You know, we followed the course, and I had a very, very nice victory, which set the momentum for today.
Fantastic. Now, okay, so you mentioned you spent less time preparing specifically for these games. I see you got a haircut. I know the previous event you played in a hotel, I think, in New York. So how is this tournament different for you?
Well, you know, I just am so much more relaxed. I'm in a house, and I have like an Ethernet connection. I'm in St. Louis, staying. They have GM houses here, so it's definitely more spacious than a hotel. But even in the first event, it was my first super tournament, you know, so I think I put a bit too much pressure on myself, and before the games, I was scrambling to prepare, right? But today I woke up at like, you know, 10:30, took a long 20-minute shower, and didn't even check really any openings other than reviewing my amazing chessable course.
Yeah.
So I guess when I'm relaxed, good things happen.
Definitely. And I have some stats for you. We have this amazing stats guy, Ty, and he has calculated that you now actually have a 70% chance of qualifying for the knockout stage. What would it mean to you to be in the knockouts in such a strong tournament?
Well, I think 70% is quite low, to be honest. I actually think that it's much higher. But you know, again, after my last performance, you might think that I'm very happy about this, but I think that I belong in these events, and especially in Rapid. You know, my classical rating might not be at the level of most of the competitors, but you know, I think in Rapid and faster time controls, I'm already at a top level. So I'm expecting to make the knockouts and do my best to continue to play well.
Love the confidence, and you are in shared lead after this first day. You're going to start out day 2 tomorrow against world champion Magnus Carlsen. What will that be like?
Well, I think my first time playing him definitely taught me a lot. I wouldn't say I'm, obviously he's the world champion, but it's not like I'm super afraid of him. And in our first game, it was a great fighting game, and in the end, I rejected the chance to take a draw and went for more. So I think obviously I should probably be a little bit more objective in our next encounter, but nonetheless, I'm going to fight and obviously take it as a learning experience more than anything.
All right. Well, yeah.
Hello, Hans. Nice to see you. I just wanted to ask you a question. Do you feel any special to play in a charity event today? It's not just an event, it's a charity event, and we're collecting money for UNICEF.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to see that you guys are taking this initiative to help out for a very, very important cause. So I'm obviously happy to compete in such an event. And it's inspiring to see the chess can be such a powerful force to help people.
Definitely. Hans, thank you so much for joining us, and we wish you best of luck tomorrow as well. Congrats on a great first day.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Hans Niemann, the big player of day one. He is in shared lead together with Liam Le, but a few games still going on. So we're jumping into this one. Ju Wenjun against Jordan van Forest. Is Ju having some winning chances?
Some winning chances, but this last move does block up the pawn structure. Let's do a quick count. It's 3 versus 2 in terms of pawns on the same side of the board. But it's a rook endgame. Rook endgames have a drawish tendency, and look at White's king. White's king is cut off on the corner, not really able to jump back into the game. So some winning chances for Ju Wenjun. Now she's offering a trade of rooks. She's going to try and eventually get her king back into the game after this rook trade has been avoided. But it feels like it's going to be very difficult or maybe impossible to create a passed pawn. So Jordan, I think, a favourite to save this game and make the draw. But then again, Ju still with her pressure. And it looks like she's played pretty well in this game to actually even get to this point.
She's done a nice manoeuvre there, and she's managed to free her king from its cage. And now the king is out, so definitely some winning chances, but difficult. Difficult.
Yeah, it feels like with best play, black should be okay, but if the white king gets into the action, even at the cost of a pawn, maybe some chances. You're going to not be surprised that I'm very happy we're about to reach move 100. For me, that's like the sign of a good game. But it's still uphill struggle for Jordan to defend this one.
Like a fine wine, isn't it?
I get the special satisfaction when I see move 100. And, no, it shows we've had a good struggle.
I know Askill was, he was happy to commentate. He enjoyed the fantastic chess in London. But basically every single game was super long between you and Nils.
Yeah, I think we only had one game that was over 100 moves, but we had one that was 7 hours, one that was 6 hours.
Yeah.
And yeah, unfortunately, as actually Vidit referenced in the interview, that's just my style.
Yeah.
So, every chess player has their style. Ju Wenjun, more dynamic. Jordan, also very dynamic. And I think maybe the biggest chance for Ju Wenjun in this game is that Jordan doesn't enjoy defending these positions. I mean, he's a good endgame player in general, but on the defensive side, if there's no chance of kind of counterattack or turning the tables, then he does occasionally relax a bit too early. But okay, Ju Wenjun, it's just hard to get that white king into the action. Look at Jordan's last move, cutting off the white king from stepping to the left. So this is really important, just in any rook endgame, cut off your opponent's king. Black's king, not great, but it's more important to cut off the white king from joining.
The beauty about this position, though, is that Ju can just keep trying. Like, for instance, she could... she's taken a step backwards with her king, but she could march that king forward and maybe at the right time offer a trade of rooks along the E line. I'm thinking on the E6 square. And, just run with the king. Again, make that dash with the king. But this does involve taking those risks again.
Yep. And this type of position... Sometimes you can make progress, but the only way Ju Wenjun is going to make progress is by either trading a set of rooks or by eventually winning a pawn or pushing a pawn. Her last pawn push was on move 82, and that means with a 50-move rule, you have to make a pawn push or a capture. If we get to move 132, it's just a draw. So still a long way from that, but in a position like this way, it's impossible to push pawns for white yet. That might become relevant a bit later. Okay, offering the trade of rooks that Jovanka mentioned. This should not be captured. You should not trade rooks as black because you are a pawn down. So Jordan, of course, avoids that. Do you see any winning plan here? But the problem is, if the white king steps too far up the board, right, there's just checks from the side.
Yeah, somehow you kind of want to magically move your rook to a different line, but at the same time keep open the possibility of transferring the king, and that's not possible. So you do step forward with the king.
But if the black rook is greedy and takes this pawn on g4, maybe there is a check and then the king can somehow go inside. But I don't think black will do it. He will probably keep giving checks.
Yeah. So. Maybe we can show this because it could become a real factor or idea later on in the game. If we just catch up with the current position here, I guess your idea, Anastasia, is to run
move
forward
the
with
king,
the king.
Let's say, to the center.
Allowing a check,
yes.
And then just ignoring this pawn moving forward. And here I feel like black should maybe just continue giving checks. Yes. But if you do take the pawn, then some chances after a check, the white rook will move now somewhere, and now the white king will get towards this black pawn. Here, maybe it's still a draw, but at least some winning chances for white. But the problem is black is just going to give checks forever, and in this type of position, as soon as the king marches forward, there's just going to be a check, and again, another check, and another check, and another check. And unfortunately, the only way to stop the checks is to move towards the black rook, but that's not the direction the white king wants to take.
Yeah, and it's like the white rook is in the wrong place for this job. Can't provide any shelter for the king.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Jovanka, the white rook wants to be kind of across so it can block any checks. And that's the dilemma in the current position for Ju Wenjun. The reason she thought for so long is because she wants to move her... OK, she did go across, but she wants to move her rook across to block some checks, but then the king will get cut off again down this file. So, OK, we're seeing this line we showed, actually. Right now, Jordan has a decision. Does he take this pawn, which may be OK, but very risky, or does he just give another check instead? I think I would take the check.
Yeah, but OK, she's checking him, you see. I mean, it's just one of the ideas is not only to win, but just to check your opponent.
Yeah, test him.
To test him. If he will take the pawn, maybe, then you have chances. See, if he doesn't, OK, what to do? You come back and you start from the beginning.
Yeah, she's not risking anything, as you mentioned. After a check, she should always just retreat.
Just go back.
Yeah. So, OK, moment of truth. Is Jordan going to get greedy and take this pawn? This is a Jordan type of move to try and calculate his way out of trouble. I've played him many, many times in classical chess, blitz, rapid. He'll try and find the most direct way, but no, not this time. He just goes for the safe approach. That's a check. The white king now no way into the black position. And, OK, let's go back to the players. Let's ignore the evaluation bar. I think this is still completely fine for Van Foreest.
OK. Jordan Van Foreest, he was in Magnus Carlsen's second team for the World Championship match. So he should have some... Is he allowed, actually, to use opening preparations that they sort of worked on during the match?
Yeah, there are different kind of agreements between different kind of seconds and coaches, and sometimes you are allowed to, sometimes there's kind of a time limit. You're not allowed to use it within a certain time frame. But if you come up with the idea, I think normally you're allowed to use it at some point, especially if it didn't come up in the match you were helping. For example, if Jordan had an idea in the Catalan, then I think he would use it by now.
Yeah.
I think Magnus is pretty laid back in general about these things, but I was a second once and I was told, just never use this idea, please.
Really?
Yeah, so that's frustrating.
Yeah, I can imagine. But because I can also understand that the player that is in the World Championship match sort of owns that opening preparation. They have sort of paid for it. They have sort of spent a lot of time on it.
Yeah, ownership in chess is a tricky topic.
Yeah.
Copyright with moves and things. But yeah, I think in general, Magnus at least is laid back. But then I know some players who are very, very kind of possessive of their opening ideas.
So I have to ask, did your opening idea ever get played?
Yes, it did eventually. And I'll tell you about it later. Okay.
Well, does that mean you can never use it now?
I think I can now.
Yeah?
But unfortunately, I don't really play that opening, so I wouldn't have used it anyway, I think. But it's just...
But think about it. I mean, some opening ideas can bring you the victory in the match, and it really costs money.
Yeah,
I mean, yes, you win the decisive game of the match with some opening idea, and then you get a few $100,000, for example. Of course, it worth maybe sometimes $100,000 to $1,000 one opening idea.
Right. Yeah.
Yes. So
that's
maybe.
true. Yeah.
Yeah, and every move counts. Every move is for money, and these players, they're still fighting it out. Past move 100 now.
Exactly.
Yay!
Yes. Secretly inside, I'm cheering. But I don't think too much progress for Zhu Wenjun because her king's so far away now.
But there is one potential issue in the position, and it does require a lot of help from Jordan, and Jordan has stopped it. I was thinking if the white king could kind of move to the C line and shuffle across to the E6 square, then, great winning chances there. However, Jordan saw that and was like, no, not going to happen.
Not going to happen. But Zhu Wenjun, she's trying to force her king across. And again, black cannot really go for this exchange. If the rooks come off, white's king is just going to move towards the black pawns and win the game. So she's kind of bullying Jordan's rook away so that the white king can make its path towards the king side again, towards where all the pawns are. But white has to take care of her pawns, and therefore she retreats the rook. I like what she's doing, though. I like the fact she's probing, she's trying to sneak in with her king. And, Jordan now trying to cut the king off on a different file. If the king moves towards the rook might just stay on this d file. Okay, we see this happen. And still so hard for the white king to come across towards those pawns. She's trying everything, but unfortunately, I don't think there's objectively a winning path. It relies on a blunder from Jordan.
And he does have enough time, almost 2 minutes, you think, to avoid that blunder.
Yeah, luckily, this is the type of position you can make lots of quick moves, right? So gain 10 seconds on the clock every time.
Well, this is the final game going on today. This is round 4 out of 15 in the preliminaries, and all the other games in round 4 finished. Tomorrow, we're going to start out with round 5. And, you're only here with us for today, Anastasia. I know you're traveling somewhere exciting tomorrow.
Yes, I will be traveling to Berlin tomorrow because the third stage of FIDE Grand Prix is going to start on 21st of March, and I will be there.
That's fantastic. We have to check in with you what's going to happen in the Grand Prix that will be going on at the same time as this event. Who still has the chance now to qualify, basically, for the world champion or the candidates?
The candidates tournament, yes. I think still 2 players are fighting for the place. It's Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronyan.
Wow.
And they're in the same group now, so it's going to be very exciting. And everybody will check who is the last, maybe, the last person to reach the candidates. So it's going to be a really important third stage of the Grand Prix, and it starts soon, the same time as your event, but I'm sure people will find time for both events.
And several screens, and definitely possible.
And actually, one of the players here, he's going to be watching that event with a lot of curiosity, right? Because Richard Rapport, he's got a 96% chance of qualifying for the candidates. But if results go differently, if everything goes wrong for him, because he can't play the next event, he's already played 2, then still some small chance he won't make it. But looking likely for him.
So he's going to keep an eye on that. And I have to ask, Hikaru Nakamura, known as one of the best online players in the world, but over the board, classical chess, haven't seen that much of him lately. So how shocked or impressed are you with him being in contention there?
Yeah, I mean, imagine his first over-the-board game in more than 2 years.
Wow.
And he won the FIDE Grand Prix. I mean, that is impressive. We talked about Erik Hansen being a streamer first, a player second. These days, it's the same with Hikaru. And to come back and actually beat all the top players in the world, it was impressive. And if he gets to the candidates, he will have earned his place. He will deserve to be there.
Oh, yeah.
And I have to say, when it comes to streaming, Hikaru is consistent. It's really every day for several hours. So to fit in the streaming alongside his chess training, incredible performance by him in Berlin. So I'm dying to see how he's going to do, actually, in this next event.
And also, of course, then, you mentioned also Levon Aronyan. He made his move to the US. He said the reasoning was he still wants to become world chess champion. He felt that in the US, with the chess program they have there, his chances were the best. So yeah, it would mean a lot for Levon also, I guess, to make it to the candidates.
Of course, it will mean a lot, and also he will play in Berlin, which is also the place, a very important place for him because his family lived there, so he had a lot of support, I believe, there. So it was not so lucky city for him back to the candidates 2018, but now he actually managed to show that still he can fight in this city, and he was second on the first Grand Prix event, so he still keeps chances, and it's going to be really interesting fight.
Definitely.
Yes, we keep this intrigue in the Grand Prix, so people will watch it and will be happy to see the outcome.
Yeah. And it is the final 2 spots, right, for the candidates that is to be decided in this event. There's no more places to get in the candidates.
Yeah, we'll find out those 8 players soon, and imagine this summer the candidates. It's going to be super exciting to find out Magnus Carlsen's next challenger.
Yeah. And then the Olympiad, chess-packed summer.
Yeah,
For sure.
chess-packed year.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be exciting, and we're waiting for this game. Is it going to be a draw, basically?
It's getting close now. I mentioned quite a long time ago the move 1-3-2. If we don't see a rook trade, an exchange, or a pawn push by move 132, the game will be declared a draw. I don't think the players will even have any say. The computer will automatically pop up with 50 move rule and a draw. You don't have to claim it like in over-the-board chess.
Yes.
But yeah, 18 moves to go. Zhu Wenjun needs to do something.
Yeah.
Jordan, though, he's been defending really well, stopping the white king from moving across.
I must admit, I thought in the previous move that now was the time where Zhu Wenjun was going to use her king and give up the g4 pawn and just
go for it.
Go for it, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, she's just running out of moves, and okay, she gives a check and another check, but that doesn't really improve the position. Just repeating in a way, and yeah, closer every move now to that magical mark that Jordan will be aiming for, move 1-3-2. Okay, he puts his head in his hands for a second. I don't think anything's ruined. I think he can just step back with the black king, and then I think we'll see Zhu Wenjun try your idea, Jovanka, because what else? The white king has to make a dart for those black pawns. If not now, then it's just going to be too late. Yep, the white king just has to move over.
Yes.
Okay.
There we go.
Does it?
Yeah, so I'm not sure it's a direct threat, but either way, the king, if it moves 1 square further across, the black pawns might start to fall. I think it is a threat, because if the white king moves across, any checks from the side will be blocked by the white rook. So, okay, a check from the side.
The king now comes to the 7th row.
Okay, and the black king defends its pawns. And this is really sneaky from Jordan. Anytime the white rook moves now on the d-file, the black rook will start checking from the side.
So the rook can step back to the 6th row.
Yes,
and then the king can step back.
And okay, interesting.
Offering some exchanges maybe after rook d7.
Okay, maybe we can show this because it's a really interesting moment now. Maybe a small chance for Zhu Wenjun. She can drop her rook back, as you mentioned there. And if there's a check from the black rook, then the white king can step back. Now there is a huge threat of a check hitting the black king, but more importantly, offering a trade of rooks as well. For example, just to show, a trade of rooks, it might look like white's pawns are blocked, but eventually black's king is unable to keep shouldering away the white king. The white king can just drop back, and black's king, again, it's zugzwang. You have to move, you have to worsen your position, and the white king now steps across and picks off the black pawns. Slowly but surely, they all drop. So, okay, this didn't happen. We saw white indeed try and occupy the 7th rank, but black's rook now on the 6th rank, stopping the white king from stepping back. So Jordan trying to use an idea that's well known from other rook endgames, just trying to cut off the white king in every single direction. We saw it cut off earlier vertically, now it's cut off horizontally, now stopping the white king from stepping back along this 6th rank. She's running out of moves, Zhu Wenjun, move 120 now. She gives a check. It's rare to see a king move with a check, because in this position, we saw a discovered check from the white rook, but the black king moved. And again, not much to say here. Unfortunately, no progress. The white king zigzagging its way back. Okay, Jordan, will he continue occupying the 6th rank? Yep. He doesn't get greedy. Note, he doesn't want to go for the white pawn. This pawn is irrelevant. He needs to keep the king cut off. And okay, finally, the rook will be removed.
And 10 more moves then, I guess.
10 more moves.
He has to move a pawn.
Yeah, but I think we might see that move count reset. If Jordan takes this pawn, any capture resets the 50 moves, but I don't think he should. I think, should he step back? This is really tricky now, because if you step back, your king is now cut off on the back rank as black. I think I would just give the check, though. Just make sure that the black rook guards its pawns along the 6th rank. I think getting greedy is very risky here.
And look at Ju. She is frustrated, sensing maybe that there was something here.
And she will know as well. Just, you have instincts. She's getting close to the 50 move rule. She's running out of time. And maybe she thinks she could have won this game earlier. But look at this, cutting off the king now from this direction, stopping it from moving. And, OK, the rook comes across.
But we've seen this idea before, right?
Yep.
The rook comes and checks along the side.
Yep.
And now the white rook has to position itself so that it is a shield.
OK, there we go. As Jovanka mentions, the rook is a shield now. If the black rook drops back, white will block with the rook. So Zhu Wenjun trying everything, but maybe the black rook can just come back where it came from, as it does. Again, stopping the white king from re-entering the right half of the board. And we're getting close. Let's go back to the players. 6 more moves. Can Zhu Wenjun push a pawn or make a capture in 6 moves? It's not looking likely. She looks frustrated.
Yeah.
So close, but not close enough.
And she's under 20 seconds on the clock. She has to make a fast decision, and she steps back with the king.
Yeah, but now black can give a check, and still that king going nowhere. And black's rook, I expect, will come back where it came from.
She is offering this pawn, yes.
Yeah, she's just...
Once again, we can take it, please.
She's hoping.
Yeah, but how many moves? 4 moves away, right?
Yeah.
Will they be aware of that?
They'll know that it's getting close, but they won't know exactly when.
OK.
Jordan defends so well. I mean, in this position, he found all the best moves here.
Exactly. The most cynical moves, not allowing a single chance, right?
Yeah.
And, I mean, the players, I think they can check on Chess24, on the play zone, you can scroll down and see the number of moves you can count, but I doubt Jordan would have spent his time doing that. And one more move, and after black's move, if I've counted correctly, the next move will mean that the game is a draw.
And automatically end the game, I suppose, in the Chess24 play zone.
There you go.
Yep.
There we go. The game is a draw.
Wow, a long, hard-fought game by especially then Zhu Wenjun fighting for a win, but eventually a draw against Jordan van Foreest. And that concludes day 1 in the Charity Cup and round 4 in the preliminaries. What a day. It's been some entertaining chess. And let's take a look at the results, if that's ready. Yep. Here they are from round 4. Another round with quite a few games, ending up with a winner. We mentioned Hans Niemann, the big player of today, winning his 3rd game. And, this is from round 3. These are the standings, though. We do have Liam Le and Hans Niemann in the shared lead, 10 points. Impressive stuff. Ding Liren beating the world champion Magnus Carlsen in round 4, 9 points. And Vidit, impressive stuff, 8 points. 8 points also for Jordan van Foreest. Magnus Carlsen, 7 points. He did lose to Ding, but still a bunch of rounds to play in the preliminaries. David, who has impressed you the most today, would you say?
I've got to say Hans Niemann. Unfortunately, we missed the game, but he did use the opening from his chessable course, the Drabava London system, to win. He clearly is in the zone with his new haircut, just feeling fresh, feeling sharp, full of confidence as well.
Definitely. And these are the results from round 4. Hans Niemann winning against Gawain Jones, Liam Le winning against David Anton. Eric Hansen, he ended the day with a win against David Navarra, and Ding Liren, as we saw against Magnus Carlsen, a win for the Chinese in the middle of the night in China. Now, who needs to shape up a little bit tomorrow, Jovanka?
Well, the person who has to make a comeback is world champion Magnus Carlsen, who, of course, finished the day with a loss. So he will be looking to just set the pace in tomorrow's game. And someone else who probably needs to shape up a little bit, I'm actually hoping that they just get motoring, are the women players. I would really like to see Zhu Wenjun and Lei Tingjie do really, really well.
I agree. And Zhu Wenjun, she really did fight for it in the final game today. Round 5 coming up tomorrow. Magnus Carlsen will face Hans Niemann. That's going to be interesting then. And Ding Liren against David Navarra. Richard Rapport, who we know is fighting to qualify for the candidates. He's going to be up against Eric Hansen. And Lei Tingjie against Pentala. Harikrishna, Pragnananda, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, Jordan van Forest against Vidit. I sense that's going to be an interesting one as well. So we do have a bunch of cool games to start off day 2 in the Charity Cup with as well. And it's also, of course, been so much about donations for UNICEF today. After only 1 out of 8 days, you guys, we are up to more than $17,000. That's more than I could imagine, I have to say. Impressive stuff by our viewers.
Yeah, absolutely. A wonderful, wonderful thing to show that we're part of a chess community and to help a country that is in need. And yeah, my heart goes out to every single one of you who donated. And hopefully we can raise even more in the next few days.
Yeah. And Anastasia, I've been so impressed with you sitting here the entire day, keeping focused, able to talk about the chess. I know your head and heart is, of course, back in your Ukraine with your friends and family.
Yes, that's for sure. Thank you so much for inviting me. It was a pleasure to be here and try to do something, at least in this situation. So we're hoping for peace. We're hoping for the best for Ukrainian kids and families. And of course, I mean, please keep going. And thanks to everybody who donated today.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Anastasia, and best of luck in Berlin also with the FIDE Grand Prix. We're going to pay attention to that as well. Thank you, especially today, you guys, so much for following us, for being here for the chess, but for donating and helping out with the fundraiser for UNICEF, who is helping the people in and around Ukraine. We're going to keep it up tomorrow, and we're going to keep up the chess tomorrow as well. So we're looking forward to that, and we hope you will be back with us. But for now, bye.